also one of those stories, too, where I'm just like, I listen to this story about No Legs Lucidus, and everyone, like, because you think about, you're just like, man, I wish my dad paid more attention to things that I do, but then I realize it's like, well, I'm just an actor. It made me an actor, which is great. Mm-hmm. I got a little bit ignored. But Henry Lee Lucas was paid so well attention to by the broomstick of his legless father.
Yeah.
That it's almost too much parenting.
I mean, at the same time, if you're Henry Lee Lucas, you've got 2 working legs, you've got youth on your side, you can't get away. You can't run away from your father who was bouncing around, bumping around in a cart. I mean, how fast could he have possibly been going? He wasn't entering some sort of derby unless he's going downhill.
Yeah, it's not like Karate Kid.
How does he catch the kid?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like Karate Kid had to catch all those chickens, right?
Yeah, sure, but it's simple.
Well, I found a couple of conflicting reports. Is that he does that? Sometimes he does say that his dad was the only person who actually treated him kindly. That sometimes he says that his dad treated him like that. His dad was kind of the only person who kind of patted him on the head because he ran an illegal alcohol distillery. And he said sometimes when his dad would sell a little bit of alcohol, he'd give a nickel or two to Henry.
Oh, that's nice.
That's like 1/10 of a whore's price.
Yeah, that's really great. Thanks for the nickel, Dad. I can almost have sex with Mom if I keep saving these up.
You can have sex with your mama. You just lie to her and say you're not her son. She'll believe you.
No Legs also supported his family by selling pencils at the local skating rink.
Nothing like walking around and you're like, man, all right. Man, I'm going to write young Susie's number down. I don't have let me ask that little half man in a cart over there.
Pencils here. Pencils.
Let's go, Joe. No, I'm buying a pencil from the legless man.
He also skinned minks.
He just did whatever you could do in a cart.
Yeah.
If it fits in the cart, I'll skin it.
Yeah. He was also a great coaster for beers.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
He was also a hockey puck for the local beginners hockey league.
Yep. Now, don't hit me so hard now.
Yeah, that's good. I got to tell you, little Harvey, you're getting stronger with every slap shot. Next time you accidentally clip me with that stick, I'm going to pinch your little penis.
Life of a puck.
Well, Henry actually worked at his father's distillery from the age of 10, and that's when his problems with alcohol began. So drinking straight moonshine from the age of 10,
right,
most of his life.
And that moonshine, this is old. This is Virginia moonshine. Yeah, very intense stuff. That'll
it's not like that city liberal moonshine that I had to drink when I was a boy.
Exactly.
Also known as water from a very good public water system.
That's nice.
Well, Viola, Henry's mother, among, if not the cruelest serial killer mother that we've ever covered, she forced both Henry's father and Henry himself to watch her every time she brought home a John.
This is a sort of a cuckold situation, isn't it?
Yeah, except they did not want to do it.
Right.
Yeah. And again, how far can the cart go?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, that's what she would do is she would roll him across the room and just kind of leave him over there anytime the John came in.
Now, did he didn't lose his penis to the train, though?
No, he did not.
So there was, maybe you get aroused a little bit.
But I would say this, right? Yes, I know all the time. Like, sex doesn't always have to be the most romantic thing. Sometimes it's fun for you, little naughty. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to really, like, get off having sex with my 50 cent prostitute in front of her legless husband and her 4-year-old son.
Right.
Maybe I'm a bit square.
You know what? I'll give you 75 cents. You lose the half man. Just lose the half man. The kid can stay. I'll give you $1 for the kid to stay.
The half man stays in the picture. I need him to hate it.
Oh, all right.
That's the only thing that keeps me dry.
Well, let's just get it done with then.
Well, the punishment for refusal to watch was just a sound beating with this huge homemade club that she had. And Viola wouldn't even allow him to cry while she was beating him. He had to just silently take it. She once beat him so badly with a 2x4 that he was unconscious for 3 days before Viola's pimp, Bernie, eventually took him to the hospital.
Because then eventually he's just like, Viola, I don't mean to step in. You know how, like, I have a hands-off relationship with you. I like that you're independent. I like the fact that you work with me for 50% of fuck, know, and I get 49 cents of it, and I give you a penny, and I don't technically know how y'all survive on a penny, but that's fine with me. But your son has become, like, a sort of just fixture, like it's become like a human coffee table.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if it's not hurting business.
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry, you were sucking dick?
Yeah.
All right, I'll just take him to the hospital myself.
Great.
Doctors say that anything more than a few minutes of unconsciousness can cause permanent brain damage.
So 3 days is bad?
3 days is real bad.
Maybe it comes full circle, though, and he just gets really smart. Is that possible? Is it possible?
Oh, yeah, he becomes like the movie Phenomenon.
Yeah.
And it's just like, but instead of using his psychic power to like help the town, it's just him just lifting 13-year-old girls' skirts.
Yes.
And I seen it. I seen the cleft.
Another John Travolta classic, Phenomenon.
They say after Henry Lee Lucas was caught, they did tests, they did CAT scans, revealed extensive brain damage.
No way.
Specifically contusions in the frontal and temporal lobe, which usually result in extremely diminished capacity for impulse control. Childhood injuries of this type, John Wayne Gacy, Fred West, Andre Chikatilo, all of these guys had traumatic brain injuries as either a child or a teenager to these specific areas.
He's got what we'd like to call, I'm sorry, Miss Lucas. You're not, you're his mother's pimp and some random woman that's also here. Your son, you're not your son. Your prostitute's son has a thing we'd like to call goon brain now?
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Great. I'll bring him back.
You think that'll help bring new business in if I say my prostitute's got a new goon brain son? It's like, you know what? I'm just a doctor of medical science, and I should maybe call somebody, but I won't. But I don't know. I'm also not a marketing person. I don't know if that'll help the business.
You got to protect the frontal lobe of these kids.
Got to, man.
Yeah.
Lucas, he also suffered from grand mal seizures, just like those three killers did, and just like Otis Toole did.
And what's a grand mal seizure?
The one where
all
you
about?
shake.
Oh, you just shake it out.
Yeah, the one where you shake. There's certain, like, there's paralytic ones where you just sort of freeze, and then the grand mal ones are the ones where you shake a lot.
Kind of get a little Taylor Swift with it there. Kind of fun, kind of excited. Shake it off a little bit.
I like this thing too here, where he had I guess he had unusually high levels of lead and cadmium found in Henry's body. I guess because they live in a chicken coop out by some drainage river.
Yeah, most likely.
And the odor from his body, which is really interesting, it leads to a type of poison that makes a stench come from your body, and an almost complete loss of the sense of smell, which is a deadly combo.
So literally, the smell of him could murder a person.
If you look at his face, if you look at Henry Lucas's face, you can't. I don't think of Brute. You know what I mean? I don't think of Old Spice.
Oh, I love some good Brute, though.
Yeah,
that's what men use.
Yep, he actually. All of these details about his childhood, the smell, the odor that he had as a kid, and all throughout his life, but particularly when he was a kid, that was corroborated by a teacher of his. And his teacher, not only his teacher, but a ton of people in town, they corroborate, because Henry Lee Lucas is known as a liar. You know, for the like, he definitely lied about a shit ton of things. Right. And a lot of these guys will lie about their childhoods to try to garner sympathy, but these details have been corroborated by multiple people.
Because the problem is also, by this point, now he's helpless. Now he's got severe brain damage. He's kind of sort of like a gaze sort of look around his face. He's real dazed and weird all the time. And he loves to lie, and he eventually becomes a total, complete terror. It's just like, what can you do to save him?
Well, concerning his health further, Henry said that he didn't eat a hot meal that wasn't scavenged from either the streets or garbage cans until he went to prison as a teenager.
Oh.
Her mom would cook meals for her and her pimp, but wouldn't let the kids have any of it. And the malnutrition combined with the cadmium poisoning resulted in even further brain damage.
How did the mother maintain custody of him?
Virginia is a third world country.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit just gets let go there.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Nobody cared. Like, you just look at these people, you just kind of assume, well, eventually the river will flood and will wash all these people away.
Right.
Well, actually, the one person that did care, his teacher, who was, strangely enough, her name was Annie Hall.
Oh, fun.
Like that fictional girlfriend of the rapist director.
Woody Allen.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah, the child fucker, his daughter fucker.
But no, it's okay because they're still together.
They're still together.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I
Stockholm
couldn't make a
syndrome.
relationship last, and I wasn't having sex with my daughter at all.
Isn't that something?
Yep. Bernie, wouldn't let the kids have any of the food. One of Henry's earliest memories was also the one that very early on conjoined sex with violence in his mind. Like I
The
said,
penis pinch?
Not the penis pinch.
no.
We actually don't know if the penis pinch happened at all. That's
Don't tell me it didn't. Come on now.
That's from the fictionalization, The Hand of Death, who the author also says in the introduction of the book is, there's no way to tell Henry Lee Lucas's story without fictionalizing some of it.
Which just means making it up, which is, again, what we were saying is the opposite of telling a story. That's not what telling a story is. Telling a story is telling the stories that's a fact.
Sure.
And you're just writing a story.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't read much of Max's book here, but I would assume every one of his books does involve a penis pinch to some degree. He's a penis pinch guy.
I got this and in the first 10 pages.
Wow.
Every artist has one story to tell.
That's right.
One of his earliest memory that he says was his mom right after having sex with a John, stark naked, grabbing a shotgun and shooting the John in the leg, just splattering Henry with blood.
And that was a
gotta pay her.
punishment for giving her an orgasm.
Yeah.
Because she was really upset by it because she hated that.
She didn't like to feel pleasure, it sounds like. Yeah.
On the further crimes of his mother, on Henry's first day of school, his mother dressed him up like a little girl, gave him curls in his hair, put him in a dress
because he had super long hair when he was growing. At this point, she never gave him a haircut. It's the same thing that happened to Charles Manson, right?
Yeah, it's 7 different serial killers. Report being dressed up as little girls.
So now we're just going to blame the liberal left? We're going to blame progressivism?
Yeah, so I'm
Are you
saying.
kidding me?
Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner did this.
Is that right?
Is that what we're talking
Before
about?
Caitlyn, there was Henry Lee Lucas, there was Charles Manson, and you're right, 5 others.
But what if it was like that? What if Henry Lucas is this sort of toothless, disgusting, haggard coop child, but then when he puts on a dress, it's like at the end of like Pretty in Pink, where they're like, whoa, and he's like, bow, bow, and he like struts into like, dan, 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 the dan, dan, dan,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I feel like, why not? I guarantee you it was the first time that he had clean clothes, and he was actually
That is literally what they
bathed.
said.
They said it was the only time he ever showed up to school clean, which I think is a cruelty in and of itself. The only time that you're clean is when you're being humiliated
Can
by
we
your
say
mother.
this, though, in defense of his mother? Her husband has no legs because he's a raging alcoholic who fell asleep on the wrong bed, which train tracks, that's what I call the wrong bed. And then Henry was certainly not an outstanding child. So
No, he was described by more than one person as a terrifying child.
a terrifying young boy, an Omen-esque kind of kid. So, she was doing the best. She was the only one making any money for the damn family.
Well, I feel like this is also maybe the type of family where if he had something like an unusual activity, like if he had been given something like curling or something like, highlight or something like that, like watercolor, maybe Henry Lee Lucas would have been really good at something like that.
Absolutely.
And not necessarily just, making a corpse you can rape.
Yep.
And possibly Viola's cruelest incident. She learned that Henry had taken a liking to a local mule, and
The only one that could understand him.
Well, I mean, mules are kind of cool because you never know when they're going to be championship boxers, which is
Being
kind
a
of
mule
fun.
or something special, right? I like old Thump. I named him Thump.
Thump the mule.
Because it's the sound he makes with his feet when he walks.
Oh.
And also, what's funny about mule is that his seeds don't work.
What seeds?
Oh, and his nuts.
His
nut seeds.
nuts?
His nuts.
His nuts don't work?
Yeah,
Have you been trying to work them?
I've been yipping and yanking on that tail he's got underneath his front tail. I'll zip it up. And Thump, he thumps his foot, that's right. But then he shoots nothing but little farts out of the tip of it.
Yeah, have you tried pinching it?
Well, you know what? That's a good idea.
Viola, she heard that Henry, he'd taken on this mule as a pet. He'd taken on pretty much the only thing that he ever loved. And when Viola found out that he loved this mule, grabbed her shotgun, made Henry watch as she shot it in the fucking face, and then beat him because she was going to have to pay somebody to come and drag the mule's carcass away.
Oh, not very good. Not a nice mother thing to do.
No, it's not nice.
No.
Especially when he's living a really sort of weird Disney world where he's got a talking mule he listens to.
Exactly. He's got a Shrek situation happening.
Yeah, it could have been fun. He's like, he's just like, Henry Lee Lucas, you're like a parfait. I said, you're like a parfait. And then he's just like, Thump, come closer so I can stick it in the back hole.
That's the only hole to stick it in.
Henry, we're friends now. Ain't no reason to rip me, Henry.
Well, you take it to the next level, I guess.
And as if his life wasn't miserable enough, he lost his left eye in a knife fight with his brother. The eye was just left untreated, and eventually it did heal up just a little bit.
And then it got reinfected when he got beat by a school teacher.
Well, he didn't necessarily get... This is another cruel joke of the universe, is the eye was starting to heal up despite his mother leaving it to fester for days on end.
Sometimes you just gotta let nature run its course.
That's right, organic.
Yeah. And there's a teacher that was trying to hit one child with a ruler, throwing it at her, and the teacher threw the ruler and hit Henry right in his bad eye, and he just fucking lost it.
So Henry Lee Lucas was just sitting there and be like, wow, I don't think he's yelling at me. I don't think I'm the one in trouble.
Yeah.
This is the first time that's ever...
Can you imagine, though, it's like stuck in his ruler, and he's screaming for a second, then afterwards it's like, you know what? It is kind of funny because it's stuck in there like it's meant to be in there. It's like I'm a ruler holder.
Better than being a pencil sharpener, I guess.
So he lost it. They actually did get him a glass eye, which is that's kind of nice.
They tried to fill it with M&Ms for his mother's Johns when they would come over to like a little candy bowl.
Yeah, like a little dish that you see at the doctor's office on occasion. Yeah, but the crows, I would assume, kind of get in there and kind of pluck it out a little bit.
Then the eye, a lot of times, it would just kind of go off to the side. It'd slip out of place.
It would also weep.
Yeah.
Like his eye socket would weep, and so he'd always have tears kind of running down his face, which is just, it's just creepy.
Probably like milky, infectious tears, too.
Yeah.
Now you're healthy, clear.
Yeah.
And but they could never tell when he was stoned at school.
Yeah, dude.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, rock and roll, man.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
And then because he only had one eye, he didn't have any peripheral vision over on the left side, and because of this, he'd walk sideways so he could see what was on his left.
Seems to it seems to add to the creepiness factor of a man who literally can only sidle.
Yeah. Again, easy to get away from him, though. Easy.
Yeah, come on, kosher. Nah, come on, you got to stand next to my hip so I can look and see your eyes, see if you're a lion.
You can stand in front, stand behind, never stand to the side.
No.
He'll get you then.
No.
He's quick like a crab.
When Henry was 13, his father couldn't take it anymore, and after a particularly cruel session of watching his wife have sex with another man for money,
he's just bouncing around.
I just want to say trigger warning.
Yeah.
So I don't want anybody to think about their lives in this scenario. I'm sorry.
That's the first time we've ever had one of those on this show, and I think we are 200 episodes too late for that.
Trigger warning for all of you
legless drunks who live in a cart.
Oh, okay. No, that's good, though. That's our crowd. We want to be sensitive.
Yeah. He got drunk, drug himself outside in the snow, and just lay there until he caught pneumonia and died.
How many times I feel like just going to peace. You know what I mean? Just like, we're just letting my spirit go.
I just feel like it's something that like a Viking would do. You know, I'm going to rest.
Yeah, the legless berry gathering Viking in an even more crude cart.
Yes. That's a hell of a way to go, though.
See, I also feel like they even say back and forth, like a Viking with no legs would just be a guy named like Blarg, who's got they just tape two axes to his side and they're like, they are going to throw Blarg into the oncoming army like a baseball. And you're like, very good, yeah. And he's just like, wait, I'd like to talk about the plan where you toss me like a baseball. Shut up, legless Blarg.
I think he would do great, and he'd be a hero of the Viking community. If he could learn some potions, that would probably help as well.
You know what would have been a good idea before we lost Blarg is if we attached some sort of rope to him so we could snap him back.
Pull him back in there, yeah. Get the axes back anyway.
Yeah, and Henry, a year after he was forced to keep watching his mother have sex for a year after he died, because Henry was 14, and for some reason it was fine to have the 7-year-old watch, or a 12-year-old, or an 11-year-old, just so long they weren't in their teens. But suddenly, when he got to his teens, suddenly it was creepy, and Bernie didn't want him around anymore.
I feel like it's weird. Like there should have been a warm-up comic for each time she had sex. He's like, filmed in front of a live studio audience. Well, it's just her son, really, but let's do a type 5.
Yeah,
where are you from?
Just Henry, just like, I'm from here. I've lived here in this chicken coop my whole life, and I've been watching my mama fuck for the last 14 years.
Airplanes are the oddest of things, and the food is not great.
I lost my eye due to negligence.
And the difference is when women drive, as opposed to when a male drives, are just spectacular.
Just eating popcorn out of the hole in his face.
You ever seen a socket weep?
You know, black.
You guys,
people,
I'm going to need everybody to put your hands together, give it a lot of energy.
When you see the applause, let's just get a woo.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. This episode of Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by Audible.com. You know what Audible.com is, but what you might not know is they have a ton of books that we use for research here on Last Podcast on the Left. First, we're going to check out The Stranger Beside Me, the shocking true story of serial killer Ted Bundy. It was written by Ann Rule, who knew Bundy personally and worked with him at a suicide hotline. It's one of the best true crime books ever written, and I would highly recommend that one. Go to audible.com/LEFT to get your free audiobook and a free 30-day trial. That is audible.com/LEFT. Now, back to the show. It's also around this time Henry hit puberty and started dabbling in bestiality with his half brother, who he also was having sex with at the time.
Now, when you say half brother, just to clarify, he did have both of his legs. This is a genetically
yes,
half.
It wasn't half brother.
Okay.
It was half brother.
Half brother genetically. Now, the thing is that I'd say here they would trap small animals, slit their throats in a strange kind of ritual, and have sex with the corpses.
Yes.
But I'd like to correct you, Marcus. They took this as to say they slit the throats as to create some sort of ritual. Actually, is wrong. They slit the throats truly so that the animal would make the bucking motion that would need to make them come harder.
Oh,
So that's a fun little story.
Well, that's one of those things you learn when you watch your mother have sex for 12 years straight.
Yep, so that's a little drifter tip.
There it is.
You know what's
So
another
if you
drifter tip?
What's that?
Rape.
I just say buy a car and just don't drift.
So
Yeah. Also,
okay,
you got to
let
be
me ask-
careful on the 95. The traffic is atrocious when you get up near Vicksburg.
Oh my God, that's the Virginia traffic report. Look, a lot of drifters outside today. Keep your windows up, lock those doors. Don't let anybody named Henry into your car.
Let me ask you guys: when you picture him fucking an animal and slitting its throat,
I
while
actually haven't done that yet.
You haven't done that yet, but now you're
Everybody do it. In the whole audience.
Everyone do it. All in the audience. Just picture. What animal do you picture?
Wow,
Squirrel.
I went small too. I went with the armadillo.
Ugh, that's disgusting.
I don't know. That's what I thought of.
Everyone on the go to the Facebook page and tell us what animal. When you imagined a 14-year-old hillbilly with one eye, with an animal on his dick right before he's about to slit its throat. Chicken.
George is sort of a Pink Flamingos, John Waters type situation
Yeah.
with the chicken.
It's just funny if you just put your mind to it. You know, it's like reading. Imagination will take you everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anywhere you want.
It is. Yeah, you're right, though. I picture a small animal, but somebody like a Dahmer, I'm thinking a horse.
Well, Henry claims to have taken his first human victim at 14, said they killed and raped a 17-year-old girl at a bus stop. In that order, killed, then raped, because Henry Lee Lucas was a product killer. We talk about product killers and process killers. Is that he was a product killer and that he could only have sex with dead women.
He truly just said it. He said that he liked sex with dead women much better because he could use them like toys and then drop them. And he was a total psychopath. He needed total control. And also, I'm going to just straight up, he's just a wee bit retarded, which is a part of it too, of just being like, it's almost like a logic. It's more like well, if they're dead, they can't say no. And it's like, but that's like a validation. Being like, you see?
Yeah, they make it it's a valid point to them. Saying they're dead, they can't say no. They're like, yeah, they're dead.
They literally believe they're like, at least I'm not raping them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, he's not wrong. A corpse is obviously not a living thing. I think if you told me that I was going to be raped and murdered, I would say, can you rape me after?
I would
much rather be dead before the rape happens.
Check that box.
I'm just glad now we have it in verbal recording that we can use that. Your defense of killing and then raping a corpse. I think that's really good. I'm just glad we have it. I'm glad we banked
God. We don't have that. What I'm saying is, if you had to choose. All right.
See, my big thing is I'm just trying to live my life so I never have to choose.
No, I know. But if somebody kills you, you don't have the choice. They're killing you.
No. It's true. Yeah. It's true. You're right.
So if somebody came up to you and was just like, we're going to rape and kill you, which order do you want it to be in?
Rape me.
You
Just
so
rape
you want to
me.
be
No, if you think you're going to kill me.
and
No.
We've talked about this. Henry is going to hold on screaming to life for as long as he can, no matter how terrible it is.
I'll suck a guy's dick. If it comes down to you kill me, I'll say, no, dude, no, I'll get you one better. I'll be your funny boyfriend.
Oh my god.
And then I'll
that'll
look for
work
a
out
way to
great.
escape because I'm very sneaky. And I'll like hide in a laundry bin or something.
That'll be perfect.
I'll dress up as a mailman, and because Henry Lee Lucas, I could fucking fool him. I could just go buy a mailman costume, come back, and be like, "I'm not your guy you've been raping. I've been a mailman all along." And he'll be like, "Well, you mean tell me where's my damn package then?" I'm gonna rape
have
and
one.
kill you if you don't give me my package.
And you're
then
right
just
back
like,
into it.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
Well, Henry Lee's first arrest came in 1952 for breaking and entering, just like a lot of these guys, in larceny. A lot of these guys, most of them, their first arrest is either for breaking and entering or for theft.
Well, he's definitely a psychopath. He loves lying. He loves deceiving people.
Yeah.
And so that's a part of it. And then once he got, it's the Ted Bundy, I'm just going to break every rule around me law because it just fucking makes my dick hard.
I mean, to be fair, if he told the truth, he would be in immense amount of trouble and kicked out of every institution he was in. He can't tell, like, well, how was your day? I saw my mother fuck a bunch of dudes. Get out of the supermarket.
Hey, man,
you have to leave.
Listen, this is supposed to be a fun poker night, and I can't handle your stories anymore, Henry.
It's not good.
Well, like Manson, Lucas also said that he was always most comfortable when he was incarcerated because he got hot meals for the first time in his life.
And he had a bed, and he had 4 walls.
And he wasn't a fucking drifter.
Watching his mom get fucked all the time. He was just hanging out with other dudes, having fun, smoking cigarettes. Some guy's playing a harmonica, and he's probably half good at it.
And he did dabble in the men, right?
Oh, yeah, he was completely bisexual.
He just anything with a hole.
He didn't care at all.
Henry
But
Lee,
did he kill men?
Henry Lee Lucas did not kill men. Otis Toole killed men.
Right, okay.
Yes, Otis Toole would like to they got off sexually by robbing and murdering men. Henry Lee Lucas simply killed to fuck dead women. That's why he killed him.
Yeah, and he
he's
would
like-
also casually kill people as well.
He said he was like
So
going
he's
out.
wearing just like khakis and like just it's a button down, but I'm not wearing a tie today. I'm casually killing everyone.
He had a quote that was like that, just being like, "Killing somebody is easy. Getting a corpse and fucking is easy. I just go out and get one."
He said it's like walking out the front door.
Yeah.
Right.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they were dangerous.
Yeah, they do not seem like the nicest guys around.
You know what's also about Henry Lee Lucas? He's just the type of guy that probably like never had a favorite. Where he never had like enough choice and enough like leisure time and nice times in his life.
Yeah, what music was playing in that house?
It's just the sound of balls slapping pussy and like cart rattling.
Yeah.
And remember, he was his mother was in her 50s when he was born.
And this is 36, right?
And so that means
He's like
that
67-year-old toothless 50-cent prostitute beating you with the broom. You know what I mean? You never got to watch Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely not. I don't even think the radio was brand new back then. They probably didn't even have one of those. Nothing.
No. Absolutely not.
My favorite album is that song. Have you ever heard that song? It's called River Water Going Down.
Oh, yeah? Well, how's it go? I have heard that. Yeah. It's sung by God and nature. I love that band.
Also, Choo Choo Train.
It reminds me of my dad.
Yeah, I don't know.
He always screams when he hears a song.
So when Henry was 23, he was coming fresh off a 4-year sentence for another breaking and entering charge. He moved in with his sister Opal over in Michigan and met a woman named Stella, who he promptly fell in love with and became engaged to.
And again, I want to say this out there to everybody who's single right now and is afraid that they'll never meet anybody. Henry Lee Lucas had he had one eye that wept constantly. He reeked of cadmium. He got a girlfriend. Know that you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You're going to meet somebody.
But let's say it like
But we are going to say you might have to lower your standards.
That's a lot. Yeah. Well, let's say like, he had...
Because Stella was not a prize.
No, she was to him, though. He had one eye, or he had one eye. Isn't that nice?
Can you believe he had one eye?
One eye.
Two I find is frivolously too much.
Who needs them?
Yeah. So Stella wasn't a Sarah Michelle Gellar?
No. She was not. She was the type of woman who gets engaged to a one-eyed felon who just got out of prison.
So she was more like a Grundy Wilderman.
I love that. I love her though.
So Viola, she comes back into the picture. She hears that her son is happy and living in Michigan. She's having none of it.
Because that just the idea of a smile makes her mad.
Yeah.
And she's also, at this point, she's 20, so she's in her 60s by now, late 60s. Mm-hmm. The men aren't coming around to give her 50-cent pieces anymore.
Oh, man, she got all dried up. Business is no good.
That's so weird, but you could totally fend your fucking weird wheat farmer stub into one of her old damp holes.
Why not? It is funny to me that that does imply that these people did have standards.
Yes.
You know, like they still did, like they were very low, but then she even fell like below that bar that like a mouse could limbo under.
Did like Bernie and Viola never sat around maybe having snifters of brandy, just listen to like, still crazy after all these years. And Bernie just thinking about, like, you ever think about eloping, Viola? And she's like, I'll fucking suck your balls until you fucking shit your ass. And he's just like, Viola, just every once in a while, I just take a little stab to see if something can be normal, but I just don't think it can.
I've grown accustomed to your face. Which is the most backhanded compliment love song that has ever existed. I've grown accustomed to your face. If any man tells you that, ladies, you have to leave him.
Yeah. I've grown very fond of you over the years.
Yep. Well, I realize
you're a handsome woman and you're steady.
So Viola, she goes out to Michigan. She shows up to find Henry and Stella in a local bar celebrating the engagement.
And also assuming that that Henry Lee Lucas, she thought that Henry Lucas would be able to come and take care of her.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
It's crazy because these are real people. She got on, I would assume, a train or a bus.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the poor saps who have to sit next to Viola?
While she's talking around midnight, I'll suck your dick.
My ex-husband got his legs cut off by one of these.
I just was hoping I could listen to some podcast. I'm on a bus, it's just one of those things. It's lovely to meet you, but
have you ever heard of This American Life? There's a new episode, and I've got a hardcore history queued up right after that. So
sometimes I'd eat a lump of shit because they give me 4 cents to do it. Yeah. Just show I'm a freak. WTF had Barack Obama on this week.
Isn't that impressive? Really the medium, but we can get into a whole conversation about that.
Going to the back seat. That's the bathroom. Yeah. I'm going to sit on it for a while.
I like to see if something comes. Sometimes it's fun to be on a bus toilet because the water comes up and smashes my pussy. That's the only bath I fucking need.
That's not water. That's everyone's. Yeah, okay. That's a fecal matter there.
So Viola walks into the bar. She finds Henry happily celebrating his newfound love and immediately starts laying into him. Immediately starts a fight, saying, you can't marry her. You can't do this. You got to come back with me, and you got to take care of me, you ungrateful little motherfucker. Right. And so Stella tries to step in, and Viola violently attacks her. And Stella says, holy shit, this is your mother. I can't deal with this. I'm out. Engagement's off. Yeah. See you later.
It's like all those mother-in-law jokes.
It is. I've heard that. It's also the love relationship of the water boy. Adam Sandler's character there in the movie The Waterboy. Go back and watch that.
Yeah.
It's a girlfriend that Mama don't like.
Oh, yeah. Mama don't like
Mama break up the relationship.
So Henry Lee Lucas, it's technically the Waterboy story, but it replaced being a Waterboy with all the rape and the corpses.
Gatorade is better. I'm raping murder. No, okay.
That was probably Adam Sandler's first draft.
Yeah.
So later on that night, Henry possibly remembering the beloved mule that his mother had also taken away from him years before.
God, it's just the saddest thing.
I know this one really. Is it wrong? Because you just do such a good job of researching these people's lives. You do get some sympathy for this.
You do.
Poor
The problem with
half-blind dumb
Yeah.
piece of shit.
He just needed to. It's just the same thing. It's kind of like Dahmer. It's like I feel sympathy for Dahmer too, but it's just
Not
he
as
kind of
much.
just needed to get shot in the head. Like
Yeah,
he kind of
yeah,
just
yeah.
needed to have been murdered in some sort of jail problem or in a bar fight or like something like that, just to have ended his life.
It seems like everyone was trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Random rulers going into his eye. Very easily could have gone into his brain.
Yeah.
His brother stabbing him his eye out.
No, he is as steady as the turkey, and as well because they say
he,
'cause
should,
the
he
turkey.
should be the state bird.
Yes, exactly. That's what Benjamin Franklin wanted to be the
Right.
national bird because of its steadfastness and stamina.
Henry Lee Lucas, the turkey of all serial killers.
So they're in this knockdown, drag-out fight. Henry's got a pocket knife in his hand, which he thought had been closed, and he punched his mother.
Cool.
And he goes, and he punches her, and she passes out. He thinks that he's just punched her, and he runs away. But this is how strong her hold on him was, is
Yeah.
that he actually, where he went 300 miles away back to his mother's cabin.
But when he
He's just
ran away,
insane.
like,
Yeah,
he
he's
has-
just insane. Like, he ran away, and he's like, okay, I'm going to sit here and wait for my punishment.
but like zigzag. He like zigzag. You're like, I'm out of here. Be like, 5 minutes goes by. You're like, still not at the door yet, huh? Okay.
That's to your left.
Just
If you could go, if you could, all right.
I'll open the door for you. Just okay.
But what he actually did, unbeknownst to him, he nicked his mother. He nicked her neck. Not that deep, but deep enough where his sister, Opal, that he was living with, his sister didn't come home for another 14 hours. So Viola ended her life bleeding out on the floor after her son accidentally nicked her in the neck with a pocket knife.
Hey, all right.
Yeah, and so
the wind, all yacht is dust in the wind. But also, people know a lot of songs were based off of the death of Viola Lucas. Is also "Candle in the Wind."
Oh yes.
Well, yes, it was turned into a Princess Di song, but Elton John
Yeah.
actually wrote it about the 50 Cent toothless hooker.
So it was a lie. The Marilyn Monroe reference as well. Then.
All bullshit.
Oh, isn't that
Yeah.
something?
So he ran back home. He was sat there expecting her to show up. When she didn't show up for a couple days, he went back to Michigan and was picked up almost immediately and was charged with second-degree murder. He got sentenced to 20 to 40 years in the state penitentiary. And when he's in there, he starts going a little... I think this is the first time he realizes that he can gain attention. Like, he
Right.
can fuck himself up or say crazy, weird shit, and it gets him attention. So he has a couple of suicide attempts, and he gets transferred to Ionia State Hospital, Ionia State Mental Hospital, and they just start shocking his brain.
Which is
brutal shock
Which again,
treatments.
when you already have goon brain, that's not making you feel more like
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
Also, what I find interesting is now we're going to see the Robert DeSalvo side of him come through, where he kind of, it's like that's what also to me makes him quintessentially such an American figure. It's kind of like Charles Manson, that thing of like, he still thinks he can make it in this world. He still thinks it's like, no matter what's happening.
He's got stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
That now once he's figured out a tactic, he's just like, I can use this for all it's worth. You know,
That's
and
right.
like it's kind of amazing. It's going to follow through with the rest of his life. I mean, I still, he's going to murder a lot. He's going to do a lot of other
His
shit.
pilot was actually the one that got turned down. They chose Mary Tyler Moore's pilot. But yeah, he was going to go and have a great job, great television show about him succeeding in Minnesota.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
That would have been real good. Well, this is also when he starts getting all fucked up on psychotropic drugs like Thorazine and Benadryl. He said that he took a shit ton of Benadryl. But that some people it has an extremely adverse effect on, and they're just pumping him full of all of these chemicals. They're fucking shocking him on a daily basis.
But at the same time, he gets to putter around.
Yeah. He gets to putter around that. And this is also something that happens after he gets caught later on and starts confessing, is that he just is allowed to wander around wherever he likes. He had to have been somewhat of a charmer because people liked him.
Because he just kind of had that one-eyed sort of weird little, like, he had like a half smile.
Yeah.
And he could probably, you forget, because after a while he's kind of got like a well, you know, he's got that sort of like
I don't
country
know
drone.
Yeah, I would maybe a charm, but I think also a sympathy case.
Yeah.
You know, people were just like, you would, I think at this point it might be a hate crime to hit him. Like he's like so disabled that you're just kind of like, I gotta be nice to him because otherwise I'm a dickhead.
Well, Henry Lee Lucas, he did have some intelligence to him because what he did when he was at the state hospital, exactly like Ed Kemper, they'd leave him alone in the records room. So he would read all of these police records he about all these criminally insane guys. He would read all their records and see how they got caught. And this is where he got his fucking inspiration, is that he knew that police, especially back then in the 70s and 80s, he said that police departments did not talk to each other.
Right.
So when he would commit a crime, he'd just hop over to the next state.
You could literally put him anywhere else. Like, put him in a science lab, and he would learn nothing.
Absolutely, yeah.
But they're like, let's put him in the only room that has all the knowledge he needs to become the serial killer he wants to be.
Now, Lieutenant Thompson, all right, now this file is called How to Be a Drifter Killer.
Okay.
I do not want you to leave it outside on a desk. I don't want you to leave it anywhere inside of a file cabinet. Technically, this shouldn't exist, but we're going to keep it just in case. No, I'm going to go outside and get a bagel because I'm a Jewish police officer.
Right, I will be gone.
You sit here with this file and don't do anything with it, especially if a one-eyed guy with all of the potential in the world to be a drifter killer walks in here, all right?
All right, I got it.
You got it? You're not wearing pants today, Private.
Yeah, that's all right. I haven't been wearing them the past couple of days.
All right, well.
Yep.
L'chaim.
It's leggy summer. Hey, Henry, come on in here. I got something for you to read.
I can't read. You got to read it to me.
All right, sit down. I'm about to tell you how your life is going to change forever.
So he got out. He actually got out after only 10 years. Or actually, it was more like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
For killing his mother, he got out due to overcrowding.
So who was in?
Yeah,
If the
People
guy
worse
who
than
killed
him.
they leave in.
I guess. And I mean, at this point, right, so the criminal record at this point is just a couple of robberies and this, I guess, accidental death.
An accidental death,
Right.
yeah. That you could actually, and he was doing his all of his psychiatrists, they were, saying that yes, he has a lot of problems. One of his psychiatrists called him excessively needy.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
So he was being a real ex-girlfriend?
Good joke.
Yeah, and so they, a lot of them were like, yeah, this guy's real fucked up, but yeah, he could be out. You can let this guy out.
So, yeah,
he's
just like-
fine.
and then he begged to not be let out.
Yeah, he said, if you let me out, I will kill. I will kill
So
someone.
basically what we're watching is, again, it's our institutions themselves created our perfect killers, like we see again and again and again. We made Charles Manson. We made fucking Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
We made like all these people.
we
It's
made
like,
Jeffrey Dahmer.
we made all these people and just shipped them out.
Yep. Well, I mean, you can't just let everybody stay in prison who wants to stay in prison. At that point, it was a real club med.
You
For
see,
those,
that's the opposite.
For Mr. Henry.
I would be like, always keep the ones in prison that beg to stay in prison.
I know. That's
Just keep them in there.
Yeah, if they want to stay there, then there's a very good reason why they want to stay there.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
Henry Lee Lucas, he claimed, this is another one of his big claims, he claims to have killed 2 women the day he was released from prison.
Well, he said a lot of shit always.
He said a lot of shit, and we're going to be getting into the next 13 years of his life in the next episode. We're going to bring in Otis Toole, his partner in crime, and
I
one
would
of
say
the
these
most
guys were the bushwhackers of serial killers.
the WWE Tag Team Champions.
The Legion of Doom?
the Legion of Doom.
Yeah. The Terror Twins. these
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's it? The Bash Brothers.
Yeah. He's a regular Mark McGuire, this guy.
Yeah, except for they're always sucking each other's dick and killing women for Satan.
Different
Yeah.
kind of Bash Brothers, but maybe a more
Not an
appropriate
attractive
name.
couple.
Not an
No,
attractive
no.
couple. Although I am going to post a picture on the Facebook page of these 2 guys in happier times.
Yeah, it's just them smiling and holding
it's
each other.
them smiling, and fucking Henry's eyes kind of going off to the right, and he's got a well-groomed mustache, and they look like a couple of buddies. They
are
like they
friends.
look like they were in the 1970s, like quote unquote roommates.
Yeah,
but they
you
were
know?
boinking.
They were. Yeah, they were. They were both.
Boinking sounds cute. To me, it's more like plundering.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they were like it was a weird combo, the 2 of them, and when I look at them, the smell I think of is pubic hair and cigarettes.
Oh, totally. And some really,
but
really
cigarettes
bad gin.
made of pubic hair.
Well, it's the idea of like you've been smoking naked and you've been leaving the cigarette like when you're not smoking it, you rest it in your pubic hair.
Just kinda
and it just
ashing
gives
on
it
it.
that fucking stink. Like the tip of your dick smells like fucking your sweat and also cigarette smell.
Oh, yeah, man. I've been to a bar in Florida.
Yeah.
Smells like.
And that's just two guys just loving that smell.
Loving it, yeah.
Loving it smell so much that they're willing to choke down on that cock until it comes down their throats.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's a lot of orange, sort of an orangey kind of feel there.
That's
to the walls.
a rusted orange.
Rusted men.
All right. Well,
Nom, 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 nom.
what a great intro to Henry Lee Lucas. We've got a good foundation of his early life.
Yeah, next episode, we're going to get into his mildly retarded child bride. We're going to get into
Does anyone else just want to spray Febreze?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel now.
Oh, this is definitely a heavy hitter because I feel disgusting.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Now, Friday, when I was researching all this, like, it was just a weird day.
They're dirty.
The whole day. It was.
Yeah.
I felt just weird and dirty and off the whole fucking
Right.
day. It was weird, but we got through it, and we're going to get into how to be a drifter.
So I
next
hope
week.
just someone's getting married tonight.
I hope
Thank
so
you for
too.
listening to this.
Happy marriage. I hope you have a wonderful time. And remember, when you're driving through Virginia and you're like, look at these people, this is the cleanest they've ever been. So just imagine what the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s were for a lot of those country people.
Can I plug something before we end?
Go right on
something
ahead.
else? This is me saying, of course, hello. Thank you as always for listening. Your Pretty Faces Go in Hell Season 2 comes out this Sunday at 12:15, July 12th on Adult Swim. If you can watch this show, it would mean a lot to me. This is just as important to me as last podcast. It's a favorite thing I've ever been paid to do. Unfortunately, we're not really at the money making stage of last podcast yet. But it's like a point where it's like, please watch it. We put a lot of work into it, and I think it's really fucking funny.
12:15 p.m. this next Sunday here.
Yes, July 12th.
July 12th.
In Hail Satan. as well.
Adult Swim.
Hail Sweet Satan.
I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Thank
I'm gonna watch that episode as well. Let's say, do we want to say anything?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we lost one of our biggest fans this week. And if anybody out there, is feeling real fucking bad, and if you're thinking about suicide or anything like that, please tell somebody. Please get a hold of somebody. There are a lot of suicide hotlines online that you can check out. And everyone in the group is fantastic. And Cooper was a real fucking cool dude. And he's the type of people we do this shit for.
Yeah.
That's right. He was a good man.
And it's absolutely, I'm just going to say straight up say suicide is totally horseshit. And you should reach out. Nothing.
that's right.
Where there's life, there's hope. Just keep moving forward. You can change things for yourself. Cooper had already tried to do that several times, and I know that it was a difficult road for him. But when it comes down to it, to choose to be alive always. It's so much worth it, and because
we don't have that long on this earth anyway.
No,
so
Satan hates a suicide.
That's also a name of a great metal band. Satan hates a suicide.
All right,
we're like a
do
metal
it for
band, but
fucking him.
uplifting.
Stay alive for Satan, because our jobs are to deliver truth to everyone.
All right. Yes,
man.
we love you guys very, very much. Hail yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, and thank you everyone on the pages being fucking fantastic about all this stuff. So please keep being awesome to each other. Please keep being there for each other. Heil Gene, everyone.
Heil me as well. I don't mean to. I'm sorry about the plug before we got serious.
It's a good plug.
But I did it before we got serious. I feel it'd be bad if I did it now.
If you did it now, it would be weird. It's like, hail our friend Cooper Borg, who unfortunately took his life.
July 12th. All right.
Be sure to go buy the Counting album.
Yeah, and thanks for all the support here on CCR. We love it.
As always, you guys are the absolute best, and
Congratulations.
we love you. And by we love you, we mean we fucking hate you. You're dumb.
Oh, you're doing one of those.
Yeah.
Makes me want you more.
Also, for those of you that are going to be in San Diego for the San Diego Comic-Con, I'm going to be there all up, balls deep into fucking Comic-Con. I'm doing the Aqua Teen, Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell panel on Friday afternoon, and I'll be doing the Heroes panel on Sunday afternoon in Hall G, whatever that big fucking thing is. But this is my fucking call to action. If I see you, listen to me. If I see anybody wearing the Last Podcast and Left shirt, I'm going to give you $1. Yes, that's
Give
right.
them $1.
I'm gonna
You're
give
paid
you
for
$1.
fanship
I am
by
paying for
$1.
fanship.
You're
Paying
almost
for
worse
fan.
than Henry Lee Lucas's whore of a mother.
I'm just saying this. I will give you $1. You come up to me, you find me personally, you give me $1, and I will tell you this. I will leave no stone unturned when I have the fucking microphone to deliver the truth about the nature of our fucking reality and our government and about the elite bloodlines
Right.
that are a part of the ruling bodies of the entire world. So I need your support. I need you to be there because what it's not the spear of truth without the fucking shaft.
So basically, whoever wears a Last Podcast shirt and then sees you perform will slowly take off their Last Podcast shirt and pretend like they don't know you.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yes,
perfect.
I'll give you a fucking $1. That's not even a joke. You better fucking wear them shirts.
Yes, wear the shirts.
Yes, please. For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com. Hey everyone, if you haven't yet, be sure to go to podsurvey.com to take a quick survey to help us get some advertisers and to help us keep this podcast free. That's podsurvey.com/last. Really helps us out a lot. We appreciate every single one of you.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Oh yeah,
fucking
that's the
hate
thing.
that song.
Haters wanna hate because they
I
do
hate her so much.
I've never heard that song.
Nothing
Never
more in
heard
my
that
life.
song?
No.
It's just like I wanted the Taylor Swift experience in New York. I wanted her to come to New York, and I just so desperately wanted a homeless man to come on her shoes. Like, you mean to tell me she came to New York? She didn't get the experience.
No, not yet.
You know how many men I've had masturbate at me?
I've had one.
I've had at least 5 or 6. Men masturbating at me, like pulling their dick out. They told me the guy who's dressed as the French sailor. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. I was going to my inventory job at Borders. It was horrible. Well, so I was going into the train at 6:30 in the morning, and so this fucking French-looking homeless guy with like a dirty sailor hat on and like that great old the homeless man 5 o'clock shadow, where it's like mostly a beard. But it's like, when did he shave?
Right.
You know, like he never shaved. And so he came up to me at 6:30 in the morning. I'm miserable waiting to go to work. And he just pulls his dick out and pisses all over the seat next to I've seen that as a New York experience.
Right.
That should have happened to Taylor Swift.
I feel like that's just you in the future meeting you in the present, and you're just like, we should have never met. Oh, shit.
Technically, we've broken the time continuum. There's going to be Dr.
Are we ready to go, Marcus?
Yes, we are.
Welcome to the show, everyone. That's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel.
I'm Henry Zabrowski, 75 years in the future. Get closer. I used to do a thing called podcast. You got your hologram hats. Everybody's got holograms. I used to do it's for the radio. It was for the radio. You got a burrito to spare. You got a lizard finger to spare for a man who was a radio comedian for up to 4 years.
Wow.
Before he got addicted to straight up grain alcohol.
Oh, my God. I could go for some grain alcohol right
Making
now.
toilet wine for my neighbors. They didn't want it.
No, they didn't, huh?
Too bad, because what they didn't know is that toilet and wine was just a funny term I use for pee-pee.
Oh, yeah. Well, that makes sense. I was on the subway with Eddie yesterday.
I hope you like it white, because I've been drinking lots of water.
Ooh, that's good. That means you're healthy. I was on the subway with Eddie yesterday, and there was a homeless fella, and he asked for some food, and sure enough, Eddie had some shrimp scampi. Ed from the Round Table of Gentlemen.
Where do you have shrimp scampi?
Eddie always has shrimp scampi on him.
Well, good to know. At least if I'm ever at the Olive Garden and the chef runs out, I can be like, here we've got your hero here. Here's your Spider-Man.
Perfect. Happy New Year, everybody.
2014 was good for some. For others, it was a tragedy.
Mostly terrible. On this episode, we're going to run down some of the worst events of 2014.
First thing I want to bring up in
Or the
2014
best events, I guess.
Well, it's a year in murder and mayhem. Let's say that.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little thing that everyone conveniently forgot about is where's this fucking plane?
Where is the plane, America?
Where did the plane go?
Think about it.
We are the only people still answering the question. They are so happy people stopped answering the question
Yep.
because now they don't have to talk about fucking Freescale, the energy company employees that were on there that were possibly murdered to cover up an energy weapon, or the fact that that plane is now sitting on a MetLife fucking U.S. airbase in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and maybe those people are having the best times of their lives, and we wouldn't even know.
Or they're just human cabbage that fish are eating. Who knows? But if you don't ask the questions, you don't get the answers.
Yeah, I imagine that Nemo is living in the captain's fucking rib
eyeball.
cage right now.
Exactly. Oh, this is great. If I make enough money, honey, I swear to God we can go to his rectum in a year.
So today we're not going to be covering the gigantic stories. Like, we're not going to be covering Aaron Rodgers. We're not going to be covering
Elliott.
Elliott.
Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers.
Ah, that's right. Elliott Rodger. We're not going to be covering the beheadings or anything like that. You know about that.
Right.
You've heard about all that stuff. We're going to be covering
These are
some
fun
of the
news stories.
Fun news stories, some of the lesser-known news stories. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this because you're followers of the macabre. And a lot of this stuff was posted on the Facebook groups throughout the year. Thank all of you for all the wonderful stories that you posted on the Facebook group throughout 2014.
Oh my! If you could archive the Facebook group from 2014, that should go in the Smithsonian. I mean, it's just full of lunacy.
What I love is the wisdom I learn every time I go on to the last podcast page.
Right.
The people there, it's great. My favorite is that I think Lupe started it. That cat that looks like it's crying. That meme with the cat
that looks like it's crying.
It's very funny.
Very sad. Well, let's start in January.
Yeah, let's start in January.
Tick-tock, rich father time.
You have a time machine. You just want to go back 1 year. You want just 12 months from right now.
I mean,
You can go anywhere in history, anytime.
let's just say I'm really afraid of like sitting on a really important squirrel somewhere.
Okay.
I don't need to change the whole time continuum, and all of a sudden we're worshiping bread.
Well, I think we do worship bread now. Think about it.
Oh, yeah.
High carb.
So we're going to start in January with a botched execution. Let's have a tiny little factoid about botched executions in the United States. From 1890 to 2010, the rate of botched lethal injections was 7.1% higher than any other form of executions. The electric chair was 1.9%. Hanging was at 3.1%. The gas chamber was at 5.1%. Firing squads, however, 0%. 100% effective.
Right. I am shocked that the highest percent of messing up is with the hanging.
No. The highest is lethal injection.
Oh, okay.
Hanging is 3.1. Hanging is third
hanging,
place.
That's really hard because it's like, just in case, you never know when you're on your way to execution. You think you're grabbing your hanging rope, but instead you're grabbing like one of the drapey things that you pull that have the curtain, the vertical slats that go up and down. That's always a problem because that snaps and everyone has a really like, oh, that is funny. Yeah. He almost died, but he's fine. And then they should pop him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Or you grab your wedding tie, and the next thing you know, you just got the guy looking like he's ready to go to a ball.
But isn't a wedding tie more of a noose than anything else?
Think about it. Think about that. Maybe the guy turned out to be 3 inches taller than you thought he was. He just lands right there on his 2 feet.
That's a big problem with hangings. Yeah, we'll do an episode on famous executioners in the future. Good old Jack Ketch.
These guys keep forgetting about the shins to the feet.
Right.
They gotta know. Like, listen, yes, I know. They're like, how big is the neck? Everybody's talking about how thick is this neck? How much rope are we looking at? But they don't think about, like, this man's got legs.
Right. I mean, do you chop the legs off or do you dig a ditch?
But what actually happens with
You know?
the lethal injection thing, the reason why that is the most prevalent in being botched is because they have problems with the drugs, right?
It's a cocktail of drugs.
But they went, well, I'm sure we'll talk about it. They used to get the high price, the good drugs, the good heroin, the good smack, but they decided to cut back and they went to the off-brand.
Well, it wasn't necessarily that they cut back. It was there was
Are we seriously
a company.
getting this stuff at like fucking CVS?
Swear to God, they're getting the Dwayne Reed brand toilet paper.
We've been getting it from the Dutch. There's a Dutch company that manufactured these lethal injection drugs that we've been using for years and years, but they suddenly decided to stop selling it to the United States. And
it turns out in the United States, they're only executing innocent people. So we're going to stop selling to them right now.
Yep. And they also, the supplies of it are running extremely low. So we started using alternative forms of execution, which
cool.
we'll get into that in a little bit. But let's
It's like lime juice, margarita Weetamix, all this stuff. It's like basically anything from a Jimmy Buffett restaurant. They're just starting to get there. They're like, well, it's old.
Yeah. Or just stuff left over from the holiday party.
Right.
Either one.
They're looking through the chemicals like a kid looked through the refrigerator in a Sunny D commercial. It's like, well, we got some orange stuff in here. Here's some purple drink. We'll try the purple drink then.
I hate to say this, sir, but that is a straight up grape flavored drink. That's not poison at all. Well, just drink it then.
Well, turns out we
I
just
wish I had some Sunny Delight.
Well, either way, it's not going to be good for them. Put it in the veins. So there were a couple of them this year. The first one's this guy in Ohio. His name was Dennis McGuire. It took over 25 minutes for him to die. His lawyer's very upset. They say that this violates, I believe, the 13th Amendment. Not the 13th. Maybe that was the one that freed the slaves. I don't know. I'm not President Obama. I'm not a constitutional lawyer here. But it's the one that says that we can dole out cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah.
So this guy, Dennis McGuire, raped and killed a pregnant woman in 1989. His lawyer, one unidentified witness, said that he gasped deeply. There was a kind of rattling guttural sound. Then there was a kind of snorting.
What they're talking about is literally the noises I make when I'm eating spare ribs alone in my apartment.
right. Yeah.
Except you, instead of hearing the sounds of like people watching a lethal execution, you hear the sounds of me watching Adventure Time.
Oh yeah, great show.
So Ohio officials, they chose to use, instead of the Danish drug that we can no longer get a hold of, they chose to use a sedative midazolam and a midazolam.
Yeah, midazolam definitely sounds like a drug you take before you go to an all-night EDM party. Gotta get that midazolam.
It sounds like a magic word.
Especially, because you could also immediately just start calling it Dazzle.
Yeah,
Just like immediately just be like, hey, man, hey. I just need about 8 ball of Dazzle, man.
I just gave you $3,000 worth of Dazzle. Where's my money, dude?
Oh, sorry, man. It just ran out on me, man. So I had to use it to kill 10 rapists this morning.
And they use that in connection with a drug called, a painkiller called hydromorphine. So it's, what it is they sedate them first and then they give them an overdose of painkillers.
Right.
This did not work. And Berkeley University's Megan McCracken, who advises lawyers that are challenging lethal injection practices, she said, quote, at the very least, we can say this execution did not proceed as planned.
I mean, that's because they gave her the Janis Joplin, or gave this guy the Janis Joplin. You can't just feed these people drugs that rock stars were doing in the 60s.
The other problem, too, is I mean, he kind of deserved it.
Well,
he kind of got what he deserved. You can't say it all the time, but if he fucking raped a pregnant woman, he kind of got it.
This
Killed
is
and
why
raped, yes.
the government shouldn't be allowed to put people to death and should have zero power in everything because they can't even murder. They can't. They don't have the ability to kill.
No, we know how to murder, but the problem is that when you ask them to do it all nice and cuddly, that's when they have the problems. It said if we needed to just straight fucking kill this guy, we wouldn't see him again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We should just do it what we did to Osama bin Laden, because Osama bin Laden barely even know he died. Because maybe
really
he's
does.
still fucking alive.
Or again, he is fish food in the bottom of the ocean.
2014.
He's an aquarium. He's an aquarium for somebody.
The
fish.
The other botched execution happened in April. This guy, Clayton Darrell Lockett, he didn't even die from the lethal injection itself. He had a heart attack. He was administered an untested mixture of drugs that had never been used before for executions. He died 43 minutes after being sedated. After he was declared unconscious, he raised his head and he said, "Oh man, I'm not." And then he also said,
Something's wrong.
Yeah, way wrong. We talked about this on Top Hat.
Yeah,
I
we
think
did.
The joke was about how it's a terrible execution if you die of natural causes. I mean, he died of a heart attack.
Yeah, they gave him a lethal injection, and then he got hit by a bus outside of the fucking prison.
How the hell does that happen? How did he die? Old age. Old age took him. Yeah, father time. You can't stop that.
His crimes in 1999, he kidnapped, beat, and shot Stephanie Neiman, a 19-year-old high school graduate, and a friend of his other victims and a witness to his crimes. He beat her and used duct tape to bind her hands and cover her mouth. Even after being kidnapped and driven to a dusty county road, Neiman did not back down when Lockett asked if she planned to contact the police. After she stated she would go to the police as soon as he let her go.
Which is really cool as shit. But I mean, like, when it comes down to it, you're like, call the goddamn police. Of course I'm calling the police. You better kill me. You better kill me. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Is that I'll start in the you better kill me monologue.
Yeah.
And then I'll get murdered.
Yeah. I just feel like sometimes teach your kids to lie.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations.
What they have to learn is the old healing power of comedy.
Yeah.
You just start making this guy laugh, chuckling. It's like, oh, maybe I got to keep this guy around a little bit longer. This guy's a fucking barrel of laughs. Look at this guy. All of a sudden, you're drinking together. Next thing you know, you're godfather to his fucking son.
So you recommend doing what Bart Simpson did with Sideshow Bob to survive on the boat?
Sing the HMS Pinafore. Yes.
Okay, good.
Well, it didn't work out for Lockett. She was buried alive.
Ooh, that's one of the worst.
That's it. That is my worst fear. That for me is the worst death, is being buried alive.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lockett ordered an accomplice to bury her while she was still
I don't
breathing.
know my question is, I don't know how you get buried alive. I would not be buried alive. I would be shot.
Well-
because if you started laying me down and be like, all right, now lay there still, I'd just be like, look at me twisted. I'm twisted. I'm digging up all the dirt. How's that dirt going to get solid if I'm too busy twisted?
I love that this guy had an accomplice doing it like he's just a small business owner. You know, he's just a small businessman getting his employees to do all the work for him.
He's making jobs.
Right.
For others. And like most jobs these days, it's like an internship. It's an unpaid internship.
Right.
It's about getting your foot in the door.
Well, she actually didn't die from being buried alive. She died from the 2 shotgun wounds that Lockett had given her before the suffocation
Oh,
got
so
her.
she was barely buried alive.
Yeah.
It was more just the intense worst fear you could possibly have. Dying with
The
that.
buildup is
the
rough.
buildup is
And
really
that's
rough.
actually going to be a great new show coming to True TV, Barely Buried Alive.
And it's just like me in a tub covered in blankets.
Yeah, but your head's still exposed, so you are barely buried alive.
Thank you. Where's my money?
Well, they also used the drug midazolam. They used dazzle in this one as well. And one expert testified in this Florida case that instead of sedating, some patients turn extremely violent when given midazolam.
Oh, perfect. Mm-hmm. Well, but then the best part is that when they freak out right before they start attacking everybody, you got all these cops with guns and firing squads are 100% effective.
100%. Let's go back to the firing squad.
If
Jesus.
we've learned anything this year, cops can use those guns very well.
Ferguson, 2014.
Think about it. Think about it. Think about it.
So they used it in conjunction. They used midazolam with potassium chloride, and that causes severe pain unless it's used with an anesthetic. But when
I also think it makes Twinkies yellow.
Yes. Makes them last quite a while.
And of course, they should have consulted an anesthesiologist, somebody who is versed in the ways of pharmacology, but they didn't consult any doctors.
What, did they just get like a guy named Spider?
Yeah, I mean,
like
that's,
backstage, he's like, yeah, it should be enough. You know, the thing is that it killed my dog, so it should maybe kill him. We'll probably use twice as much as we used to kill my dog with it.
Well, speaking of dogs, this cocktail was deemed too painful for use in dogs.
Well, yeah, of course.
Jesus Christ.
Dogs are beloved in this country.
They are. So it's just a corrections officer doing this? These glorified wait staff for white trash?
It's the executioner.
Right.
Yeah, so they've got special executioners.
And by the way, they need to go back to wearing the hoods.
Yeah.
I hate this naked-faced executioner bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like when Kiss took off the makeup, and you just realized they're a bunch of ugly Jewish dudes.
Yeah, when they wanted to be acoustic.
Yeah.
That was a rough side. Yeah, I'm sick of these acoustic fucking executioners. We need some heavy metal executioners. He should be sitting there with the fucking skull's head on and like a gauntlets and like long drapey black all over him, and he says like, "Prepare to see the end of your fate."
Right, exactly. He's got a guitar / sickle in his hand. Just fucking beheads the dude.
That'd be fucking sweet as shit.
That'd be awesome.
Well, it's unclear how much of this cocktail of drugs actually entered his system because the vein that they used collapsed while they were administering it. And the vein they chose, this is a weird one, they used a vein in his groin area, and a cloth was put over his groin to prevent witnesses from seeing said groin area.
I do feel like it is inappropriate that if you're already going to administer a lethal injection to a man, do you really got to do it through the head of his cock?
I mean, it's tough to say, but I like the idea that these people who are going to watch a man die would be totally disgusted if you looked at it. But look at his penis. Oh my God, we just went to see a murder. I didn't know it was going to be so trashy.
The father of the daughter, I'd be standing and being like, I want to see his cock. I want to see it go straight into his goddamn cock. Let me do it. Let me do it.
Well, that was January. In February, the UK, which we will be going to in March. Tickets on sale now at gigsandtours.com. Just search Last Podcast on the Left to see if we're coming to a city near you.
Now, this is a story that makes me both like nervous and also excited about being in the UK even more.
Right.
This was when spree killer Joanne Dennehy went on a bit of a row, as they call it, in England. She killed 3 people in a stabbing spree and severely injured 2 others. When she went to trial, she was described by the judge at the Old Bailey as having a, quote, sadistic lust for blood, and she was sentenced this year. This is amazing. She is only the 3rd woman in the history of England to be sentenced to life in prison behind Myra Henley and Rosemary West.
Our 2 favorites.
Yeah.
Also, in this one, she used... The weapon was, if you ever watch QVC late at night, and they're like, we've got a brand new knife set coming your way.
Yeah, it was like the dragon spear or whatever it was called.
It's one of those knives that's so ludicrous looking, you're just like, oh, no one would actually use that to murder anybody, but she took it.
I love her.
I love her too.
I kind of like her. Is she, when you watch videos of her, because so we were saying this before, it's like, a lot of the times, not to discourage the ladies, I love a good old-fashioned lady murderer. But a lot of the times, when they say that they're wicked and they say, like, oh, I just wanted to see what it felt like, you're like, well, you were curious and then maybe you were surprised at the outcome. She is a person that is a true cold-blooded killer. Like, I showed the video of Mark, I showed to Marcus the video of her arraignment, and it's just her just talking about, she's like, these clothes aren't sexy enough. I need something that fit my ass, something that fit my cheeks. And she was just like an old-fashioned, like, an evil woman from a horror movie, from an old British movie. She's amazing.
Yep, she told a psychiatrist, I killed to see how I would feel, to see if I was as cold as I thought I was. Then it got Moorish.
Cool.
Like,
that's great.
Not necessarily more, but more-ish. And by the way, in comparison to the United States, the UK, they have sentenced 3 women to life in prison in the entire history of their country. The United States just currently has over 5,000 women serving life prison sentences.
Because we punish people equally. It is a democracy. That's what we do.
Freedom. It's all about that. So there's just 3 people, 3 chicks in this prison just running wild like Jack Nicholson in The Shining. They just have a bunch of places to play around.
Oh, Rosemary West is having a fantastic time.
No, she's not. She's very upset in jail. She's not doing well. You heard all the story.
No, she said she never wants to come out. She's having a great time with board games. She's got a girlfriend.
But the problem is that she's also known as being despicably mean. She grew out her mustache hairs. Oh,
that's
see
fine.
those pictures?
That's okay.
She grew her mustache hairs out. She's looking kind of like a Kung Fu sensei.
Right.
She's having a great, I guess in that way, but they say that she mostly sits alone.
Oh, well,
now she has a new friend.
Yeah, now she does.
There's only
have
one
a new
other
friend.
person to hang out
Can you
with.
eat pussy in jail?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No, she had. No, wait. That was Myra Henley that had a relationship with a guard for quite a long time.
Awesome.
Yeah. That
Also
woman.
gross though.
Yeah.
They love it though, and it's after menopause. That's when the ladies get their facial hair. I learned that this week. So she's not wet down there are bleeding every month, so that's exciting.
Well, Dennehy had an accomplice, her boyfriend. His name was
guy.
His name was Gary Richards, a.k.a. Gary Stretch. He is 7 foot 3 inches tall and one of Britain's tallest men.
He's an ugly motherfucker, too. Ooh. And did you see those pictures that we put up? Someone put them up a long time ago. It's her in her bra with stomach cuts all over her face, like dancing all over the place, like right before she committed the murders with Gary Stretch, her boyfriend. And they're all like, you know, there's something that is so sexually free about absolutely disgusting people. When someone's like so disgusting, but they're all like very like, oh yeah, I suck his cock. You want to come in and watch? You want to watch me fuck my boyfriend? And it's never somebody hot.
No. These people are just like if you gave a personality to a boiled hot dog. That's all they are. They're about as trashy as it gets. I love this woman though. I mean, they lived. It was in the apartment complex. It was in the hallway there. That's where all the hot erotica pictures are.
Yep.
So you can imagine someone just like opened their door and then like looked down the hallway and there's like, I'll wait. I'm just gonna wait 15 minutes.
I
to go
don't
to the
like
store,
going into the hallway when my very nice hipster neighbors are coming out of the apartment.
Can't do
Never
it.
mind when you got Gary Stretch and fucking Joe.
Yep,
Yeah.
she did a sexy picture showing her belly, and then he did a sexy picture showing his belly. It was one of those, oh no, I'm going to do it, and now you do
You're
it.
funny, Gary. You're funny.
Hey,
I'm
going to do it.
Let's go fucking kill tonight.
Still not as creepy as most of Dov Charney's photo shoots.
Oh,
Think about
American
that.
Apparel.
American Apparel.
What? I am not politically fucking active.
American Apparel, Henry.
I love the American Apparel pictures. Are they all 14?
Yeah,
Tell me
they're
that they're
all
not 14.
molested girls.
No, they're not, right? They're 18
No,
at
they're
least.
molested. They're very molested.
Everybody's been molested but me.
All right.
Well, these murders were called the Peterborough Ditch Murders, and they took place last
Not a
year.
clever name. It's just because they dumped them in a ditch.
And it was in Peterborough.
Right.
And all of the victims were male. They all died from stab wounds. They were all discovered dumped in ditches outside of Peterborough. Now, here's something that you should be careful about, Ben.
Uh-oh.
The two men that they stabbed, and that the ones that lived.
They had a bunch of loose skin.
No.
Okay. All right. They have red hair.
Nope.
No, they are born on July 21st.
No, they are not.
All right. So I'm
Oh,
fine.
not that I know.
Yeah, why are they...
Dog walkers.
Yes.
Whoa. Good thing I'm a dog nanny, and I mostly spend time cuddling them. So think about that.
I feel like they want you to spend less time cuddling them.
Yes. One would argue they don't want me to be their employee anymore. Very good.
That is fun truth.
Yeah.
That is a fun little truth.
Well, she pleaded guilty. She took everyone by surprise by going in and saying, I've pleaded guilty, and that's that. And one of the victims, his name was something Lee. His last name was
Keith Lee.
Keith Lee.
And they went and they basically, she was fucking him.
Yes, she was.
She was fucking him, and he was not only her.
Yes.
And you know what? I think Gary Stretch was totally cool with it.
Absolutely.
I believe. I think he might have had like a Fred West room where he had the little keyhole, the little eye hole.
Totally.
She was a bit of a prostitute.
Yes.
And that's what they said. It's like basically when she would go missing they had testimony from her first husband who like watched her go around. She was, massive drunk, massive heroin user, and she was just a local favorite. People knew who she was.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, she could have been, had she taken a right instead of a left, she could have been quite a beauty.
Oh.
She had a lot of good potential.
Heroin just don't make you pretty.
Don't make it pretty, never. Nope.
So she killed, the three people she killed. She killed Lee. She killed another guy named Slabazewski. Stabbed him
Now
in the
that's
heart.
a great name. That's like the scream in rage, like Slabazewski. I want your badge and your gun on my desk.
Well, I didn't mean to shoot all the neighborhood cats.
I will tell you that I was never officially given a gun. I kind of just took one from the gun room. So
Put it
now
back.
you have them back. I'll put them back.
Put it back.
Killed another guy, last name Chapman. He was stabbed in the neck and chest. She was arrested after neighbors living on West Falling Street in Peterborough. They said that she had been randomly stabbing and attacking people, and then after her arrest, she was linked to the previous murders and charged, and she was sentenced to life in prison for the participation in all these attacks.
Yeah, and so
All
she
right.
was like a good old fashioned, just a ball of mayhem, kind of
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, and Stretch was sent to life in prison as well.
Well,
Yeah.
why?
because he helped out.
Yeah, he helped out. He was complicit
just-
in all the murders.
He's just the big dummy. You know, I feel like if you're a lady and you're with a guy who does a bunch of murdering, they try to get the girl to turn on the dude and maybe she gets 10 years. I think that Stretch was the gal here.
Yeah?
She was much more masculine. She was the one who wanted to kill. Stretch just, I wish they would accept me.
Yeah.
He was just huge and big.
I'm bigger than everyone else. If they could see what my eyes can see, taller than anyone should be.
Well, with any luck, they'll treat me normal when I go out of the house today. Hey, you fucking freak! Oh, never mind.
Joanna loves me.
And then we're on to March, and March just...
Man, only
Where's
3
the
months
plane?
in.
Where's the fucking plane?
This
It's
is
March. Where is the plane? This is the only major one that it's just March is when the plane disappeared. Nothing else happened in March as far as we're concerned. Where's the fucking plane?
Can I go a little bit on a limb here?
Let's do it.
Just in a true conspiracy sense, right? I've spent a long time reading about this. We did a whole episode about this that we had to scrap because we had horrible audio. Right. And because at the time we were all obsessed with it and we were researching it. And so last night I was just kind of like going through because I wanted to see like what was more like, you know, like different angles in the conspiracy sort of like about the disappearance of the plane.
Well, you know,
And
the Texas scientists were on the plane. Did China take the plane?
Did China take the plane? Did aliens take the plane? Was it a sacrifice to a new electronic weapon? Was it commandeered by the U.S. government?
Was it like a bad 1980s racist comedian joke being like, I told you Asians couldn't drive? Yeah. You know, is it just a punchline? You know?
So what I noticed is that every top news aggregate website, like CNN and what was it, the big paper over in UK as well,
The Sun or whatever.
The Daily Sun, the Mirror,
The Mirror,
the Daily News, or
so
Daily Mail.
Basically, you see all of these actual legit places, the Washington Post, who all were collecting. They're like, what are the biggest conspiracies about the missing Malaysian airplane? And they were making a joke about it. And that is, to me, when you talk about disinformation and you talk about like them feeding you and controlling a storyline, the fact that newspapers that are connected to the gigantic corporations that run everything, that are also the people that fund every senator in the United States, that all of the money is put into super PACs all over the country, right? They have now adopted saying that there's a conspiracy, and they're making it a big fun joke.
Yeah.
Like about how, like, look at all these funny things. 237 people died. They disappeared. They have no idea where the hell these bodies are. Maybe somebody knows. Who knows?
Right.
They are accepting the conspiracy thing, which to me is double-layered conspiracy. It's like that's the conspiracy.
Oh, shit.
It's that like they are. They let the cover-up happen. It's like making fun of the UFO people. It's letting it happen in plain sight. It's doing this stuff. They're doing this more and more because they believe everybody's a crackpot. If you believe in conspiracies, they think you're crazy. And they are owning the storyline, and they're telling people what to think.
Well, they are newspapers.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
But, you know, I think it's very fun,
It
though.
just sounds fucking
These are
as fishy as a fucking grandma's set of panties.
Oh, I love Grandma's set of panties. But this is on par, you know, with what we were talking about in the O.J. Simpson situation, the dancing Edos that were on the Tonight Show. When we do go on the CNNs of the world, and we will at some point, I guarantee you they're going to be like, how dare you guys make fun of the victims of all these murderers? And we'll throw it right back in their face. They spent a month making bank money on these 237, now, again, marine food.
And now it can just be a
humans.
big funny joke about how there's a conspiracy about it. But the problem is because nobody knows the fucking truth. And that is a huge problem.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I just think it's like, what's the answer? Just say yes, of course, they're probably at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
fucking, where's the answer? Why don't you know? And so it's that to me is just one of those things when the secret that behind a curtain pokes its head through, and you see how they own the news stories, how they own the storyline, and then they can do whatever they want with it. And then basically they're like, oh, all this conspiracy stuff is for nutcases. How dare you? But meanwhile, it's because what they get to do is avoid answering the question.
I just hope if I'm on a plane, and let's just say I'm flying Virgin Airlines, I hope the plane doesn't go down while I'm in the middle of the first 48. Oh, I love that show.
Love that show,
Love
and I
that
hate
shit.
it when I miss the end.
Oh my God.
I
Black
have
guy
even
did
worse. I have it even worse when I missed the beginning.
Oh my God. Who is murdered and why?
All right, well that is my rant.
Yeah, and by the way, the whole time you were pointing and talking at me like I knew the answer. I don't know the answer.
Where's the plane?
What's the answer, Marcus? Where's the goddamn plane?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Let's move on to April.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
No, it's all done. It's all done.
It's the principle of the thing.
Yeah, it's the
Right.
principle. Let's move on to April, the stabbing month.
Lots of stabbings.
Oh, 3 big stabbings in April. The first was this guy. His name was Trang Ray Lee. He was 47. This was in Ontario. And this was a big month for stabbings in Canada. He had 3 counts of attempted murder and 4 counts of aggravated assault, 4 counts of assault with
And
a
this
weapon.
is a group of people that don't have many guns.
Yeah,
So now you
very
see, if they don't
little
got the guns, they're going to knives.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
that's why the guy that went up and shot up the parliament and shot all the security guards, those security guards, there are no bullets in their guns.
Yeah.
Which that was a big mistake. But Marcus and I were talking before the show, Canada really coming up in the violence game.
Yep, just yesterday. We're recording this on New Year's Eve. Just yesterday, 9 people were killed in Manitoba, I believe, in a huge citywide shooting
I've always
spree.
said this, and I'll say it before.
Ontario.
Manitoba is very dangerous in December. Just, you got to avoid Manitoba in December. That is common knowledge, people.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll just drive right through there to Manitoba. And,
I forgot that it's the stabbing celebration where everybody who's got a knife has got to stab somebody, because if they do, they get a 20% coupon over at Filings.
oh, well, it's well worth it then. 20% off.
This guy, he stabbed a bunch of people because he got fired.
Hey, I've
Pretty
been
much.
there.
Yep. The next
Very
one up
common.
was in Pittsburgh. This 20 people were hurt in this stabbing rampage. 19 students and a security guard. The kid was a 16-year-old sophomore. They said that he was flashing 2 knives around as he moved through the classroom in the first floor hallway.
That seems like such a classic 1980s, like sort of screwball comedy.
Like him
Yeah.
flipping those like butterfly eyes around, gonna be like, "Hey, yeah, I'm bad. I'm from the other side of the tracks."
Right, but at the end of the day, he has a really good heart, and we found out that his father was an alcoholic and his mother didn't take care of him enough.
But that's why where the '80s movies leave off, as they don't finish the end, or when he goes and lightly stabs 20 people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the alternate ending to Summer School.
I'm also gonna put it this way: I know he was stabbing people, and it's very true and real. But he was barely stabbing these guys.
Well,
Yeah.
no,
He was just kind of trying to see if they're rare or not. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
going
is that how you-
"Did."
Oh,
Like
no,
you go
man.
through, like you go through a supermarket, but you're squeezing avocados, but this guy's just stabbing people to see if they're fresh.
I don't know, man. One doctor described the knife wounds that he saw as several inches deep and, quote, impressively large.
Hey, let's not. We can't be complimenting.
Oh
it.
my!
I got to say, because not that I think about it all the time, but I'd like to think that if I was going around stabbing a bunch of people, that I'd do it just like that little boy did.
Just like that. Yeah, that's not good. If you go to the doctor and you're like, "I think I've been stabbed," and the doctor's like, "Impressive? Yes, very impressive.
Look how big it is.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I can put my whole finger in it.
Yeah, like Shao Kahn in
Jesus.
Mortal Kombat. Impressive. Yep. One kid, the knife pierced his liver, his diaphragm, and several major blood vessels. Missed his heart by millimeters. 7 were stabbed in the chest, back, and abdomen. He had a pretty good run. Of course, there were no fatalities in those 2.
Right.
He's
but
being kind of like Raphael.
Yeah, I mean, 20 people. He must have gone through a Ted Bundy when he went into the sorority house and got the 4 girls in 15 minutes sort of frantic phase.
It just reminds me of, it makes me think of that fat kid doing the Jedi thing with the broom handle, and it's him just running down the hallway going like, stabbing randomly.
That was the first internet sensation that went viral, Star Wars Kid.
Yeah.
I believe he was called. And you know what? He was extremely suicidal.
yes.
Not happy with
Oh, he
that.
should have been. It was quite embarrassing.
Impressive.
Well, the third mass stabbing in April, this one resulted in quite a few murders. This guy, Matthew DeGrude, he went to a house party and fatally stabbed 5 people. They were celebrating the end into the semester.
Let's also put it this way. It was a fondue party. They had run out of those long forks. And so it starts with just the stat. Next thing you know, you got 3 or 4 glasses of wine. You got close to 2 pounds of Gouda in you. You're starting to have hallucinations. You're starting to see people, ooh, you look like a big piece of bread.
Right. That's true.
Well, he they said that he brought an quote-unquote instrument from work to stab people, but once he got to the party, he saw a knife in the kitchen, decided that that was a much better weapon, and he stabbed 5 people to death. 3 of them were pronounced dead on the scene.
Damn.
2 of them later died in the hospital. I mean, he went deep in this stabbing. And
So
he
he
got
brought-
away, too. Everyone just ran. When he started stabbing, people just ran away. They scattered. He was arrested 40 minutes K9 unit.
Oh, very
A dog
good.
caught him.
That's good. Dogs are great.
Yep. His last post on Facebook read, "The world needs a hero."
Whoa.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Well, he was quoting a Megadeth song that's called "Dread and the Fugitive Mind."
Can we play it?
Well, let me look for it.
This is his favorite song.
Well, right, but I mean, how does he be a hero? How does this make him a hero? He just stabbed a bunch of people at a dinner party.
He was thinking of himself like he was some sort of, I don't know, Scarlet Witch. I don't
Did he
know, what's the
think
name
he
of one of these characters?
Did he think it was
Wolverine?
He's like a Wolverine. He thinks he's being Wolverine, and everybody around him is being a fucking...
Oh yeah, this is stabbing music.
I'll teach Debbie to not come with me to the Megadeth concert.
That'll teach her.
Yep, that is "Dread and the Fugitive Mind" by Megadeth.
That's great.
And he was also a fan of motivational speaker Chris Gardner, of whom the Will Smith movie *The Pursuit of Happiness*
Think
was based
about,
on.
without his encouragement and that sort of drive, he may have just used that knife to kill himself.
Right.
But instead, he believed in himself, and he knew that the world needed a hero that day. So he went to that party. Instead of bringing the booze, he
Right.
brought an instrument, literally a sharp saxophone, from his job in order to stab people.
You know, I was thinking about this, as a matter of fact, 2 days ago, and I'm over self-help. I'm over self-help books, and I'm over encouraging words of wisdom because most of the people I don't like, and I don't want them to have more spirit or soul. I don't
problem
want
is
them to have the go get it attitude.
Who had a lot of spirit in life, right?
Right.
Hitler.
Sure.
A lot of spirit.
You could argue that Hitler was the little kitty holding on from the mountain.
He had a lot of spirit.
He definitely
Napoleon.
hung in there until the Russians demolished Berlin.
Yeah, and then of
Genghis
course he went to
Khan.
retire in Argentina.
Yeah. Oh, and I saw a new picture of him recently.
Ah.
They said a new picture that is proof that he's been living in Argentina all this time. And I got to tell you, he looked like shit.
Yeah, he's got to be over 100 years old by
No,
now.
it's not recent. It was from the 70s.
Okay. Well, we'll actually get to a surviving Nazi later on, but before then,
But Ben
Do not, do not. Your father was the cop. All right, we're not going to go there.
so in May, we're going to go for a story that I can't believe this is almost more of a roundtable story. This happened in the Czech Republic. 2 men, Tomas Krapela and Rudolf Fion, were handed life sentences for producing tainted alcohol that killed more than 30 people.
This is such an. I mean, we covered a lot of horrible crimes, and they're all terrible.
Yeah.
I think that this is the worst crime on this whole thing.
Right.
Because it's so random and it's so fucked up. They literally just poison a bunch of beer, and it's like. That's the exact opposite of what we need beer for. Beer is to help everyone.
Yeah, they used.
This is the most hippie argument you've ever made.
I love beer.
Yeah, beer is great.
Sweet, sweet booze. It's like if you told me someone poisoned the nug. I'd be like, how dare you break that trust?
Right, that's very true. That's a good point.
Well, they were selling a bootleg, of course, and the bootleg alcohol was diluted with the industrial chemical methanol, which is commonly used to make windscreen wiper fluid.
Man, I'll tell you though, the first couple of sips of this booze were awesome.
Well, you get hammered.
Yeah.
If you can live,
Right.
you get real drunk.
Yep, they killed 38 people. And
38 drunks.
And the
Think about that.
38 dregs, 38 drains on society.
Yeah, out there getting booze hounded instead of working in our factories making bullets for boys overseas.
That's right.
Well, the deaths, this is an interesting fact. The deaths were described at the time as the Czech Republic's worst case of fatal alcohol poisoning in 30 years.
In 30 years.
So this has happened before.
Yeah, and not that long ago. Oh, 38 dead from alcohol. Huh? That reminds me of last Tuesday.
And they go and they have that like 0 days since like men have died of alcohol.
All right, back to zero.
Well, in June, we had the Tuam Children's Grave Scandal. This is when a Catholic archbishop in the Republic of Ireland, he said that the church has no records about the burial of 800 children at a mother-baby home in Ireland.
At least those kids fucking died. My big thing is, what about the kids that lived and had to live with the memories from that fucking orphanage?
Oh, my God. No,
Absolutely awful.
Remembering Sister June coming down being like, it's time to play pepperoni counter, and she's like, she has all the kids line up with their dicks out, and she goes around like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the fourth is my favorite because I give it a little bit of a sucky.
You know, that's not that bad. That doesn't sound too terrible.
If everyone's consenting and you're paying for it,
Sure.
Well, this was what they call in Ireland a mother-baby home. This is...
I mean, I'm just going to say that is dumb.
Yeah, mother-baby?
Yeah, because
it's in Italian.
What's in that house there? Mother baby.
Mother baby.
Are they baby mothers? Are there children having sex or having babies or
the mother baby?
How old's the mother? Is the mother the baby? Or the mother has a baby?
Mother baby.
Mother baby house. Okay.
Well,
what's the name of that house? Oh, that's
Mother baby.
Mother baby house. Okay.
Well, this place operated from 1926 to 1961, and the remains of some of the children were found in a disused septic tank.
Well, not disused anymore.
Hey, you know, it comes down to it is that as long as it could have been an empty septic tank.
Right.
Which is a travesty. They would just throw it. The reason why they ended up in the septic tank is because the backyard was full.
Right.
It's
like the burbs.
It's literally the same thing. The backyard was full. They started putting bodies in the thing. And so what it was, I was starting doing research about this place, this orphanage. The mother baby homes are where the mother baby.
Yeah, the mother baby house.
They are for when it's basically for women to go discreetly have a baby when they have a baby out of wedlock. But most of the time, what they do with these babies is they kill them. Is they take the baby, they go like clack clack clack. They'll snap it like it's a wet towel and then fucking throw it in a ditch.
Yeah,
and that's what they did. And because they were fucking nurses,
they got away with it.
Well, not only that, not only did the women give birth and, the nuns pretty much, just killed the babies, these women were forced to work at the mother-baby home for a year afterwards to pay off the debt.
Well, I have no problem with that. I just want to say, thanks, new pope. You know, classic new pope. But it also happened to John Wayne Gacy when he got the 33 in the crawl space, but then he killed an extra 6, and he's just like, what?
No, what do I
you got to throw him in the river.
Yeah, it happened to Fred and Rosemary West as well. Yeah, they filled up everything, so they had to go out to that old farmhouse.
Oh, man, that needs to be a show. Human hoarders. Corpse hoarders.
Corpse hoarders.
Oh, God.
And then at the end of each episode, like, they help them organize their houses, and then they arrest them.
They organize the corpse bones.
And they're like, and now that everything's neat, you're coming to jail from, it's just, because what was John Wayne Gacy's thing? It's like, I didn't kill anybody. The most they could get me is for running an illegal morgue.
No, it was for running an unlicensed cemetery.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Right. So my bedroom has finally become a safe haven. I have it all cleaned up.
So this grave was originally found in 1975 by two 12-year-old boys.
Ooh, that is such a great fun find for you and your 12-year-old friend.
Oh, yeah, you literally just find a fucking ditch filled with bones.
We were
I would have been so happy.
Every single trip with my friends was in the back of our minds, will we find a bunch of human bones? Please, God, let us find a bunch of human bones.
These kids were living like the Goonies.
Exactly. Although there's no gold in Ireland.
Yeah. No. All the gold is in their teeth because it's all rotten from just drinking booze and eating mud. I don't know what
it doesn't matter.
Beautiful women, very smart
I love
men.
The Irish.
Oh yeah,
love the Irish.
Well, they thought initially that these baby skeletons were just from the potato famine. So they said, fuck it.
That's great. No, that's just a normal dead baby field. You know, when we ran out of potatoes and everybody was just they would just throw them out in the field.
Jesus. So it's like they're walking around like you're going through Detroit and you see a bunch of old car parts and you're like, yeah, there used to be a car factory here. But they're like, this reminds me a lot of all the corpses from the potato factory. Well, those corpses are new.
Well, this woman, the reason why we heard about it this year was because a historian named Catherine Corliss decided to do a little bit of digging.
Nosy woman.
Oh, leave her alone.
Yep. She said that she went to the Births, Deaths, and Marriages Registration Office in Galway, asked them if she could have records of the children who died at that home, and she said, when they came back to me, she said, we have the records, but there's quite a number.
8. The number's 8.
It's 8.
800.
800. 8. Now it's 8, but then there's 2 zeros behind it, so I guess it's now -8.
Is it like the word woo? Is
Yeah.
it like saying woo? Hey, woo?
Ayoo. Mother baby?
I'm going to need to go to another authority. Thank you.
Well, this home was run by the nuns. They were called the Bon Secours sisters.
Yeah, just a bunch of fucking evil, twatted, twisted sisters.
These women. Oh wow.
Oh, yeah,
These
nice.
women were doing a service, dare I say?
Yeah, they ran 3 mother-baby homes.
Hey, I remember when Sam Walton ran into Walmart and he was just like, I got a Walmart on my hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. They're like mother babies. These women keep fucking.
Right.
And we have plenty of ditches.
So these nuns are the Sam Walton of abortion clinics.
Yes.
Yeah. There were 10 institutions of these kind in Ireland in the 20th century. 35,000 unmarried pregnant women who they called fallen women were shuttled through these homes.
Ireland has the strictest abortion standards in the world. It's borderline. I mean, it is completely illegal.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Really?
They just allowed a woman to. They just allowed a fetus to die instead of a woman who was being kept alive via tubes and machinery. But they allowed her to die, so then the baby died with her. But it was very rare.
They allowed her to die?
Yeah, because they were keeping her
brain dead.
alive because of the baby inside of her. But then they were like, fuck it.
Yeah. You know what? His whole thing, that's fucking trash, his whole thing.
Yeah.
They're very Catholic.
It's what we call the double shivo right there.
Nothing like a double shivo.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, man.
The thing is that you get the baby death for half off.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yep. Death rates were extraordinarily high at this place. 34% of the kids died at the home in 1943. 25% died in 1944. 23% died in 1945. They're going down every year.
Yeah.
But in 1946, they pop back up to 27%. Most of them died of sickness or malnutrition. There were just a ton of unmarked graves. And of course, the Associated Press, they got this story and they ran with it without getting all the facts straight. First, they said that these kids had not received Roman Catholic baptisms, which in Ireland is actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
But documents said that many at the orphanage were baptized. Not all of them, but
That's
many
what
of
a
them.
priest calls when he takes a piss on you.
Yeah.
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 And another correction they had to make was the AP quoted a researcher who said that sheep's remains who died there were in the septic tank, but researchers have since clarified that without excavation and forensic analysis, it is impossible to know how many sets of the remains the tank contains. It's impossible to know, but they
Right.
said most likely only about 200 were dumped in the shitter.
Oh, that's fine.
that's it.
That's like David Duke being like, yes, the Holocaust happened, but it wasn't 6 million Jews. It was just 2 million Jews.
And the other thing is, too, it's just like the quality of these toilets. I can't even flush a paper towel down my toilet without it getting all clogged up.
Oh, man, you got a bucket full of shit paper in your bathroom.
You just fucking,
Right.
You mean you can get a whole baby's arm down there?
I mean,
that's
honestly,
incredible.
if I was selling toilets to high schools, that would be one of my marketing tools.
Also-
you could flush a baby right down the Ben Kissel toilet for all your juniors and sophomore girls who are constantly getting pregnant here.
I'm hearing lots of like many and most. You know who wouldn't stand for many and most? Sam Walton. Again, I think if
about it.
Sam Walton got into the abortion business over there, you wouldn't be getting many of these people were counted for. Oh, most of them.
Right.
Every one of them. You know why?
Everyone.
Because they have Quicken. And Quicken is great for keeping your record straight.
A great program. Gotta
really
use
is.
it. Yeah.
So in July, on July 9th, 2014, there was a mass shooting that located in the town of Spring, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston, which left 6 family members dead, 4 of them children, and 1 lone survivor. The shooter was 33-year-old Ronald Lee Haskell.
And this guy looks just like
I will play him in a movie.
You will play him in a movie. He looks just like every internet troll.
Yeah.
He looks the exact thing that he has the if you only grow a beard on the bottom of your face, don't grow a beard.
Don't grow a beard.
Yeah, neck beards, they call them.
Neck beard.
Yeah.
Hate
God.
the neck beard.
No, hate it. So the actual crime started about a week before. He went over to his mother's house. Her name was Carla Jean, and she told that San Marcos police that she wanted a restraining order against her son after having a, quote, ferocious argument, which resulted in her being forced into the garage, having a wrist tied with duct tape and taped to a computer chair for almost 4 hours
I believe
while
me, I
he
don't know how
threatened
many-
to kill her and his entire family.
My fucking Christmas, I was ready to do the same thing. I understand it.
Yep, and the incident was allegedly sparked when Haskell's mother said that she was still in contact with his ex-wife, which he was not.
Let's put it this way. Oh, she wasn't? Because that's rough. You can't be in contact with the ex-wife. You can't.
That's
you can't have
fine.
empathy. All these people around. It's like,
Dare I say I agree with the ex-wife for divorcing him?
Yeah.
yeah, I
seems
mean,
like
he's
this-
at a bit of a temper.
It seems like it.
You know, especially when it gets to I'd hate to see him at the return counter. You know, at Target.
Oh yeah. This is not the first time we've mentioned duct tape and using that to tape up somebody's wrists. They just like separate your hands.
No,
just, like,
duct tape is horrible.
No, I know, but with the
horribly
original,
difficult.
duct tape, when you just start duct taping, it takes a second.
What you gotta do is you gotta do that fucking Harry Houdini trick. This is a tip for everybody. If you're ever being tied up, what you do, and it is true, is you flex your muscles as hard as you can. And so what you do is, so it's like with that, it's like you would place your hands like this with your fists facing together. You make him tie you like this, and then what they do, it's like you give yourself a little wiggle room. If you flex as much as you can while you're getting your fucking ropes tied around your body, and then you relax, you got like a half an inch of room.
Ooh, very good.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's a lifesaver right there.
Well, Haskell had a temper, but he was also a master of disguise. He went over to his ex-wife's house dressed up as a FedEx employee.
I mean, he just watched Jim Carrey's Pet Detective, Ace Ventura Pet Detective, and was like, "I'll do that."
Not even Jim Carrey's pay. This is more of a Dana Carvey master of disguise.
Turtly.
Yeah,
Turtly.
turtly.
Too turtly for you. Say it with my little wiener and two tiny little balls. That's all I think about.
God, I can't believe this guy is such a piece of shit.
Oh, he's awful. He went searching for his ex-wife. The door was answered by, this was, by the way, the sister of the mother, the sister of his ex-wife. It was answered by the mother's 15-year-old daughter who didn't recognize him because master of disguise.
Master of disguise. And he was also going like, "Hello, I am here to search for your mother. It's certainly not I, Robert Lee Haskell. Never in 1,000 years."
Yeah.
Not the sharpest girl, right?
No. I mean, no one involved in this story,
Right.
is in a Pentagon think tank.
No.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So Haskell left after the ruse didn't work. But he returned a short time
Because he
later.
just like wrote FedEx on fucking piece of masking tape with fucking Sharpie on it.
It's the kid who got to go to the Metallica concert, but he didn't have the money for a shirt, so he just wrote Metallica on his white T-shirt.
Mailman, got your mail here.
Where's the mail? Do you have any mail? It's in the truck. I gotta get it in the truck.
Oh, where's your truck?
What's behind you? Oh, okay. You just see him slowly running away.
So he comes back, he comes clean, he says, "Hey, I'm your ex-uncle." She, of course, tries to close the door on him immediately. He forced his way inside, he tied her up, made her lie face down. He did the same to 4 other children and their parents when they returned to the house. And then when they wouldn't tell her where his ex-wife was, tight-lipped fucking family.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
what
tell
else?
them. Well, this guy, when the family wouldn't tell him anything, he shot all 7 people in the back of the head, execution style.
Again, maybe you just tell him something. You
Yeah.
know, just tell him something.
Yeah.
Yeah, just say anything.
Say anything. She went to Wendy's. She'll be back soon.
Ooh, that is a good
Baconator.
line.
Yeah.
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 And then what you've done there is you've distracted his mind because now he's thinking of beautiful redheads.
Wendy's, and then he starts
bacon.
thinking about the Baconator, and he starts thinking about like squared patties. He starts thinking about Dave Thomas. He starts
Right.
thinking about Wendy Thomas. Next thing you know, he's jerking off thinking about some 14-year-old redhead, and he doesn't even have to think about his ex-wife.
That's right.
And then he
Gun
goes to the
drops.
Wendy's. Now he's hungry. He's going to the Wendy's. He sees young Sir Charles Mondaire, who's
Oh,
the
and I love her.
cashier at the Wendy's.
Yeah.
He connect physically. They fucking have that chemistry. Summer Street, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, he's married 6 months later, and he's a father of two.
Like immediately, of course, yeah.
Of course. Well, the only survivor was the 15-year-old girl who answered the door. She survived by raising her hand, deflecting the bullet just enough to graze her head. She suffered a skull fracture and an amputated finger. And she played dead until the guy left. And then she called the cops, and she was the one that was able to identify him. He was cornered in a cul-de-sac by 24 patrol cars about 3 miles from the scene of the shooting. They disabled his car with a spike
No,
chip.
that's not him. That's a UPS guy. Yeah.
We're looking for a FedEx guy. He's in brown.
Yeah, so you noticed that. So that's not him.
Yep. They blocked his car in. He held a pistol to his head while he spoke to police via cell phone. After about 3 hours passed, he surrendered to police without further incident. Fun fact about Haskell, in high school, class clown.
Oh,
Isn't that
yeah.
something?
He was
Full
voted
of-
class
full
clown,
of jokes.
and he was king for both prom and homecoming.
So this guy peaked early. That's what happened.
Yes, especially for how gross he was. I gotta say, we did the same thing. So it's like I did the same thing. I was voted class clown.
I was voted
And my
class
husband
I was voted class clown as well.
Were you really?
I was, yeah.
I was the loudest, the rowdiest, and class clown.
I was loudest as well. No, I was voted class clown. The competition was not stiff. Also voted wittiest.
Wittiest. Now Marcus is the only one that can talk the words, right?
When they voted, they actually had to ask what wittiest meant.
What I will say is that I knew Marcus was the wittiest when instead of actually solving the Rubik's Cube, he took all the stickers off and just put them on, all the colors.
That's how
and
you
I was
did
like,
it.
that's outside the box.
That is outside the box.
Well, August, not a whole lot. It is very much outside. Yeah, it was pitiful. August, not a whole lot happened in August.
Okay.
A couple of British guys got stabbed in a bar in the Philippines for being too loud.
That's the thing. That's just rough.
That's just rough. That's just a rough one. But in September, in Oklahoma, a woman was beheaded by a Muslim convert. He worked at this place. They all worked at this place called Vaughn Foods. It was a food distribution center. They were arguing. He was trying to convert people. He got angry. He went out. He climbed out, or he went outside, he got into his car, he smashed it into another vehicle a couple times, climbed out, got into the building, and attacked the first two people that he encountered with a knife. He stabbed Tracy Johnson to death, but he stabbed and beheaded Colleen Huffer.
It's just
In
one of those
front of
things. It's like,
everybody.
how do you do that so fast enough? How is nobody on him?
I think that you just let him finish. It's like if you see a dog having sex with another dog, you just got to let him be done. Let him finish it. You know.
Well, we've actually got the 911 call from inside Vaughn Foods. Let's take a listen.
Shut the door.
Moore 911, where's your emergency?
Vaughn Foods, Moore, Oklahoma, 216 Northeast 12th Street.
What's going on there?
We have someone attacking someone in the building. I was just informed. I'm in the
Okay, where are they at?
inside. Are they in the office? They're in the office.
What are you ordering
Office
pizza?
of the building. Yeah, we can hear a lot of screaming. We're actually in a different office, but someone just came in here yelling. Lock that door.
I'm not going nowhere near there.
Lock everybody in there if you can.
Yeah, we're trying. Okay. Can you hear this in the background?
Is that him who's back?
Yeah, it sounds like he's running around out here.
Okay.
And that's a gunshot.
Got gunshot.
Sure.
Units responding to Vaughn Foods. We do now have gunshots. How many more shots have you heard?
We heard 3.
You heard 3 shots?
Now I'm hearing somebody yell in the hallway. Stay down.
There's another subject yelling in the hallway. Units be advised that there's another subject yelling in the hallway. Still standing by on injury.
Stay down. Stay down.
So imagine going to that guy and asking for a raise. Yeah, well.
It just sounds like a
I'll
bunch
get
of
to
people
that.
playing like World of Warcraft.
It's insane. And also, it's one of my personal pet peeves as a previous delivery driver is if you call up a place and you don't have your order straight. And then you're like, Tommy, you said you wanted onions? You wanted mushrooms? Okay. It's a get your story down. You know,
come
before
on.
you make the
know
call.
what we're doing. Have the cash ready.
Right. Please.
No. Yeah, it's happening in the office over next to us.
Is it in the next? Yeah, it's in
Yeah,
the
we're
next.
not. I think it's in the next one. But I'm not going anywhere near that.
No, I don't. Why aren't I emotional about it? I don't.
No, it's like
I
living
don't like
next
my job.
door to the house and you're next. And like I could just see myself like looking through windows and seeing all the mayhem happen and then just going like closing the drapes.
Thank God I
putting
don't-
on Frasier. Like
It just sounds so bored. Like, how many gunshots do you hear?
yeah, there's the gunshot.
We heard 3.
Yeah.
So. I heard like 5. I don't even really fucking.
I'm just saying, man.
And a year before that, I like saw a gun in person. So
Live in the now. You know, realize that you're experiencing something you may not experience again. Have a little energy.
it's like the running of the bulls.
Come on.
How many times are you going to be around when a Muslim convert
true maniac.
beheads one of your coworkers?
Well, we don't even want to know what the U.S. future holds.
What?
Have you been talking to my grandmother?
No, I'm just saying there might be more beheadings in the future.
Well, October, we had the first of 2 serial killers caught in Brazil this year.
I love this guy.
Tiago Henrique Gomez de Rocha, 26, one of the people that he admitted to killing 39 people over 9 months, mostly young women, homeless people, and transvestites. One of the people, a singer who survived his attack, she revealed how he shouted, "Tell me I'm beautiful," before firing short shots
he would
at
literally
her.
go like, "Tell me I'm beautiful, tell me I'm handsome," and then shoot them. I was like, "It's not me." It's just that's what a fun character.
Oh, that's straight.
He would also scream robbery.
Yeah, that's what he would do. He would run up
Yeah.
to somebody on his motorcycle, scream, "Robbery!" and they'd turn around and he'd shoot him.
I'm gonna start doing that, but instead hand them like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, that's much nicer.
She's so sorry. Oof! I just wanted to make your day better. I hope you like flowers.
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
No, about her encounter with this guy, she said, he looked into my eyes and he said, "You're looking at my face? You're looking at my eyes for what? You're thinking that I'm beautiful? Tell me I'm beautiful."
I need to start.
Wow.
I'm gonna start using that line.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
You're looking at my face?
Eye. You looking at my eyes? Why you looking at my eyes? Oh, is it because I'm beautiful?
I think it is.
Oh, good. And also, it's making nose noises too, because that's a big Brazilian thing. You go, ooh, ishko, ooey gooey, ooh, gushy.
Ooey gooey. Yeah.
Why you look? You look at my eyes. Do you
Ooey.
Jewish? You are looking at my naked knees. I take off my pants. Huh?
Oh, very good. Yeah, you got to shoot
The
him after
handsome
that.
killer.
Yeah.
In November, yes, the handsome killer. In November, we had some Nazi news.
All right.
And most importantly, we had some ex-Nazi news. We just found out some information about this guy named Alois Brunner, who was responsible for the deaths of 128,000 Jews during the Second
Now,
World
this
War.
wasn't one of the guys who would come to like your 6 or 7 year old birthday party. Right?
No, I never met this one.
He would come in
No.
like a fucking like sombrero and like a fake beard and stuff, just being like, "Yo, this is our uncle from Argentina, Uncle Alois."
Yes, he sounds very Spanish. No, but good job, Henry.
Guten Tagen du you. Guten
I come from the very northest part of Argentina. My name is Taco Valdez Juan de Marcante.
Always the nicest gifts from that guy.
Well, this guy, he was...
Just stacks of papers and documents.
Yeah. Shred these for me. Weird gift to give me.
Well, he, after fleeing Nazi Germany, he went to Syria. And from the 1950s until his death, and we think was about 2012, at the age of 98, he advised
These
the
Nazis
Syrian...
lived a long time.
Yeah.
There's something in the water.
Yeah.
Probably like a bunch of bones.
I mean, you know how it is when like guys retire and they die like pretty soon afterwards?
Right.
This guy did not stop torturing for his entire life. That's what kept him going.
Because that's what you got to
Yeah.
do. You got to have a job. My dad
Got
still
to.
works a little job just to be out. You know, he goes on LinkedIn. You find this stuff. If you got to set
What happened to you just then? What is wrong with you? Henry had said too many words in the hour, and his body has shut down.
God help us. No, yeah, he's just, he's got skills still.
He's got
still a
skills.
viable employee.
Well, of course he was. He was fucking Adolf Eichmann. The guy that orchestrated the Holocaust called this guy his, quote, best man.
Yeah, his go-to guy.
Go-to guy.
If you're the go-to guy for the Holocaust, it's like...
By the way, Henry and I were discussing this last night or the night before about Auschwitz, of course, in Poland there. And I was like, there's a cafeteria, but we Googled it. I wasn't quite right, but there are 2 hot dog stands.
There are 2 hot dog
right
stands.
outside of Auschwitz, which I would argue is the most offensive of all the foods.
I think so.
To be eaten next to
But
a
it's just
bunch
like,
of
at
a
least
memorial.
it's quick food. What are you going to do? You're going to get fucking like a slab of ribs? You know what I mean? Like you're going to go to fucking Auschwitz.
What brilliant business owner is just like, I'd put a hot dog stand anywhere. I'd go out to Auschwitz and put a hot dog stand there.
Think about it. All right. Hot dogs, to remind you, baseball game. Right? You're going to the circus, right? It's nice. It's a fun food. And what's Auschwitz, right? Oh, it's a downer. Oh, yeah. But what we got to do, we got to get the nicest hot dogs. We go footlongs. And we don't get the bad. We don't get the Sabrettes. We get the Nathans.
Yeah,
You know, it's like...
It's unbelievable. Oh, man, that was so sad. All the shoes just remind... Oh, hot dogs. Great. Never mind. Everything's fine.
Yep, this guy...
Look, there's a tooth in the ground.
Hot dogs. Huh. Weird. You know, Auschwitz was nuts. Some of the best hot dogs I've ever had. Weird.
Well, he was personally responsible for the deaths of 67,000 people in his own little camp that he had.
How does one person kill 67,000
He didn't
people?
kill them directly.
It's just
He
on the
orchestrated it.
On the directives, because that's how they were, like, during the Nuremberg trials. The way they attributed the numbers is that basically they're like, this many Jews went in, this many Jews didn't come out, like,
Right.
and they were looked at the dude.
Did they have a
signed the
Chinese
paperwork.
calculator while they were doing
Yeah,
it?
ding, ding, ding,
Abacus.
An abacus. Yes.
It's not a Chinese calculator.
That's what it's called, a Chinese
No,
calculator.
it's not.
I've never heard... I mean, I'm not...
This was from... Okay, well, shakiest gun in the West. One of Don Knotts' best movies.
Oh, and if there is anything that I want to...
He is right.
I know I'm right.
Well, at least it just wasn't just like a pile of, like, just...
All right, moving on. Nazi got arrested. Or not even arrested. He
Didn't. He died at the age of... He was responsible for the deaths of 6,000 children. He got away because his identity was mixed up with a guy named Anton Brunner. A.B. They both had the initials A.B. He was Alois.
and
He was
Anton
Alois Brunner and Anton Brunner. He was, he was still, convicted and executed for war crimes.
And Anton Brunner technically was a guy that invented the thing that's got the chocolate with the whiskey in it, which is really sad.
love those.
Yeah,
those
they're
are
really
good.
delicious, and he got punished
Well, I go
for
through
being a
about...
Nazi torturer.
I had to quit drinking. I was up to about 98 chocolates full of whiskey a night. So,
Yep. And this guy,
I'm dying.
yes.
My teeth are falling out.
Diabetes type 2,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
alcoholism?
I've got type 7. It's a new type.
Wow.
So this guy, since his identity was mixed up, he was able to slip under the radar, and he worked as a driver for the army in Berlin under a false name.
Wow.
And then eventually he was linked to, and I actually never heard of these guys before, a unit of former Nazi generals called the Gehlen Organization, which were used by the Americans to spy on Soviets.
Oh,
Interesting. And
Yeah.
you know, like, he's the kind of guy that when he's driving around, he's like, oof, it's so hard when you're driving on Berlin during rush hours. This traffic is certainly torture. Quite torturous. Skip around and go, Klaus.
Yeah, gotta go. Come on.
Well, after he got tired of the U.S. Army, he went over to Syria. I don't know if they headhunted him and said, you need to come work for us. But he worked for Assad's father for years and years, advising him on torture and repression. There were numerous extradition bids. The Jew hunters, or the Nazi hunters, the Jewish Nazi hunters, knew that he was there. There were many attempts on his life. They started sending him letter bombs, and he lost an eye on one letter bomb and lost all of the fingers on his left hand
What a
on
fucking
another.
great villain.
Yeah,
What
he's
a great
better and
villain.
better.
Like, he's got a fucking eye patch on. He's the head torturer for new. Can you imagine that? Where it's like, you know, you're in Syria, you're trapped by Assad's army, and they're like, well, who's the guy? And it's like, you're used to seeing some normal terrorist guy, and then in comes this fucking guy with an eye patch. He's like, we have ways of making you. I'm not even going to say talk. I'm going to just say, we're going to make you scream, and you're going to scream, and you're going to shit yourself.
It is unbelievably cartoonish in a strange way. They also had all those beefcakes that were just jacked up on steroids and the black shirts.
Yeah.
Oh, Syria they know how to torture.
Yeah. Yeah,
Still
man.
do.
And the last time that this guy was seen alive was in 2003, but we do know that he lived probably until pretty recently, but we can't go in and check because of the Syrian civil war.
All right, that'll stop that.
Cool.
All right,
And
interesting.
sadly, the last time he was out, it was at a regional version of the Phantom of the Opera.
He relates to the Phantom.
Yeah. So we're right at the end. We're in this month now. We're in December. And on December 11th, Brazil had its second confessed serial killer of the year. This guy named Sale's son, Jose das Graças. He said that he has killed 42 people over the last decade. He said he killed for pleasure and the accompanying adrenaline rush. He also said he operated as a killer for hire. He preferred white females as victims who he strangled. He said, I would wait for an opportunity to break into the house and kill. When I didn't do it, I would get nervous. Then I would go hunting.
I wonder if the killer for hire game took a hit with the economy. You
Yeah.
know, It's like, I haven't gotten a goddamn hit job in about a year. This fucking economy is really screwing me up. So he confessed to 42, but have they proven that he actually killed 42? Because a lot of these guys, before they go to prison, they pump up their numbers.
Well, they approved, I think, 4 or 5 right now, because there is a link between all of these. He removed the fingernails from all of his victims.
Ooh, yikes.
So if there was anything, if they scratched or marked him in any way, his skin wouldn't be on it. For some reason, that was what...
Very smart.
Yeah, it was actually very smart, but that was the thing that he thought. It's like, okay, if I remove their nails, then there's not going to be any evidence under the nails. He said that he killed his first victim at 27. He said he killed 37 women, 3 men, and a 2-year-old girl over the last 9 years, either stabbed or strangled them. And by comparison, and not what I've kind of found researching this year in crime, especially these 2 Brazilian guys, Brazil is fucking impressive as far as serial killer goes.
It's very
Oh,
dangerous.
yeah.
to know what
It
you
is.
go
It's
there.
very, very dangerous in Brazil.
Extremely dangerous and very easy to operate in the favelas.
Beautiful women.
Yeah, you want to talk about the less dead. It's like a whole country of less dead.
Yeah, because they have all these slum towns and people. Nobody knows who lives there. Nobody knows how many people live there.
Right.
Yep.
Well, we'll definitely have to dedicate a full episode to Brazilian serial killers.
We will, because we got to
to
cover this guy's name was Pedro Rodrigues Filho. Over 100 victims. He was eventually convicted of killing 71. 47 of them were inmates.
Damn.
He killed 47 people in
So
prison.
Those are the hardest people to kill.
Totally. But I mean, this guy just won the prison. You know,
Yeah.
he was just the coolest guy in prison. I don't care about the 47 inmates. I'm just going to say that was probably a fair fight to some degree.
There was a lot of that had to happen.
Yeah.
You know, he's living the dream.
Yeah, man.
He did what he had to do.
And a little teaser on this guy, he killed his first 2 victims at the age of 14 and murdered his father and ate his heart.
Well, his
Cool.
dad, that's actually not the worst way to go. If you
I
have
did
your
my-
son kill you and he takes your heart, you know, you become one.
I did my first sketch show at the age of 14 at the library.
So it's different.
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 Real
different stuff.
Different things inspire us.
I played a
out loud.
tree. I played a tree in local community theater at the age of 9.
Was it because you were so short?
No, it was because I wasn't the most talented. Yeah, I was a tree, though. Me and my grandmother, we were singing.
Well, we've covered it. We're
That is
recording
horrible.
this.
I would have hated to see that.
Well, we're recording this on New Year's Eve,
Yep.
December 31st, 2014. So we know that everything that will happen has happened. Of course, there's that big shooting up in Canada that happened yesterday. We don't
Right.
know a whole lot about it right now.
Yep.
But that is the year in murder and mayhem.
Yeah, my goodness.
There was a lot of murder and mayhem, and I'm not going to say let's hope for more, but, you know,
We do not have to hope for more. I guarantee you there's going to be more. It doesn't matter.
and we didn't even cover a single, like, that's how blasé mass shootings have become, is that we did
Right.
not cover a single one this year.
And there's
like,
so
'cause
many.
There's so many. There's
Yeah.
so many of them, and they're blurry. What I almost hope is that there's so many of them that they will stop being, like, important. So that they don't feel, but it's like literally they will stop getting the press that
Yeah.
they.
Well,
were
yeah. I
getting.
mean, the press made this entire phenomenon start happening. After Columbine, they had this insane, audacious, dare I say, storyline that Dylan and whatever the other...
Klebold. Or
Cle-
Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris.
that Dylan and Eric were somehow bullied and that they deserved to go to the shoot up the school when in reality they had a bunch of friends and they were the cocksucking
No,
assholes.
they were a bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all these people who shoot up the schools, they're the dickheads. There's this insane narrative that somehow these people are pushed to the edge. You're a kid. High school sucks.
Yeah.
But you know what? You don't go shooting people. You should be bullied in high school. And as soon as you get out, you know what? Now you're the cool kid in college. And then you, too, get to do a podcast.
I know. And it goes back and forth. It's just like, high school sucks. But guess what? It all sucks.
Yeah.
Right.
Being an adult's really hard. And so what you got to do is you got to fucking gum up.
You got to
be
gum
ready
up.
to do it. And it's like, but college is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
College
Just
is
get
great.
to college and you'll have a great time.
Yeah.
And then, of course, check out the great hot dogs at Auschwitz.
Oh, I hear they've got many a mustard.
Oh, yeah.
Which is weird because that's so German. Because most of those mustards were probably sampled by Hitler himself.
Probably.
All right, well.
Man, and again, I know we mentioned it in the last episode, but thank you guys so much. It's been an amazing year. Could not be happier. And it's been really fun to get to know everybody.
Yeah, and 2015 is going to fucking be Satan's year. It's Satan's year.
Yep.
It is. All
Every
right.
year we're closer.
Hail yourselves, everybody.
Hail me.
And if you live in the UK, remember that tickets are on sale now at gigsandtours.com. Just search for Last Podcast on the left to see if we're coming to a city near you. And even if we're not, take the bus, take the train.
Honestly,
come and see us.
It's going to be such a fun time. We're all going to hang out.
Go ahead and buy your tickets now. And
We're going to have
sure
a blast.
that you get 'em.
Yeah, it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait.
Oh, I can't
be
wait
so
either,
fun.
man. We've got a lot of cool shit planned for you. And be sure to go to iTunes and subscribe and leave comments, rate us.
And rate all the shows on Cave Comedy Radio on iTunes. It helps us, get up there. And I think last month there was 5 or 6 shows in the top 100.
We
or
had
so,
4 shows
so
in the top
that's
200
great.
of iTunes. It was fantastic. Go to cavecomedyradio.com for more shows with me and Ben. I also do a couple of shows with Henry's sister Jackie.
Page 7 is fantastic.
Thank you, Henry. Page 7 is our celebrity gossip show. And be sure, if you haven't got your Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt just yet, go to cavecomedyradio.com/Last Podcast on the Left. And if you donate $25 domestic or $40 international, you can get your very own Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And of course, the Facebook page is always there as well for those that have listened but are not a part of it. It's insanity, so
Yeah.
just be prepared. All of the there's a top hat page. Every page is insane.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
We got over 3,000 people on the
Right.
on the Facebook page and on the Last Podcast Facebook page now. So thanks everyone for all that you contribute. Heil Geen.
Hail Satan.
When Zuckerberg was creating Facebook, he said one day there's going to be a really creepy page on here. It's going to be totally perfect.
Make constellations.
We'll talk to you soon, everyone.
Happy 2015, you fuckers.
Yeah.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by the New Justice League. Instead, it's brought to you by us, or you, or music. Because we're doing this thing, I don't know if you know this or not, but we're having a contest to create a new intro song for us because we have heard your feedback and are trying to act on it because we want you to be happy. So if you are so inclined, check out the Facebook post. There's all the information you could possibly need on there, or, send us an email and ask us. Submissions are due July 31st, 2017. Don't miss it. Be there, be square. Thanks, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it. Abroad the aliens, you must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, your host, joined as always by
Steve
and
Devin.
And we're, of course, going to talk about another mystery this week. We're going to talk about the mysterious disappearance of a guy named Dave Box, who was last seen working the graveyard shift on June 19th, 1984 at the Fernald Feed Materials Production Center in Ohio. A lot of people have been wondering what exactly became of Dave and why.
I got to tell you, man, I'm a little upset.
Yeah?
We've been wanting to do this one for years.
Oh, yeah?
But I never called dibs on it, so it's my own fault because I love this story.
Also, you didn't ever do it.
That's exactly
You
it.
never
I
did
never
it.
called dibs, and I never did it, so it's my own fault.
It is.
So
Sorry.
but I'm excited that we're getting to do this because this is a fun one.
Well, obviously you've been thinking about it
Fun.
too, so you come up with some good theories.
Oh yeah,
I
I've been
hope.
thinking
So-
about this for years.
Okay,
And the
well,
good news for our listeners is that I get to pretend like I've never heard of it before and ask all the questions you're asking them, so it's perfect.
There we
Perfect.
go.
Exactly. So thank you both for your enthusiasm.
You're so welcome.
Glad you like this one. And also, I want to thank Caitlin and JW, our listeners who suggested this one, and anybody else who did and somehow got left off our list of people to thank. Sorry about that. First of all, I want to say this story is not about Dave Box. It's about Dave Box. It's not about Dave Box, B-O-X. It's the Dave Box is spelled B-O-C-K-S.
It's a good distinction to
It
make.
is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I hadn't thought. I always had it as I put an R in it. I always had, for some reason, I kept
Brox.
saying Brox.
I did
Box?
too,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, it's Box. Just Box, but not B-O-X. Because obviously, if somebody was named Dave Box, he would have changed his name to Cardboard. So there cannot, by
Probably,
definition,
yeah.
be a Dave Box, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so our Dave Box, was a 39-year-old who worked as a pipe fitter. He was hired at the Fernald Feed plant in 1981, and he was considered to be a pretty solid employee and a regular fellow. Dave had been married. He had 3 kids. He had gotten, unfortunately, divorced several years prior to the time that he, quote-unquote, went away. And some people, of course, believe he died on the job. In fact, pretty much everybody does. That he died there at the
Majority of
Fernald
people
plant.
think so. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
some very important people do not. So
Yeah, apparently, yeah. And, of course, there's a certain conspiracy theory. Should I talk about that?
no.
No?
Why
Okay.
wouldn't you save that for the theories?
Okay, I'll save that then. Okay. Okay.
It's like we haven't been doing this for years.
I
or
know,
something.
right?
All right, fine. Okay, we'll hold off
So,
on
but can
that.
you talk more about the feed production?
Yeah, the
place?
Fernald
'Cause-
Feed Production Center, as the name implies, it produced feed for large animals like cattle and pigs. Except, in this case, the cattle and pigs were actually nuclear reactors. And so the name was actually technically true, but a little bit deceptive.
Well, it's because they were feeding the materials into the reactors.
Yeah.
I believe that's why they called it the name had feed in it.
Yeah, exactly. But it was in an agricultural area, and so a lot of people kind of assumed, and it was actually built and owned by the government, the U.S. government, but they just didn't bother to tell people that actually it was shaping uranium into like uranium rods for reactors and that kind of thing.
Rods,
fuel rods,
billets.
Yeah, yeah.
There was 3 or 4
Billet
specific
slugs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you
slugs
know,
was
yeah.
the one I couldn't think of. Yeah, all these things that they were using to actually fuel the reactors.
Right, so
yeah.
it was technically feed.
It was feed for something, yeah.
For something.
Nuclear reactors
Something was
need food
eating it,
too, right?
yeah.
I think the truth finally started to come out in 1983 when the locals finally found out that this innocent-looking plant was actually producing uranium, which is, of course, perfectly innocent too. Don't get me wrong.
Well, hold on, Joe. Though, so everybody knew that they were producing uranium. The idea was that they were doing it for reactors for energy. What the big secret was is that they were also making weapons-grade nuclear material, which
I'm not sure that they were doing that. I think that
they took special orders. I think it's so there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there were technically 12 plants, so they only named 1 through 9 as plants. But there was at least 2 of them that were doing custom work in terms of shaping and all of that kind of stuff. And what I understood it might actually be some of those custom shops or custom buildings that were doing some of the shaping for the weapons material.
Possible. It might be true. I had thought that they were just taking basically high-grade uranium, shaping it into rods to put into reactors so the reactors could convert it to weapons-grade fuel. But maybe they were doing all of those things. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds like there was a big complex and they were doing all sorts of interesting
very
stuff.
hidden. Yeah.
Clandestine stuff.
Kind of clandestine a little bit. Yeah, obviously the employees were expected to not talk a lot about what they did. But the plant was there since 1951. At least construction began in 51. I don't know. I think it started operating in 53.
53 sounds right, yeah.
Operated till 1989. It's gone.
That's suspiciously convenient.
I know. It is. I know. But they taken it away and made it a wildlife reserve or something, and there's like animals or birds or something.
Or
right
a
now.
super fun site.
Or it was a super fun site. Yeah, but
It's where they raise all of our X-Men now.
Yeah, all of our 3-eyed gazelles and our
Blinky.
5-footed toes.
Blinky from The Simpsons is probably from there.
Yeah, probably. It's called named after the tiny town of Fernald, which I can't really seem to find on the Google aerials, but that's about 15 miles northwest of Cincinnati, Ohio.
Oh, the nasty.
Mm-hmm. Also known to the locals as NLO, which stands for National Lead of Ohio, which ran the plant for the owners, of course, as I said, the U.S. government. So they sort of ran it on a day-to-day basis, but still the government made the ultimate decisions as to what happened at the plant.
There's owners, and then there's the contractor who runs it.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Pretty standard.
Especially for the U.S. government.
Yeah.
And so the plant was under the control of the Atomic Energy Commission until 1979 when the Department of Energy took it over. There were some environmental and safety issues with it, and those had actually been ongoing for a long time. Since like the 50s, National Lead was reporting problems to the AEC about,
the Atomic Energy
leakage.
Commission.
Yeah, exactly. Dust, like they had these weird bag cloth dust filters because there was a lot of uranium dust from processing all this uranium, so that would get filtrated and deposited into these bags, kind of like vacuum cleaner bags almost. And well, those things had a tendency to break and spew dust everywhere and things like this. There were all kinds of issues like this that were ongoing.
Can I take us aside for a second? I was thinking about this today, and Devin, you may not remember this, but kind of in the 70s and the 80s, there was this mode of, well, this is the way it is, and we'll just do this stuff, and it's okay, technology isn't really advancing because, by and large, the general public didn't see technology making huge leaps and bounds like we do today. Could you imagine what the world would be like if we had all got stuck in, say, 1982, and for some reason our technology just didn't advance? What a frickin' mess things would be in terms of all of the stuff that was, it's okay, you can pour it into the river, you can bury it into the ground. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we weren't quite there. And by 1982, we were cleaning things up, actually.
Well, but still, not everywhere. But my point is, like, what it would have been if we just stopped doing and just kept on status quo through the 90s.
Sounds like something to write to the Star Trek people about. Yeah, have them do an episode on that.
Yeah, I think they might have.
Yeah.
It's Planet of the Tribbles.
Yeah, Captain's Log, Stardate in 1972. But enough about those environmental issues, which they had. But we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while. But they did have those. But we don't know whether or not they had much to do with Dave Box or not. That really wasn't his job. He was, like I said, a pipe fitter. And his job was to, inspect and repair various
equipment,
pipes, whatever.
Like the pipes that were feeding the vacuum tubes?
Yeah.
He was part of the maintenance crew.
Yeah.
He worked the midnight shift. He was, or the swing?
Yeah, he was graveyard.
Thank you.
So midnight to like 7 a.m. or 7:30
Right, so his job was straight up maintenance.
Yeah.
Pretty much. The plant was shut down, and he and his crew would go out and just maintain things. Dave was last seen at the Fernald plant about 5 a.m. on the morning of June 19th, 1984. He was pronounced legally dead about 2 years later. And so let's start on the night of Dave's disappearance.
Yeah.
Yeah. He carpooled to work with a guy named Harry Easterling.
Which he usually carpooled with, right?
Yeah, he's a regular guy. And actually, Harry, if you want to see what Harry looked like, he has a beard, genial-looking fellow. He appeared on Unsolved Mysteries on an episode about this.
Yep.
Yeah. And he and Harry usually met at this restaurant parking lot, and one of them would leave their car, and they'd go in one car. On that night, Harry picked up Dave about 11 p.m. Harry reported no unusual behavior from Dave that night, except that he had bought a new lunchbox. So
very suspicious.
Yeah, that's suspicious.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and that's about. He said something about maybe he was talking about maybe taking his kids on vacation the next summer or something, or later in the summer. Harry Easterling said that he and Dave always began their workday in the maintenance room, which apparently was in this thing they call the maintenance building.
Crazy.
That was a special maintenance building. He said that Dave, as usual that day, unlocked his toolbox and left the lock with the keys in it on top of the box. Dave's assignment that day was to go repair some equipment in Plant 8 in what was called the whistleblower meat hook room.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true.
I'm pretty sure that's not the name.
I don't think so.
No, he was assigned to Plant 8. I'm not sure exactly. I heard not specifically what he was supposed to do over there, but he was supposed to go do something. And by the way, I tried to find a map of this whole complex because it's a huge place.
Yeah.
And I guess the government didn't publish maps of it, surprisingly enough.
Shock.
I know. I was
Aw.
not able to find one on the webs anywhere.
Yeah, it was a government facility.
So,
Weird.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, like, you probably can't find maps of, like, Bonneville Dam, for instance, can you?
Probably not.
I mean, you wouldn't. That's not the sort of thing you would want the general public to be able to snag, just
No.
in case.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
just say, attention terrorist, sensitive
Yeah.
pressure point
Yeah.
right here. Yeah. That kind of thing.
Yeah. This is where you put the bomb.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, so no map. So where all these buildings are in relation to one another, I don't know. And of course, the place is torn down. You can't even look at it on Google. It's gone. So we're just going to have to wing it on that one. But Dave left his toolbox in the maintenance room instead of taking it with him. I'm not sure why he did that, but apparently
He
that's
did
what
that on
did.
a regular basis.
Apparently, yeah. So he must have just decided what tools he was going to need and taken them and off he
Seems like,
went.
I mean, he'd worked there for a while, hadn't he?
Yeah, he's worked there since '81, so about 3 years.
So you probably by that point know, if somebody says, okay, you got to go fix this certain type of pipe, he says, all right, I need these 5 different tools, and,
off I go,
he's
yeah. Why
also
carry-
probably
yeah.
hourly,
Yeah.
so like, oh no, if he has to walk back for something.
If you've ever, I mean, it's a government job, so
Yeah.
who cares if you have to walk back and forth 5 times? You're
Yeah.
still getting paid the same,
Yeah.
rather than lugging that heavy box. But Joe, I thought he had worked there longer than that. I thought he had started there like more than a decade prior to his disappearance.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I heard that he started in 1981, but hey.
Okay,
maybe I'm wrong.
I
don't know.
thought that he had been working there since the early
Maybe
to
he
mid
started-
70s.
Maybe he started in his position as a pipe fitter in 81, but he was doing something else.
Maybe that's it. He started out like as a typist or something like that.
Well,
and then-
like a general maintenance handyman or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't
it's,
know.
It's
Yeah.
okay. I
That's,
swore
yeah.
he'd been there for much longer. Like I felt like he had a lot of career time there.
Yeah, I don't know. What does matter is that this particular night was the last night of his career there. And then okay, what was I was? Oh yeah, I was talking about his toolbox. The toolbox was there a few days later after Dave disappeared. He left his toolbox, went up to Plant 8 to fix the radioactive snitch rectifier, which was reportedly making an odd sound.
Did it? And his toolbox was missing some tools, though, right? As you would expect.
Nobody has said that I can find what tools were gone, what tools were not gone.
Okay,
But the toolbox was there and with a lock on top of it. Apparently, Dave trusted his coworkers.
Yeah.
I guess they must have all had a good relationship.
Or it was company tools.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't care. Good point.
Which is
too.
the weird. That is weird, though. Why would you leave your keys instead of carrying them around?
Well, that's the thing is, he gets the toolbox out, and it's got a padlock on it. So obviously he doesn't trust people to not steal from it. And then he opens
Well,
it
he
up.
doesn't trust the day people. To
Maybe that's what it is.
I just had that thought. I was
It
like,
must-
oh no, he trusts the maintenance people, nobody else.
That must be what it is. Yeah. But so
They're probably throwing his tools in the oil vats or the acid vats or something. Think it was funny.
Yeah, that could.
Look
have
at it
been.
sizzle.
Yeah. When people are like planting drugs in there, planting crack. So that night, according to Unsolved Mysteries, an unnamed coworker of Dave's. And we never do get a chance to find out who this person was.
Unnamed.
He was unnamed. He said that he saw Dave in a pickup truck with his supervisor having a heated discussion about something, but the windows of the truck were rolled up so the coworker could not hear what was being discussed. By the way, this struck the coworker as odd, the windows being up, because it was a warm night.
So I have one. I'm always disturbed when we have a single source for something like that, especially when it comes from Unsolved Mysteries. But I had heard it as not a heated but a serious conversation.
That's another way of putting it. I've heard it actually characterized as an argument.
Well, I was going to say there's a couple of different. Well, if you look at it, I was thinking about it. If it's a serious conversation, it could be a very serious, quiet tone, or it could be serious as in one person it's serious. They're not trying not to cry or something. But the windows were up. What I want to know, was the vehicle turned on?
Yeah,
because it
was
might
the
have had the AC going.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was wondering too. So the windows being rolled up might have been totally normal.
Then again, it's a government vehicle, so it probably didn't have AC because they always bought the cheapest
I don't know about
jalopies
that.
possible.
Yeah, actually, it was 84. I bet government vehicles all have AC now.
Oh,
but, yeah.
standard.
Yeah.
But maybe not back in those days.
No, I remember my dad being in government vehicles, regular civilian cars and trucks, and they were always the lowest model. It's kind of like you've been in a Forest Service truck before, haven't you, Joe?
Yeah, I think so.
They have nothing in them.
Yeah,
Whatever comes bare bones standard is what they get. So But then it's a supervisor vehicle, so maybe he
qualified
for
the special fancy
AC.
stuff. Yeah, he could have. But anyway, again, this is coming to us courtesy of some unnamed anonymous person too. So who the hell knows? And apparently the same person around 5 a.m. spotted Dave again, and Dave was headed towards Plant 4, which also struck this coworker as odd since Dave's job assignment, of course, was in Plant 8.
And we don't have any records that say that he finished the job in Plant 8 and may have been sent to 4 to deal with something else.
Well, that's entirely possible. Also, in Plant 4, there was supposed to be a safety meeting around 7 a.m. So I was thinking maybe he was headed there early to get a good seat.
Or to take a nap.
Yeah, it could have been take a nap or screw around.
Eat his lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? And I don't know what's in the direction of Plant 4. Maybe Plant 3, Plant 5, something else.
Maybe Plant 8.
Maybe a bathroom.
Maybe it's, they're parallel, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then they're just right next to each other.
Yeah, I am not knowing.
Doesn't matter. Anyway.
But, yeah. So and anyway, this was the last person who saw Dave alive.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly at least. Well,
the last person who's come forward.
Yeah, who's admitted to seeing him alive. Dave did not make it to the safety meeting. Of course, maybe that's not why he was headed towards Plant 4. Maybe, like we said, maybe he was headed towards Plant 5, Plant 3.5. I don't know. Harry Easterling said that at the end of the shift, he noticed that Dave's toolbox was still sitting there with the keys on it, but no Dave. Harry looked for Dave for a little bit. Eventually left a message with the security guard to give to Dave, saying that he was going home, saying that he would meet him again at the usual spot tomorrow.
Yeah, Harry thought he was just figured he'd picked up more work for the
Maybe
night.
doing some overtime or something like that, yeah.
Although, God, it seems like, do you either of you remember what he said their commute time was from the restaurant to the plant?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm assuming it was somewhat substantial. I mean, otherwise, why bother carpooling?
Well, and
right?
that's exactly my thing. Like,
but it also couldn't have been more than an hour, because if they started at midnight and met at 11.
Yeah,
but a 30-minute drive is a long way to have to hoof it on foot if he decides to work a couple of hours. Like, you would think that... I understand why Harry called and said, hey, tell him I left. So he could, cajole somebody into giving him a ride to his vehicle.
I assume that's what happened. Is somebody would have given him a ride. Somebody didn't give him a ride.
And this is in the days, of course, before we had text messaging. Although intercompany phones are a thing, and so you would imagine that he would have called the switchboard and figured out where the hell he was, so he could track. Dave, that is. If Dave was working overtime, could have figured out where Harry was and called Harry and told him, but
I don't know.
Who knows?
Reportedly, Dave had a walkie-talkie on him, so I would assume they all had walkie-talkies.
That's the equivalent of inter-office phones.
Yeah, so I don't know if Harry tried to raise him on the walkie-talkie. I assume he would have, but and got no reply back because, well, I don't know. Something happened to Dave.
So Dave doesn't go home with Harry.
He does not, but Harry the next night goes to meet Dave in the usual place in the restaurant parking lot, sees Dave's car parked there, and assumed that Dave was not in the car, assumed that he might be in the restaurant getting some food or something, but Dave...
Apparently he did that.
Yeah, occasionally, but Dave, as it turns out, was not in the restaurant either. So Harry goes to work, looks for Dave. Dave's not there, and so he reported him missing, and they began a search of the premises, which, as you can imagine, would have taken a while because it's a big, big place.
And isn't this where Harry said he got to the maintenance building and saw Dave's lock and everything sitting there? His
Still
toolbox
sitting
was
there.
still wide open from the night before, or presumably from the night before.
Yeah, toolbox still sitting there with keys on it or in it. So they started a search, and sometime in the morning of the 20th, that's June 20th, somebody in Plant 6 noticed that one of the furnaces in the building, there were several different types, but one of them had suddenly dropped 28 degrees in temperature at 5:15 a.m. on June 19th.
Plant 6.
In Plant 6. Yeah, so in Plant 6, there were 3 types of furnaces that I've been able to find out about, and they operated at temperatures between about 1,150 degrees Fahrenheit and about 1,365 degrees Fahrenheit.
Do we know what that is?
Kind of hot.
Celsius?
Really hot.
It's hot, yeah. It's really smoking hot. It's like 99 degrees Celsius. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know, but it's super hot. Yeah, it's hot enough to, I think, make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least.
Briefly until you died.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The furnace in question, at least as far as I can tell, was called the Automated Ingot Preheat Furnace, which contained a bath of molten salt, which is kept at a temperature of around 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit. And this was used for heating and softening uranium ingots, which were then squished into a round their more rod-shaped form in something called a blooming press, like a blooming machine.
Wait, okay, now, is it actually... I saw this in your stuff before, and I was confused a little bit here, Joe, because it's not actually salt. They called it green salt.
Yeah,
but it wasn't
not
actually
like
salt.
Table salt, but it's some sort of...
It's metals and... oh, God, there is some salts in it, but it's... I guess that's what I want to make sure people don't think that it's the white stuff that you pour on your meat and potatoes.
Not quite the same, no. And by the way, sodium is metal. Have you ever seen pure sodium?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's metal. I mean, yeah. So that salt you're eating, that's metal, man. That's okay though. Your body needs minerals, so it's not a problem.
Just not the heavy kind.
Yeah, no. These furnaces took days to heat up and cool down, so they were left on all the time. Even, of course, overnight when the production lines were all shut down and all the maintenance workers are out there.
That's not uncommon in production facilities.
Oh yeah. And so on the morning of June 20th, one of the operators of the furnace noticed a sticky residue on it.
Okay.
Again, this is somewhat apocryphal. I'm not totally sure.
I was going to say, if it is a skin on the top of this hot molten liquid material, I think the term sticky is inappropriately applied because everything is gooey hot.
Yeah, are you going to be sticking your finger down there to figure out? But I think he was noticing it was on the casing of it, kind of on the outside and on the inside. And so I'm not really sure where this one comes from because I besides reading, I read some newspaper accounts and also there was a court case involving this and stuff. And I didn't see anything about a sticky substance or anything like that.
But again, this is again from Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
So again, I question if that's real or not.
Again, this is another one of those persons too who is unnamed. They only have actually 2 people there who actually are named who testified. Dave's daughter and Harry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are the only ones who actually go on camera and are named.
Well, Dave doesn't go on camera.
Yeah, Dave's daughter.
The actor does though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is a Dave in there. Yeah. That's
but
true.
real
Good
Dave.
point. Yeah. Different guy.
Yeah.
But one thing we do know about, Unsolved Mysteries or not, is they did indeed shut that furnace off so they could look inside and see if there were any clues in there about the missing Dave, because they hadn't found him anywhere else. But it took 3 days, of course, for the furnace to cool down enough to where they could stick their hands in there and feel around.
Pretty sure they still didn't do that, but maybe.
When they finally got around to poking around in the furnace, they did find stuff that shouldn't have been there. There was a set of keys, a steel toe from a work boot, part of an eyeglass frame, and Dave, of course, did wear glasses, pieces of a walkie-talkie, and a piece of stainless steel wire that had been looped together in 3 circles.
Do we know the size of that?
No.
Am I the only one that's amazed that they find these things in a molten furnace that was operating for at least a day?
I thought it was suspicious that they found that ring under Clarence Roberts. And that was just a fire and some gold. This is incredible to me.
Well, actually, I checked out because I was thinking too. They found the keys, for example, and the keys were not totally undamaged, but I would have expected them to just be a little
Totally
blob.
molted.
Well,
yeah.
it turns out like the melting point of brass, which is what most keys are made of, is actually well above 1,200 degrees.
Oh.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. So
this is like that Breaking Bad when he's like, oh, I'm just going to stick all of this certain kind of thing in the tub because that's going to be stronger than the plastic that Mr. White told you. Did you not see?
I saw Breaking Bad. I don't remember that particular one.
When he's trying to decompose the bodies.
Oh,
yeah.
And he has the acid. And he's
And it
like, I'm
melts
just going to
through.
stick it in the tub. Yeah, it's like that, right? Where you just logically in your brain, you're like, well, yeah, it's hot, so it melts metal. That's cool, but apparently not.
Oh, it does, just not. Well,
Not
yeah, it's
that
just
stuff.
not quite hot enough to do it. So
the human bone, though, that
well, that actually also the human bone does not disintegrate either. It's like it would be cooked enough to where it would be extremely brittle and where it would break up in a fragment very easily.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't actually. If you were to like heat a human skeleton to that temperature, it would stay intact.
Huh.
I mean, you could crush it very, very easily, but it would stay intact.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. That's why crematoriums pulverize bones once they come out of the fire. Never mind. Sorry.
You're welcome, everyone.
Oops. Totally just forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we don't know anything about the steel wire.
No, not
weird.
that.
Okay.
And it was in terms of size, the loops were I think about 3 to 4 inches across, and it was like one piece of wire but looped into 3 loops.
Weird.
Mysterious.
Kind of like a clover leaf shape.
Kind of like that, kind of like a 3-leaf clover.
Huh, okay.
Did I mention there were fragments of human bone found in there too?
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the human bone.
Yeah.
And the cremators.
Yeah.
Pulverizing your bones.
Yeah.
There's some guy with a ball peen hammer.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do that. If they just take it out to the parking lot and.
No, they don't. That's not how they do it. Yeah.
No, they actually
you think
have.
They would. It's kind of messy.
No, they have something equivalent to the Ninja Bullet juicer that you have in your home on a much bigger scale that they shove those big chunks into to break them up.
You would think they would just do 2 big plates.
That would work.
Crush.
Yeah.
So okay, sorry. So we're
actually, you could take them to the
We're
dump.
a little off track here.
Oh yeah, we are totally off the dump.
Did the cops get called at this point?
Of course, yeah. The police were called.
The police weren't called before they cooled it down, though.
I think they were called actually right away.
Okay.
So, but of course, there wasn't much they could do.
When Harry got to work the next day and didn't find Sally.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they called him right away. They might have actually just had a company-only search around, and then eventually when they couldn't find him and they discovered there was a possibility that somebody had died in a mishap, then they called the police.
That's smart, I guess.
Yeah. And a local deputy sheriff, his name was Victor Corelli, said that of the keys that were found, one of them was to Dave's car. Another one they believe was to his house, but they couldn't tell for sure because it was bent and damaged, and so they couldn't really confirm that. And then apparently 3 other ones went to padlocks, and that's about all they know about the keys. And the keys caused a little bit of consternation for Harry Easterling because he'd seen Dave's keys. Yeah, a little odd, don't you think?
Because we just heard the lock unlocked on top of.
Yeah, with the keys in it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that he'd seen them on the morning of the 19th. 2 hours after 5:15, when the temperature dropped in the furnace, Harry had seen them on the toolbox. And then, like
when
the next day,
clocked out.
Yeah, and then the next day when he comes back to work, they're still there, sitting on the toolbox. And yet,
but
3 days later, they're found in the furnace. Yeah, which is a little strange.
That is a little strange.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Yeah. At this point, what the authorities knew was that Dave Box was missing. They also knew there was evidence that somebody had wound up in a furnace in Plant 6.
Something had ended up. They didn't know at that point. Is this the initial or after they'd cooled the thing off?
This is like after they cooled it off.
Okay.
And after they cooled it off and pulled stuff out of there.
Okay,
yeah,
got it. I thought you were saying when they initially showed up.
Yeah, but there was evidence that there was somebody in that furnace. Beyond that, they really didn't know much. So the local coroner's office wouldn't sign a death certificate because there was a lack of evidence that David died. The sheriff's department was treating it essentially as a missing person case, and they kept the file open. But everybody kind of believed that Dave had died in the furnace in Plant 6. Question was, well, how and why? Was it an accident? Did Dave commit suicide? Or was he perhaps murdered? Yeah. Members of Dave's family have said they're sure it was not suicide. Of course, they often do. But his daughter said that David bought groceries for the week. He paid all of his bills. He was planning a vacation with his kids.
Casey, that's her name, right?
Yeah, Casey. Yeah. On the other hand, Dave apparently did have some issues. Apparently, around the time of his divorce, he did attempt suicide, and I'm not sure how serious an attempt we're talking about here, but apparently.
I was going to ask that.
Well,
if there's any record of, did he shoot a gun and barely miss himself, or did he do the cry for attention
take some pills. Take some pills and call 911.
Or badly scratch himself with a safety razor on the wrist, kind of. There's a full spectrum. Not that I'm belittling the act of trying to take your life, but there is a spectrum, and we don't know where he falls in that.
Yeah, some people are a little more hardcore about it, a little more determined to get the job done. But I don't know. But as for the murder theory, and the family does think that it was probably murder. There's no one really with any motive. Dave was a nice guy, apparently had no enemies, except, of course, as I mentioned previously, the Fernald plant did have some issues with environmental quality. And so Dave's family has suggested that perhaps he was going to talk to somebody, perhaps the press, about the situation and maybe be a whistleblower. And so they're thinking Dave was murdered to shut him up.
Interesting.
And so we have essentially three theories. I'm going to throw a fourth one in there too later on, but some fun ones. Well, not really fun, but
that's a weird application of the word, but I'll accept it because we do it all the time.
All right, it's morbid, but
morbidly fun.
Yeah. Okay. Well, our first theory is it was an accident. Dave fell into that furnace. I think personally this is kind of unlikely, but it is considered to be a possibility.
Can I ask a question before we get too far into the theories?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pull my hand down. All of our theories are saying that it's Dave's remains or whatever was pulled out of that furnace was Dave.
Most of our theories are saying that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're talking about until you say otherwise is the remains or the things that were pulled out of the furnace were Dave.
Yeah, it was Dave.
I just want to clarify
was in the furnace.
that.
Yeah. So
His keys were there.
His keys were there,
Oh,
and the remains of his work boots were apparently there, and his glasses, or somebody's. So as far as the accident one goes, nobody, as far as I know, had actually fallen into one of these furnaces before. And I tried to find on the web exactly what the make and model of the furnace was, and so I could see a picture of it, or at least a drawing, diagram, something.
Mm-hmm.
Had no luck. The most specific information I could find was in a court document that referred to it as a, quote, Nusal vat. That's N-U-S-A-L, vat, unquote. And I searched on the web for that and got zip. That's about it.
Have you ever looked at the imagery from steel refineries?
Yeah.
So they tend to either be a long, hot trough, or they're more of drum is not the word, but it's a giant bucket of hot liquid so that it can then be moved and poured into a form.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only two shapes that I've ever seen. I mean, and again, I'm ignoring whatever was on Unsolved Mysteries because it really looked like what they had was made out of storage containers.
Whatever they had in that video sure looked nothing like our furnace. I did find a picture of a top-loading similar kind of furnace on the web, an old picture and an old manual.
Okay.
And it looked nothing like what they had on there.
Right, but was it like a big square pit of some sort?
Kind of, but it had like a bunch of apparatus around the top because a lot of these were top-loading furnaces, and
you'd pour the unheated material into the opening at the top.
Yeah, but in this case, they would put ingots in there, and they would pull ingots out. Nothing got poured really because they would pull them out and they hadn't melted. They could just shape them. I think they softened them enough that they were easier to shape.
So it'd be more like the kind of ovens they use for like glass blowing or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, and so as far as I know, they were top loading, but I don't know 100% for sure. They could have been. They could have been front loading.
But one would presume that there was some sort of guardrail or
railing
to keep at least the people who are putting those things in.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a velvet rope.
I love it. Velvet rope.
I think so.
I think a velvet rope. Yeah, they had a velvet rope around it with a little sign that said,
because that's safe.
Yeah.
It keeps me safe at the movie theater.
Keeps the tourists out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or wait, what are the little zippy ones they use at the airport?
Oh yeah.
For the TSA lines, because nobody gets through those.
We call those stanchions. stanchions.
Stanchions, that works, yeah. Dave, I think, was a pretty safety-oriented guy, though, and I'm sure they had something more serious than that to keep people from wandering over and just
Surely.
stumbling in.
Yeah.
And let's face it, you don't need to have a lot of brains to not be falling into a 1,200-degree molten salt furnace.
There's
right?
no horseplay on the edge of the pool.
No.
And you can tell. You can,
No running.
It's not like you could sort of accidentally back up and fall in either. You're going to feel that heat, right? I mean, you're going to be feeling it. And so I think even an amoeba would have been smart enough to not fall into the furnace.
Yeah.
So I grew up in an area in Southern Oregon, and there was, I think it was, I can't remember the name of the place, but they dealt with nickel. And so they were heating nickel and doing all of these things. And unless you were just in the general vicinity, you were okay. But when you had to be around any of the burners or the super hot, like these kind of 1,000+ degree areas, you were required to put on one of those nice, fancy, shiny metal reflective heat suits.
I would think so, yeah.
So I can't imagine that they would just let the maintenance guy just walk up and start messing around with something.
Well, but
He would have to be appropriately attired.
But he also wasn't even supposed to be in Plant 6.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, he was supposed to be in Plant 8 and then later on in Plant 4. But yeah, so what was he doing? Maybe he was just wandering by. He saw a door ajar. I thought, I'll go check and see what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he went in.
That seems wrong. I don't like this theory.
I find it kind of hard to believe that this was an accident. I really do. So I got to give this one a fail.
Agreed.
You like that, Steve?
Well, I don't know. People take Epsom salt baths and they say it makes them feel better. So he was like, it was a salt bath. So no, I really think this is a terrible theory.
Yeah, my feet feel crappy. I'm going to go stick my feet in there. Whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah. Okay, our next theory.
Now they call me Stumpy.
Yeah. So our next theory is suicide. I almost said suicide, but no, suicide. Apparently, as I mentioned before, Dave had some issues with depression. And of course, as we said, he attempted suicide not just a few years previously during his divorce. And so throwing yourself into a molten salt vat would definitely solve your problem if you wanted to kill yourself.
It would be a pretty horrible way to go, though.
It would be pretty awful.
I mean, we all saw Terminator. We saw how long it took Arnold.
Yeah, but he was a Terminator. I think a human being, it would be like a little quicker.
Hopefully.
I would think so as well, but
it would
still
be.
not fun for the little bit of time that it didn't.
Oh, good Lord, I couldn't imagine that.
Not that there's a good way to kill yourself, but that is not the good way to kill yourself.
Yeah, no. Well, you never know. It might be super quick. It might be that your nerve endings are shocked and they just stop working, and that you go into shock right away.
I hope.
If it were not 1984, we could look at Dave's computer and see if he did web searches on topics like, quote, how long does it take you to die if you throw yourself into molten salt?
That would definitely settle the question.
That would help a lot, but we can't do that. No web search is available. And I don't know, there's no record that he asked anybody. Say, if you fell into that, how long do you think it'd take you to die? But I would think it'd be over really quickly, but I still would rather just shoot myself personally.
No.
I think I would.
A whole bunch of other ways.
But on the other hand, I've seen cases where people have picked even more hideous ways to kill themselves than this. I mean, people like soak themselves in gasoline and light themselves on fire.
And who's that guy who has tied the rope around his neck and then accelerated the car? That was
the Corvette.
Definitely killed himself that way. So
that'll do it. But
that was Britain.
Yeah,
it was in Britain. Yes.
Yeah, so there's worse ways, I guess, but it doesn't sound quite right to me. And on the other side of things, people have noticed that Dave had just bought a new lunchbox. So I mean, if you're going to kill yourself,
if that's a sign of stability, what isn't?
I know exactly.
Really.
I mean, obviously, he was planning for the future if he'd bought a new lunchbox, right?
We did actually get this feedback a little bit when we did the Moorgate tube crash, though, because we talked about evidence of him having cash for a new car in his pocket.
Yeah, he was going to go get something for his daughter.
Yeah, and there were a lot of people who kind of came out and said, in their understanding of people who commit suicide, oftentimes it's not like you wake up and say, "Yep, today's the day I'm going to kill myself." It just
spur of the moment.
You just are like, oh yeah, here we go.
Maybe you've sort of been toying with the idea for a while, and just one day, for one reason or another, everything just kind of gels. You say, okay, now's the time.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe
be.
something bad had happened with his supervisor, and he thought he was going to lose his job, and thought, I'll just jump into that pool instead of.
It could be.
This. I mean, just by providence of planning for the future doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't planning on committing suicide.
Yeah, that's good.
But I
point.
also agree. I don't think that he did. But hey.
Yeah, well, I mean, who knows? Yeah, there was some other stuff. His daughter, of course, said they were planning a vacation at some point. He'd paid all his bills and bought all the groceries and stuff. And again, as we said, it doesn't really mean much. I mean, if you could look at somebody as buying groceries for the family and paying all the bills, as sort of cleaning up all the loose ends.
Yeah.
Before he kills himself.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah, planning a vacation doesn't really mean much. I mean, I don't know if that means serious planning or if you're just sort of vaguely talking about going to Disneyland or something. It's just we all talk about stuff like that. I mean,
sometime in the future conversations.
Hell, we've been planning on a European trip for how long now?
4 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Still not happening.
Still no closer to actually.
I mean, still hasn't happened.
No, not likely. It might happen. Who knows?
No, because you're going to try and kill me.
As soon as somebody steps up and pays for it. Yeah. There would be one reason to do it I can think of. I would rather, again, go out in the woods with a shotgun and take care of business. But on the other hand, there would be opportunities at the plant at Fernald, lots of opportunities. And plus, if Dave had made it look like an accident, then he would leave his family a really nice opening for a lawsuit.
True.
So, and workers' comp and all kinds of stuff. But at the same time, Dave doesn't seem to have gone out of his way to make it look like an accident.
Why, I know we've said this before, why go into that furnace? That place was known to be full of very corrosive acids to the point that they had a... I suddenly cannot think of the name of the guy who replaces soles on shoes.
Cobbler.
Thank you. They had somebody on site who fixed shoes for the employees because there was so much acid on the ground, it ate through their work boots at an obscene rate. So they did this for people. Like, okay, why did he do that versus going and finding one of the giant vats of acid and jumping into that thing?
In fairness, though, if you jumped into a vat of corrosive acid, it's unlikely that any part of you will be found, right?
That's true.
Versus if he knew the science of this thing, although more of his bones should have been found if it was his entire skeleton.
Well, here's the deal, though, is that I'm assuming, I'm going on a limb here, I don't know the exact compound that they use of salt, but as we all know, salt at room temperature is solid, and it might well be by the time they cooled it down enough to where they could actually get into it and search it, it might have solidified.
Yeah, that's true.
And so maybe they had to sort of chip through everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
And they broke things up or didn't break things up enough to find the smaller fragments, maybe.
Yeah, they might not have considered it worthwhile. Once they had some bones, that might have been enough. They didn't feel like they needed to chip through the entire thing and try to extract every single bone, which, by the way, they weren't going to do without breaking them all up anyway, because by the time they've been heated that much, they're going to be pretty fragile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess to your point of finding the super corrosive acid, like if you want it to look like an accident, you still have to leave some evidence of the accident.
Yeah,
right?
But you still think he would have put say a banana peel on the top of the thing
or something.
Yeah,
right?
something to make it look like it was an accident.
But in looking forward at the next theory, if what we're going to talk about after we finish this up was what happened, then why did they throw him in something that would leave materials rather than throwing him in something that would completely destroy it? We'll talk about it when we get to that theory, but I just want to bring that up now so that we don't forget to talk about it.
And I don't know, but back to the suicide thing, if it was going to make it look like suicide versus an accident, well, you think he would have taken off his hard hat and his glasses at least.
What?
Yeah, or maybe not, but not
I
a
mean,
requirement.
If you're going to commit suicide, you don't give a rip.
Yeah.
I don't care that I'm wearing all my work gear. I'm just going to take the plunge.
Just go plunge. Yeah, maybe.
And if it's going to be an accident, if you're going to stage an accident, no investigator says, "Oh, weird. He took off his gloves and his hat and his glasses and then stumbled in." Like that. That series of events wouldn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
It would make more sense that he had an accident and fell in with all of his gear.
But he should have done something. He should have left a rope or a piece of cable right there for him to trip over or something.
Or that this cardboard, the sign you see swinging on the end of the rope in the Looney Tunes cartoons.
He should have just unhitched the velvet rope a little
Yeah.
bit, so it looked like
It looked like it had been
pushed
left
Elvis was
unhit.
here.
over a little
Yeah.
bit, so it looked like somebody had stumbled over it.
Yeah.
So I don't know about this one. Do you?
About suicide, you mean?
No, this
just
whole
a-
suicide
It's
theory.
more
just,
plausible than an accident, but less
It is.
plausible than some others to me.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it just seems like it's entirely. It's entirely plausible to me. But again, there's not really any evidence for it. But
yeah.
then again, okay, let's give that one a maybe and move on to our next theory, which of course is murder.
Da da da.
I know, murder, everybody's favorite. So again, assuming that was Dave's remains that were found in there, not that much was found. The prevalent theory out there, of course, is that Dave was murdered by his coworkers or somebody at the company because he was a whistleblower.
What was he blowing whistles on?
On either National Lead, or the plant itself. I mean, because again, National Lead was running it, but they didn't actually own it, so maybe he was ratting out National Lead to the government, or ratting out.
Joe, can you, for people who aren't familiar with the term whistleblower, can you explain that for folks? Because not everybody knows that.
Somebody who sees wrongdoing at your company or within the government or whatever, and reports it to the authorities, or maybe reports it to the press, that kind of thing. They're called whistleblowers. Also, one man's whistleblower, of course, is one man, and another man's just plain leaker.
Right.
It just all depends. A lot of people leak constantly.
Julian Assange.
Yeah, that kind of thing. When you leak, a lot of people leak for their own personal reasons, and then sometimes people will leak, and then when they get busted, they'll try to call themselves a whistleblower. Like that chick at the NSA who recently gave some documents to the press, and then she got busted for it, and then she tried to claim, oh no, I was a whistleblower. No, really not.
Is it Karen Silkwood? Isn't she considered? I mean, her death is mysterious, and that's a whole other thing, and that's why the murder thing made me think of it. But isn't she considered a bit of a whistleblower?
Yeah,
because she was in a nuclear reactor facility.
She was in a nuclear facility. I don't remember. It's been so long since I read anything about that or saw the movie or anything. I can't remember if she ever did any actual whistleblowing, or if she just died.
She was supposed to. She was supposed to give statements. I remember that, but I couldn't remember if she would be considered a whistleblower.
We know what a whistleblower is.
She would be
yes,
considered
I think
we've probably beaten that one to death. Yeah, let's go back to the. But
we're in the right theory for that.
But anyway, that is one of the reigning theories out there. But the only problem I have with the whistleblower theory is that the cat was really out of the bag by 1984 when Dave died. National Lead had actually been telling the Atomic Energy Commission, and then after that the Energy Department, since at least 1958 about miscellaneous contamination problems that they were having. In fact, they kept going to the government and saying, hey guys, this is not a good situation. Like, for example, there were some massive concrete tanks for radioactive waste. One of them they discovered had some big cracks in it, and it was leaking radioactive waste into the ground and contaminating groundwater. And National Lead goes to, again, the government says, hey, we've got a problem here. Your tanks are leaking. And the government says, okay, well, the cracks only go down so far, not all the way to the bottom, so don't fill the tank up any further than the height of the cracks. And that takes care of the problem. And then so that was an example of this.
Good science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just one example of that. And so essentially National Lead, they did their job. They did.
They did their due diligence.
Yeah, and so as far as somebody from National Lead murdering Dave, there's no excuse there. That National Lead it was well documented that they had done everything they could to keep the government abreast and everything. The government just said, hey, we don't care. And so there was really no liability on their part.
I question that. I do question that isn't blaming the boss on National Lead. Is that who it was?
Yeah,
National Lead of Ohio. I kind of feel like maybe they could have taken steps to fix things, but not wanting to foot the bill, just kept turning to the USG and saying, hey guys.
That was the thing, though. Essentially, the government paid them a certain amount of money to do this, and this was above and beyond really probably what they felt that was in their job description. They just said, dudes, this needs to be fixed. Either come in and fix it or give us money.
Would they have even had the authority to fix it?
I'm sure if they had actually said, "Hey, government, we're going to fix those cracks in that tank and on our own dime," the government would have said, "Okay."
Yeah, that's
Or the government would have formed a blue ribbon commission and studied it for 10 years, and then
the environmental impact of
so like there's
fixing
the whole
Yeah.
thing about the fact that they were leaking uranium dust into the
air.
atmosphere in the
Yeah,
area.
releasing- yeah.
So the you were talking about this before is they had big bags in their ventilation system to capture all of that material. It's kind of like in your home ventilation system. You have those funny paper cardboardy things
Yeah.
that stop the crud from going in. It's a
Yeah.
massive version of that.
Yeah.
Those things failed once a month. Like they were
they
supposed
did.
to last months and months and months, and they always failed every month. Now, if you're doing this for 10, 20 years, don't you think that at some point somebody would say, we should find a new bag?
Yeah, well,
like, really,
yeah.
this vacuum cleaner bag sucks. We should find a new bag.
The whole system sucked, but then, I don't know. Again, that was reported, by the way, to the government. The government just said, "Hey,
But I
make do."
think the whistleblower allegation, just to get back to what we were talking about, okay, they were reporting that to the government and the Department of Energy. It didn't really come out to the public until '84, and that's when, as you put it, the cat really came out of the bag.
Well, the thing about it is that's when the public first became aware of it. But there were things that happened before that. As early as like 1961, there was a University of Cincinnati study that found groundwater contamination around the plant. And then later on, a year later, the United States Geologic Survey confirmed this. And so it's not like it was carefully hidden within the bounds of just national lead and the Department of Energy.
It's also the 60s and the 70s, information transfer. It's a very slow process.
Yeah.
Unlike today, I mean, remember, we're spoiled. Something happens, and we could technically all know about it the very same, if not next day.
Well, yeah, and of course, this was early 60s. The environment was not as hot button an issue then. But then 20 years later, 1981, the Ohio EPA, that's Environmental Protection Agency, they found radioactive contamination in the wells around Fernald. That was 1981. And they also inspected Fernald and the plant itself in March '84. Found lots of violations of hazardous waste laws. Again, that was March '84. That was months before Dave disappeared.
So really what we're saying is that there was no need for a whistleblower.
No,
the whistle
was blown. Yeah.
It was blown.
Yeah, so
it was blown up.
Yeah,
it didn't exist anymore. There was no whistle to blow.
Not really. Yeah, and so that's why the whistleblower theory for me kind of falls flat.
Yeah.
I mean, also, who would he have been talking to? Obviously, the whistle was blown as far as the government knowing about it, so he would have been talking to somebody with the press, right, to out the government, which was not.
Which was obviously not making it really well known what they already knew.
Yeah, so if he was talking to a reporter, well, you think the reporter would have come, whoever it was, would have come forward and confirmed this, or maybe on the other hand, maybe he went to the feds and just said, "Hey, there's all this stuff going on," not realizing National Lead had already been keeping them all apprised of all these issues anyway. So he contacts the Department of Energy and says, "Hey, you guys ought to know about what National Lead is doing at that plant, man. It's just crazy irresponsible." And the guy at the government says, "Yeah, let me get your name and address and everything." And then he calls the hit squad, the federal hit squad, and knocks him off.
Well, I guess
But again, why would you do that when it's already the case that it's come out in public anyway?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really have a good sense of Dave's personality. I don't have the sense that he's this type of guy. But what if Dave was talking with other people about wanting to either like unionize or bring a class action lawsuit against? I mean, who knows what kind of sickness and contamination the workers were suffering from.
Well, yeah.
So
there was
had he
some
been
of that.
kind of talking about, hey, my doctor says I'm inhaling a lot of uranium and that's super unhealthy for me and I'm at high risk and we should probably try to get a settlement from the government and talk to the wrong person. I mean, that, if he was the kind of main person championing that. But again, he doesn't seem like the
He didn't seem like a troublemaker, but I don't think he did that because, again, Harry Easterling, his carpool buddy, didn't say Dave ever said anything about that to him.
But
Well,
Harry...
I would stay quiet, too.
Harry also...
Yeah.
Harry
no,
also...
I didn't know anything about that.
Also made a point of saying that Dave seemed to know his stuff about what was going on in the plants.
Yeah, he kept an eye on that stuff.
Yeah, and it was funny is that when you read it, it'll say, well, Dave knew, he would say, oh, if you're working around this thing, stay away from its high radiation. If you're this, that. Well, but he maintained the stuff. So he, like, if it was something that, say, was one of those uranium dust bags, yeah, he totally knew it was because those things were always full because because they were always breaking. Like, he would have had just general observational knowledge.
Well, and he could have been someone like me who is a little bit of a worrier and likes to.
You don't worry about anything.
I don't. You're right. But I mean, somebody who likes to be a little more safety conscious and aware of their surroundings, whereas other people, you guys are good examples of this, are a little more prone to be like, let's just go do this thing and see how it works out. And I'm like, no, there's uranium in those pipes, and you guys are like, oh, okay, we'll stay away from
we'll
that.
put the black cat fireworks in there.
I can't smell no radiation. It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, I think there are just people like that in the world who are a little more aware and. We said he was safety-minded, so he might have been a little more.
He was. He probably went out
trying to look out for his fellow worker. But again, I don't think that necessarily he was actually championed some sort of.
No, nobody's reported that. Again,
I don't think there was a good reason for him to have been murdered.
Well, somebody, no, not really. And also, if they had murdered him, it seems kind of self-defeating to push him into a furnace at the plant.
Yeah.
Well, and there's
because that invites scrutiny.
Well, the problem, of course, this story is a bit sensationalized because we've got unsolved mysteries in the mix, which seems to have inserted some details. But you've been looking at the court documents, and not all of that stuff is there.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, if you look at the unsolved mysteries, they note that piece of stainless steel wire that was looped in 3 circles.
Right.
In their video, they imply that the wire had been looped around his ankles.
And used to lower him in?
Yeah, the third loop was used for a hook on a heist, and so they could raise his body up and then drop it into the furnace. But the problem is no press accounts or court documents mention the stainless steel wire. It's only in the unsolved mysteries.
Suspicious.
Yeah. So from the Cincinnati Enquirer, I was able to find out the following things were found in the furnace: the keys to Box toolbox, metal eyelets and toe plates from a pair of boots, other metal bits, and a few toe fragments. They weren't melted, but they found them. Right? The boots were gone. The metal was still there.
Right. So melted eyelets from boots, right?
Yeah, metal bits and bone fragments. There's nothing in there about loops of steel wire. And then there's the keys. If the keys were found in Dave's toolbox, but also in the furnace. Could mean somebody took the keys and planted them in the furnace, but on the other hand, it could also mean that Dave just had more than one set of keys.
He could have had work keys and home keys.
He could, yeah.
Which would again give more credence to the fact that he was totally comfortable just leaving his 3 work keys around instead of saying, he left his house key and his storage unit key and his car key. He just left sitting in that room. He had his personal keys with him, so it didn't really matter as much if they got stolen.
Yeah, he would not be the first person that had more than one set of keys.
No, sure.
Yeah. But I have a hard time understanding why anybody would drop the keys if they murdered him, whether they would go back and drop the keys in the furnace after, because...
It's like a ham-fisted attempt to prove that he was in there.
To prove that Dave was in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's a ham-fisted attempt at destroying the evidence.
But again, I say, okay, if you're going to destroy evidence, you've got a whole... Why would you dump the evidence into the same vat as the body instead of the vat of acids that are available?
I mean that he got murdered somewhere else and someone was trying to dump evidence in there.
Oh.
For whatever reason.
And they happen to find one of the other bodies that they put into that thing?
I don't know. I don't know why they would find bone fragments necessarily. But, I guess you could get to the point where you would be kind of a dummy and be like us and be like, yeah, that's really, really hot and molten, so it's obviously going to melt everything versus the acid. I don't know what it's going to do, so I'll just throw it in that molten stuff and it'll melt everything.
Yeah, maybe they didn't realize. I mean,
there's no way this plant will ever shut this thing down for long enough for anybody to pull anything out of it, so it's just going to be lost in there forever.
Yeah, it might have been that whoever it was, if somebody did that, didn't realize that they were actually keeping records of the temperature in the furnace, which kind of makes sense that they would, but they didn't realize that it would sort of be this giveaway that they pushed his body in there.
Yeah.
But again, at the same time, if you're disposing of him and you totally want to get rid of the body, then it makes no sense to go back later and throw the keys in there.
No.
No sense at all.
At all, no.
And if you don't really care if the body is found, and the main reason to push it in there was just to eradicate the indications that you had, say, axe murdered him or bludgeoned him to death or strangled him, or just whatever evidence.
No
you want to get rid of
fingerprints
that.
or DNA are going to survive, right?
Absolutely. So if that was your motive, then again, what purpose does it serve to drop the keys in there?
Well, yeah, why wouldn't you just leave them where they are?
Why would you
throw
drop
them in the
down a
garbage?
sewer drain on your way home?
Maybe
Exactly.
it was a ham-fisted attempt by the management to cover up what they thought was.
Or a ham-fisted attempt to prove that he did it willingly, and so, well, I'll just toss the keys in where they found him, or they think he's at, because that idiot obviously got himself killed, and I don't know.
Lots of ham-fisting in this.
Yeah, I know. It makes no sense to me. But I can only conclude that.
Rock'em sock'em robots.
Oh God, those things.
With the ham.
But yeah, I can only conclude.
Rock'em sock'em ham robots. Ooh,
Sorry.
those stink.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We keep interrupting you. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah. Well, anyway, I think he had 2 sets of keys. So.
I think he probably did too.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So murder, maybe not.
Yeah, probably. It doesn't mean he wasn't murdered. I'm just not seeing it. There's no physical evidence, but of course there isn't because, well, they shoved his body into the furnace. So yeah.
It was actually, we keep calling it a ham-fisted cover-up, but actually it was a pretty dang good cover-up.
No, they did pretty well.
Whatever happened to him.
Whatever evidence might have been there is not there.
It's totally gone.
Yeah. As far as motive, well, again, leaving aside the whistleblower thing, well, I can't see a motive there either, and there's no evidence of whistleblowing, so I don't know.
So who knows?
I
mean, unless he's got dirt on somebody for something else.
Well, yeah, there could have been something else, or it could have been just one of the security guards was just a serial killer.
Or the mob was involved somehow, and he was going to spill the beans on the mob.
Yeah, I mean, really, seriously, I mean, if you want to think about murder, it could have been just a random serial killer kind of thing. It could have been.
It could have been just a general heat of the moment fight, killing kind of thing. I didn't mean the heat of the moment. Nice pun, I know. But somebody just losing their gourd and beating the holy hell out of him, going, "Oops, he's not breathing. I got to get rid of this.
Better shove him in here. Better shove him into the furnace."
It's the closest place. I don't want to be seen carrying him.
Right.
Yeah.
He's heavy.
Yeah.
I'm lazy.
Yeah.
I'm going to get rid of him.
Well, also, I don't want to be seen carrying him.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, are there any more theories?
Yeah, one more, which is that Dave was not in the furnace at all. Maybe Dave ran off to join the circus. But there were some parties that said that maybe he didn't die in that furnace. Among them, Allstate Life Insurance Company, Credit Life Insurance Company, National Lead of Ohio, Inc., Workmen's Compensation Bureau of Ohio. So they were all defendants in a suit that was brought by Dave Bach's family. They wanted him declared legally dead so they could collect benefits like Social Security, Workman's Comp,
That
life
makes sense.
insurance.
Yeah.
And of course, as I said earlier, the coroner's office wasn't issuing a signed death certificate or anything.
There's no body.
Yeah, no body, no evidence.
No
really.
provable body.
Yeah, and I don't even know bones like that have been subjected to that amount of
There's no DNA left.
You're not even going to get DNA. I mean,
even if DNA was available at that time, there's no usable DNA. It is so cooked.
Yeah, I can't imagine it. So how the hell do you tell for sure?
You don't.
I mean, most people kind of believed it was Dave, but as far as proving it, well,
you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally could have gone to a graveyard and dug up a set of bones and thrown them in with his glasses and a pair of his boots.
Yeah.
He could have thrown in his lucky rabbit foot for all we know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure the bones were somewhat identifiable as human.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
for
rabbit
all we
bones
really,
are pretty
really
small.
know.
I mean, have you ever seen a rabbit? They're small.
I'm just saying.
They're little bones.
Okay, so
I mean, you're
hyperbole,
small, but your bones
a
are
little
not that
bit.
small.
A little bit of hyperbole. Okay, fine.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, for all, like, we don't know. We have no way of even probably realistically identifying if they were human or not because we don't have no DNA markers or anything like that.
They call them bone fragments too.
Yeah.
I don't know how big the pieces were.
Yeah. So
I
that's why
assume
I'm
that
saying,
human bones, if you look at them under a microscope, I assume.
I don't know once
there's
they're
ways.
that cooked though.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I
maybe
assume,
threw in a ham hock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ham-fisted ham hock.
Yeah. But apparently, according to the courts and everything, they seem to be satisfied that they were indeed human bones. But I don't know how they went about confirming that. So, did Dave leave town and start a new life somewhere? I kind of doubt it. This is
I doubt
possible.
it as well. It's possible, but
It's
I
possible.
don't believe it.
Yeah.
I
So-
really, as much as I would like to call this a cover-up or a conspiracy, I hate to say it, but if that's truly his remains in that smelting pot or whatever that thing was, I think it was an accident.
Well,
Industrial accidents happen a lot.
I'm gonna
and if
rank
the
it,
velvet rope wasn't in place, he may have walked in.
Well, I'm gonna rank them in order by likelihood, in my opinion at least. My opinion is that the theories are number 1, suicide, number 2, murder, number 3, accidents, and accident for me is number 3 on the list, and then last of all, faked his own death is number 4.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at. And the reason I'm saying again accident is he had no business in Plant 6. There was no reason for him to be there.
That we know of.
Right.
He had no business there, and frankly, accidentally falling into one of these furnaces strikes me as ludicrous. It really kind of absurd. I just find suicide a lot easier to believe than accident myself. Devin, what do you think?
I guess I don't like any of the theories.
Yeah.
I most believe, I think, accident. I don't believe suicide. I don't want to believe murder. Because just like of the horrors in this world, going into a furnace alive.
Well, we
pretty
don't
high up there,
especially unintentionally.
Actually,
Yeah.
if he was murdered, I don't think they actually shoved him in alive because, or at least not conscious.
Yeah.
Because
all right, so,
I'm not. Are you going to wrestle somebody into a
No.
furnace? I
No.
sure as hell wouldn't do that.
Yeah, all right. So
Yeah.
then I guess I like murder the most because it's probably the least painful for him.
I suppose, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. He was like bludgeoned, and then
Yeah.
the furnace he went.
Yeah.
That's a good reason to like murder, and I got to admit, murder is number 2 on my list.
Yeah.
And murder is entirely possible. It's just that we have no evidence, and that's why
We
I'm
have
going
no
with,
evidence
that's why
whatsoever,
I'm
yeah.
going with suicide,
Steve?
rather than
I
murder.
already said mine. I'm behind accident.
All right. Well, all right. So you guys out there probably have your favorite theories. So you're going to want to contact us and let us know what they are. Hint, I'm right. So you can send us an email. We actually have email, believe it or not. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. So yeah, weigh in today.
What?
Yeah, and we also have a website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can find our episodes, which you can download and listen to. You can also find us on iTunes, where you can subscribe. You can rate us, review us. Rate us high, review us well, if you don't mind. And you can stream us all over the place, including Google Play, Stitcher, and God knows where else. And, of course, we have social media. Facebook. You've heard of that, right? So we have a group. Join the group. Like the page. So don't join the page and like the group. No.
Yeah.
Join the group, like the page.
Yep.
Twitter. Thinking Sideways. Drop the G, and we are on the Twitter. And we have a subreddit, Thinking Sideways. Any action on that lately, Devin?
Some.
Okay, there you go. And, of course, you can also support us by buying merchandise. So on our website, you'll find a link to Zazzle and Redbubble, where you get shirts, mugs, stickers, and God knows what else.
All kinds of stuff.
All kinds of good stuff.
All of the things.
Yeah, murder weapons.
No.
Well, I mean, a mug can be a murder weapon.
It's not marketed as a murder weapon.
No, it's not. It's a paperweight.
We don't make murder
yeah.
weapons.
Yeah. And so that's about it. So anyway, until next week, folks, this is Thinking Sideways HQ signing off. And like I said, send us an email. Tell us what you think. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you guys next week. This episode of Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by the sale of celebrities' toenail clippings. Instead, it's brought to you by the United States of Absurdity. When you think about U.S. history, you might remember the notable events like the Revolutionary War or the Civil Rights Movement, really big things. But did you know that there's a lot of really strange little things? Like the Straw Hat Riots of the 1900s, or the fact that Elvis Presley unsuccessfully attempted to get a badge from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs because he was taking a bunch. They didn't give it to him. Written by comedians Dave Anthony and Gareth Reynolds, The United States of Absurdity, the untold stories of American history can fill those gaps in your education with illustrated profiles of the weird tales you never knew. So pick up a copy today. This episode is also brought to you by CrimeCon. Yes, boys and girls, it's several weeks away. You still have a chance. What is it, 2 weeks? Oh my God, it's only 2 weeks till CrimeCon.
Holy crap!
How have you not bought your tickets yet?
Oh my God, hurry up!
Go to crimecon.com, use the offer code Sideways20 to get 20% off your tickets. And we're going to be there. You should be there. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
See ya.
Bye!
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it. Abroad the aliens, you must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, this week joined by
Joe.
and
Steve,
ta-da!
Hey, surprise, surprise.
I get a sound effect.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about an internet mystery.
Kind of a Facebook mystery.
Kind of. It's just a weird story. And it is the story of Karen Catherine Waldegrave. And this episode was suggested by James and Ashley in January of 2015.
Only 2+ years ago.
Whoops.
Thanks, guys. Hope you're still alive.
Yeah. So,
You trying to figure out how to explain this?
I am.
Is the preface?
Yeah.
Because this is
it's tough.
it's kooky.
Kooky is a good word. Yeah.
Kind of creepy, too.
So we're going to talk about a woman named Karen Catherine Waldegrave, which is an internet mystery. You can hear the question marks in my voice. I'm not
Yeah.
imitating Steve.
She's not sure about the nature of reality, is what she's trying to convey.
If you're going to imitate me, your voice has to be much lower than
Yeah,
it
I
is
know.
currently. Just so you know,
I know.
you're failing.
I
I said
somewhere.
not that much lower.
No, not that much longer. Anyway,
It is
basically, basically Karen's Facebook page, maybe, is the basis of this mystery. So here's the deal. In April 2010, a Facebook profile named Karen Catherine Waldegrave, von Berg Habsburg, in parentheses, you know how you can put like your maiden name in parentheses? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the von Berg Habsburg was in parentheses. So this Facebook profile appeared in April 2010. Posts by this user were frequent and prolific.
I would say so.
And I'm really sorry. I know that we do have some listeners who feel like they really need that, like, and here's the mystery part of the intro, but I can't. I literally can't with this.
You've got it written down properly. This is a massive rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's a huge rabbit hole.
I'd say the mystery is nobody knows who she was, where she went, or even if she even existed to begin with at all.
And what was she doing?
And what was
And
she
what
doing?
the hell was she up to? Yeah.
So the mystery is the enigma of Karen Catherine Waldegrave. So, and I'm going to go ahead and again do another preface here and say that this is, as Steve said, a huge, massive rabbit hole to the point where I asked one of our experts to help me with like one tiny little aspect, and she kept being like, "But what about this? And what about this?" And I was like, "Really? I just need your help on this one thing." And like over the span of 3 days, she finally was like, "I'm getting too distracted. I can't help you with that." So, we are literally going to do the like high level, scratch the surface of this case.
Come on. No, we never do that.
We could have.
We always dive deep and solve the hell out of it.
I mean, we probably could do like a 4-part series on this story. There's so much stuff to just kind of dig into.
We could read every single one of her posts, word for word.
That would actually probably be like a year's worth of podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say.
You want to start a second
But
podcast?
If I highly suggest
Yeah.
that you look into this case if you are at all interested at all. According to Karen's profile, Karen Catherine Waldegrave von Berg Habsburg, right? That's how you say it.
Habsburgs, I think.
Habsburg.
Habsburg.
Was born in London or Estonia, according to one internet sleuth who provided a date and everything. And Karen studied at the University of Toronto in Canada and earned a PhD during her time there. According to her profile, she's very well traveled. She speaks a ton of different languages, including French, Estonian, Latvian, English, Russian, Gaelic, German, and Latin, though.
And Canadian, by the way.
Yeah, and Canadian, eh?
Yeah.
But even though I will say I took Latin in high school, and my Latin teacher always said there's no such thing as being fluent in Latin.
Because it's a dead language.
It's a dead language.
Exactly.
So.
But you know what I love about Facebook profiles? They are so easy to just lie on. Like this is an amazingly huge list.
Yeah, it really kind of is.
It is, but she does use most of those languages at some point. Though I know Google Translate's a thing, but I'm just saying, at face value, this is a very well-educated woman.
Mm-hmm.
In 1992, she apparently married a man named Peter Lepik, and then they divorced about 10 years later in 2002. Peter, spelled with three E's, sorry, is a real person with real life, so please don't bother him. He has a lot of public social media stuff. Yeah, if you decide to go down the rabbit hole, just don't.
Yeah,
please.
Don't bother the guy with emails
or
hey,
anything.
So tell me about Karen.
Don't do anything.
No, don't do that.
Just don't. He probably just doesn't care. Yeah. He has been the CEO of a company called Technograph since 1988.
And by the way, Karen Catherine Waldegrave was a matrimonial investor in that very same company.
Yeah, I thought she was like the VP of something.
Yeah, I like the way
point.
she puts it in her what's it, curriculum vitae or whatever you call
CV.
it. Yeah, her CV. Yeah, that's the way she puts it. Matrimonial investor, at Technograph, which means she married a dude that owned the company.
She had interesting way of referring to a lot of different things.
Yeah, she did.
And Technograph isn't any crazy business. It's a printing business.
Yeah.
The guy prints on everything.
Yeah, but he's been the CEO for like 28 years.
Yeah, it's an established business.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it at all. I'm just saying, the name Technograph, if you don't know what it is, you go, I wonder what kind of technology.
Sounds very high tech, yeah.
It does. It's printing press.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
So then in 2003, Karen remarried to a man named Gordon Findlay, who I think he's like 88 years old, and I think she was like 35 at the time. And there's been some speculation that she didn't actually marry him, that they just lived in the same condo complex.
I had heard that too, like maybe they just sort of knew each other passing in the hallway, and that was about it.
But I don't...
Well, no, there's a picture of them together.
So?
Well, they're not exactly having
No, I'm saying
sex.
just the passing in the hallway part that Joe was saying.
Near each other.
Well, there's only that one picture that exists of them, so people say, well, it could have been like from an HOA meeting or something like that.
And this is just like the last episode. You can easily draw a whole slew of conclusions from single photographs, and we can't.
Although,
do that.
again, it's kind of like, I don't know why you would lie about that, especially because he's so much older than her, but whatever. Karen has, as recently as February 1st, 2015, a Genie account, which is a genealogy account. Genie is, like genealogy, not
not Genie out of a bottle.
Yeah. On this account, she uses the alias Karen Sophie Kell Waldegrave von Kontzau.
Kontzau sounds right.
Yeah. And I should stop here and say Karen, the Facebook, is Karin, and Karen Sophie is Carin.
Just like Sarin, but with the C instead of an S.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Sarin gas.
Oh.
I'm seeing a connection.
Like, that's not a name.
It's the name of something, just not a person.
Yep. So it's worth noting here that she uses the same photo of herself on almost all of her accounts.
Yeah.
Which is how people have found all of the like 28 or something aliases that she uses on the internet. And it's not a very good picture of her.
She actually looks like she's just back from the taxidermist.
Yeah.
And,
no, it's super weird.
Her eyes, there's just something creepy about it because she really does look like she's been killed and stuffed.
Yeah, she really does. And she's got blonde, like her hair's bleached blonde, but she actually has brown hair. Karen Waldegrave does. And it's like this very corporate, it's like the 90s, like Ally McBeal picture,
it's
where she's
weird,
just like, it's like a headshot
photo.
Yeah, it's super weird. And, so Google image search and just like image search in general is a thing. And that's how a lot of people have found a lot of her stuff. And she even says in like one of her posts on Facebook, like, hey, I know this is actually a really bad picture of me.
So why are you using it?
But it's what I'm using, which is weird.
That's a little weird.
Super weird. On her Genie account, she lists 4 sons and a daughter, all that are just named like N, Raquel Waldegrave von, I can't say that.
Cancel.
She also claims to have 3 ex-husbands, not just 2. Oh, and also she claims to be royalty, but more on that later. Back to Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, we're leaving Jeannie, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Karen also posted photos on Facebook, not just text posts, but
They're weird little photos.
most of them are were severely damaged.
No, they weren't.
Well,
They're photoshopped.
Well, some of them were and some of them weren't. I mean, so that's the kind of interesting thing is some of them were, I think, legitimately scanned in. They were on those, you guys, I'm sure you both remember, the old photo album, like sticky back.
Yeah.
With the cellophane cover.
Yeah, with the cellophane cover. And I have these exact same sheets at my house with photo albums my grandmother made me. And they're just literally those sheets taken out and like put on a scanner and scanned fully. And many of those pictures are damaged.
Yeah.
In there. But then there's these other pictures that are from, they're like of Peter, her ex-husband, from the, 90s to 2000s, the early 2000s. And they are, quote unquote, damaged in exactly the same way, all of them. And pretty much everybody agrees that these photos are photoshopped to look damaged.
Yeah.
So she had a damaged template, and she would just drop it into the damaged template?
Yeah, like the squiggles are exactly the same.
Yeah,
like the
those
quote-unquote damaged.
The weird white squiggles across them and
Yeah.
stuff that were supposed to look like reflections during the scanning process off the cellophane.
They're exactly the
They
same.
don't look at all real.
And in the exact same spots.
Yeah.
On like at least 10 pictures that I saw. Except for that one of them is a horizontal picture, not a vertical picture. So it's the template she like rotated 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And put it on there. And so that is very weird and super creepy.
It's not the only time I've seen people do that.
Yeah, people.
Well, there's something I'll bring up later on that has
that's
the same
fine.
thing.
But I will say and it's not like a filter or something, because on all of these photos, when she uploaded them, she claimed they were damaged in real life. She would refer to the damage on the photos as something nefarious or otherwise. So it wasn't as though she was like, look at this cool filter that I put on this thing. It was like, look at these damaged photos that people were trying to destroy. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the text. So it was mostly text, and it was lots of text.
Most of the mystery around her is in the text.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it started out kind of not so unreasonable, and it got a little weirder.
Yeah. So most of the actual wall posts were actually like semi-coherent, kind of just seemed
Stream
a little
of consciousness?
attention. Well, no, the actual preliminary posts looked. They were a little attention-seeking. Like sometimes she would say something like, "Oh, I'm glad to see that Alistair is back." Like that's not like it's coherent. It's not, but it's a little attention-seeking, but whatever. And then, on an example like that, for instance, I think on that particular post, there's like 267 comments, all from her.
Yeah.
Many of which are like max out whatever the character limit is on
huge
commenting.
screeds.
And many of them posted literally simultaneously, or if not simultaneously, like within minutes of each other.
Now,
and she would go on these commenting sprees for like 12 hours at a time.
Yeah,
she
but
would,
go
ahead.
The thing I was wondering about that is like, I know now you can queue up posts to be posted later.
I don't think you can.
Were you
queue
able
up
to do that?
comments.
Oh, you can't do that, really?
Do you know, Steve?
You are correct, Joe, that you can queue up a post, but
not
I actually don't
not
know.
comments.
Just a comment.
Can you do that on a personal Facebook? I've never seen an option to do that on my personal Facebook, only on the
our
page.
show. I don't know if you can do that on a personal one, but
even though in 2010.
but to Joe's question,
yeah.
I do not think that at that time or today is a built-in functionality, but that does not mean that someone could not write a script to do it for them.
That's true.
Right. It also doesn't mean that somebody couldn't just like write
Copy
out
paste
a Word
rapidly.
document.
And then cut and paste.
I used to do that on a personal Twitter sometimes if I like had a lot of things I wanted to say on Twitter. Sometimes I would just like write. I mean, because it's 140 characters or something like that. So on Twitter, I like felt like if I was responding to someone and I had like a couple tweets worth of stuff, I would just write it out and then cut and paste.
Copy paste, yeah.
And so that's not to say that that's not what was happening here, but
they're so huge.
They're huge, and let's just like I have an example in here that I know at least one of you has actually reviewed because one of you made a comment on it.
Who, me?
Yeah, I think it was you.
It was him, but I thought the same thing.
Yeah. So in this initial, and I am sorry I didn't like explain this in my script because I just figured you guys would know that I also knew this information, but whatever.
No, you're a girl. You don't know this kind of stuff.
You actually kind of went into it later on.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's just an example of a post, and this is kind of how they would go. The initial post on her wall, like I said, semi-coherent, not totally coherent, but semi-coherent, where she says, quote, "Looking for Waldo, T.E., Thomas Edward, Lawrence, Peter O'Toole, or Canada's Prime Minister Stephen Harper. This is a Penguin 1962 reprint of the original 1926 text, first published in 1935 by Jonathan Cape." And I mean, there's connections to be made between all of those things, we think. I mean, certainly Peter O'Toole and Edward Lawrence, but...
Yeah, but Waldo I'm not so sure of. Stephen Harper I'm not so sure of.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but we're about to go into this.
Yeah.
So anyways, that would be the post, and then there would be a comment, something like this. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
When you say comment, are you talking about one of them, or are you talking about the thread? Because it's a thread of comments.
Well, this is like one of the many.
One comment in the thread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll go ahead and say that there were two comments that we're going to talk about in a second, in between that post and this comment. Okay. But then she would say, "Surprisingly, you will not find the recipe in Myra Waldo's Pan-American Complete Round-the-World Cookbook, which was steadily reprinted twice a year between 1954 and 1962. She thanks the following for, quote, supplying information for this book, unquote, as editor-in-chief, the Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Mr. Chise of the Common Council of the American Unity, with the various foreign consulates, and, of course, most particularly, the Pan-American World Airways agent all over the world in 81 countries, with a very special thanks due to Harold Laird and Gerald Whittled of Pan-American."
Man, what does that mean, I wonder?
I don't know. And then there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more paragraphs about this.
And by the way, just so everybody knows, a lot of these are so big, we can't sit here and just read the entire comment.
No, and it's also nonsensical too. We wind up boring you to tears.
Mm-hmm. But I do like she says, "I guess Harold Laird and Gerald Whittled of Pan American were just too busy with other things between 1954 and 1962 to let her know how to mix 1 cup of diced celery, 1 cup of diced apples, a half a cup of finely chopped walnuts, and 3/4 of a cup mayonnaise to help present the United States con libros." So she's there. I shouldn't be analyzing this already, but she's just giving the recipe for a Waldorf salad, right? Which is, she referred to
Waldo
in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just getting like too excited. I'm sorry. So it chose that one in particular because it gives a really interesting idea of what's going on here. These posts appear to be incoherent at first, right? I mean, we would say this...
That couple of paragraphs of many more that you just read.
8 paragraphs is just gibberish.
Well, what struck me is it wasn't necessary. It didn't strike me as random gibberish so much as it looked like one half of a conversation. Mm-hmm. It often seemed like she'd be posting something, and it was like she was replying to somebody else in her original post. It's almost like somebody said something and she's saying something back.
Yeah.
And their comment got deleted, and we didn't see the deleted comment.
Or something, but that's
almost the way it feels.
Yeah.
Never minding the posting timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's, and I want to a little bit break these down because in the original wall post, what she was referring to was a book called The 7 Pillars of Wisdom by T.E. Lawrence, which is the autobiographical account of Lawrence of Arabia fame. Which is why Peter O'Toole came in, because he played Lawrence of Arabia in the movie adaptation.
Which started the whole, it was a big component in the quicksand
Oh, is that where that came from?
That's one of the
I know they
early
had the quicksand
movies.
scene in there, but
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
one of many-
quicksand actually appeared in the movies before that.
Oh, it did, but it's just one more that perpetuated the myth that quicksand will eat you.
Yeah,
So
totally.
she had that original post, and then she posted these 2 quick short ones, like in rapid succession, and then the 8-paragraph long one. And then she said, looking for a Waldorf, a good salad, but not a boutique school. And then, and Yul Brynner, not exactly Ann Jurison. And then she launches into that 8-paragraph rant that I read a little bit of. So there she refers to a Waldorf salad, right? And then like 4 paragraphs later gives the recipe for a Waldorf salad in the context of this larger rant. And so I don't think they're actually gibberish.
No,
Which
it's
is
not random words.
Crazy. It's not just random words.
No, I mean there is thought behind it. I will agree, and there is structure and self-reference in terms of previous things that are written. So it is not complete and utter gibberish. But
Exactly.
I don't know that it is coherent.
Did by the way, I didn't notice this. Did any of her comments get any likes?
No.
No, really.
Well,
Okay.
they
That's
probably
sad.
all had likes
Was
within
there
1
likes?
second of each other.
Could you like that early in 2010?
Actually, looking at the picture of the screen capture we have, I don't see the like button, so maybe that wasn't a thing then.
I don't think you could in 2010. I think that was like a newer thing.
Oh, that was like 15 or something like that.
I thought that was just a
2015 that
couple
came
years
out.
ago.
So these kids today just don't know how good they got it.
No, they
You know,
don't.
you think that was always possible to just like people on Facebook
You
and
thought
like
it
what
was
the crap
like
that they said, but
always
no.
possible to react. You don't even like anymore. You have like 5 options to react to something. It's crazy.
Well, you can't react to a comment, though.
That's true. You can like a comment though.
But you can't react to a comment.
Yeah, that's true.
I know you're
Anyway.
listening. I know Zuck is listening. I
Yeah.
want him to know.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Do us a solid.
advertising our show.
Yeah. But so for reference, the thing is that it's all connected. It's semi-coherent, but something a lot of people have talked about is this thing that I know you guys know what this is because we've talked about it on the show before.
If you've listened to past episodes.
Yeah, if you listen to my wildly popular internet mystery episodes, you will know of Markov chain, and you may know that Markov chains are. It's relatively easy to write a program to create a Markov chain, and on Reddit, I am just like stealing this from somebody on Reddit because I couldn't find a generator as good as this, so I'm not sure. But
tell people what a Markov chain
I'm getting
is.
there.
Okay.
Okay. So a Markov chain is basically it takes some concepts, like you just feed it some text to begin with, and it will create these like giant chains of text by association. It's basically AI.
Mhm.
Basically, what it is.
The dumbest form of
It is. It is. But it basically just finds references for other stuff and then just plugs words in that it thinks are going to make a coherent something. But it's AI, so it's dumb. So it
I
doesn't
don't think it's
actually know.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite AI. It
Yeah.
doesn't look that readable. Although it's readable enough, you could actually generate like college term papers. I'm sure with no trouble at all.
Well, you can
and get
generate
A's.
some stuff. So what I'm borrowing here from this Reddit user is this user said that they found a generator, or maybe they had one of their own. I don't know. They never linked it or anything like that, despite like 5 people being like, "Hey, can you link me to that generator?" They said that they input conspiracy, government, and privacy into a Markov chain generator and came up with this. And it's like 3 paragraphs long, so I'm not going to read all of it, but I am going to have Joe read the first paragraph.
Oh, okay. All right. This is William Shatner reading. No, just kidding. Privacy is not and likely never will be obstreperous. Humankind will always validate government, whether by agronomists or of the account. Authorities which intercedes lie in the study of reality as well as the study of philosophy. Hence, authorities might engender mournful adjurations for incarceration which foretell periodicity.
So it's not...
And by the way, all the mistakes in there were in the original text.
They
weren't mine.
Yeah, it's as read, right?
Yeah.
As written.
As written, sorry. So, I mean, like, that is not... It's honestly not
Adjurations
that
for
much
incarceration?
less coherent than some of the posts that we've seen from the Karen user on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. And then the other thing I'm going to bring up, and then we're going to get into theories, because most of this is just like, let's talk about this, is there was another really interesting analysis done on a YouTube video called Seriously Strange. And I believe she took this analysis from someone else that she said she went back to credit and she couldn't find the original source that
We
she
don't
had
know what that's like
used.
at all.
We know exactly what that's like. It's really hard sometimes. And so I don't have the original credit for this. I just have that YouTube video credit for this. But basically, here's the gist of it. Karen's word associations are often based on puns or other strong links. So, like, there's one post where she's railing against Annalie Peebo, who's an opera singer from her home country, maybe, of Estonia. Peebo's married to a deathcore singer named Raul Nartis with two A's.
Nartis, yeah.
Nartis?
No, actually, Narits. And by the way, for our listeners who don't know, what is a deathcore singer?
It's a guy who sounds like this.
Actually, yes, yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Deathcore is like really, really heavy metal.
Ah, okay.
It's
well,
death metal.
He's trying to sound kind of like a demon or something like that. Like Satan.
From the people that I know who are into deathcore, it's more about the musicality of the singer than it is the lyrics. But anyway, so Peebo, who Karen's railing against, is married to this deathcore singer named Raul Nartis with two A's, who she then merges into Raul Nartis with one A, who's a professor of law at the University of Taru in Estonia. Though she doesn't know what deathcore is, she admits outright. Karen humorously puns death corp off of deathcore.
Like Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm. And then translates that to Team Tot, which is the Third Reich.
TODT.
Yeah. Do you say that someplace to some other way?
Team Tote? No,
Team
I don't know.
Team
Tote.
You said tot, so.
Yeah, so that's referring to the Third Reich. And then Team Tot, like you're teaching something, which she then associates with a peer at the University of Toronto in the history department that she apparently had a huge rivalry with.
Oh.
And then she refers to the team teacher. So there's sophisticated wordplay happening throughout this and punning.
And jumps of logic.
Well, there's jumps of logic, but it's more sophisticated than any chain generator I think exists in this world. That's very sophisticated association that, as far as I'm concerned.
And I see Markov later on, so I'm not going to say anything about it for now.
Well, it just takes away from the Markov theory. Yeah, so that's kind of the overview, very brief overview. You could spend literal weeks reading these posts.
Easily.
This Facebook profile was deleted in about April of 2011, so it doesn't exist anymore. I haven't been successful in getting the Wayback Machine to work, but sometimes other people are successful with getting the Wayback Machine to work on things that I can't, because the Wayback Machine is a fickle god.
It totally is. But, you would think that, did people not discover this until long, long after the fact that she had come and gone?
No.
Because you would think somebody would have archived everything.
Some people did.
They did, but they're in a really weird format.
I've seen some of those where all the formatting is gone and it's nothing but text.
Yeah,
that's the ones you're talking
those
about.
Are the only
I've
ones.
seen those.
And there's a live journal and a blog spot or something that did this, but they are very hard to navigate, figuring out what is a reply and what's a wall post and what is referring to a picture and what might be linked to something.
Because there's no category, subcategory, subcategory.
Because it's like
process.
when your Facebook loads and your internet connection is really slow and it's not in HTML anymore. It's just it doesn't have its CSS connected to it, right? It doesn't have its style
sheet.
It's
just pure text.
Yeah. It's literally just pure text. Mm-hmm. That's what these look like.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, they're heinous.
It's hard. It's really hard to navigate. We will post one link to one of these two things. But that does exist. But what happened is people became aware of this user profile in early 2011, and then people started kind of becoming active with this. And again, we'll kind of talk about this a little bit in the theories. But that it was pretty much when people started talking about the profile that it was removed.
So I've seen in a lot of the writing, and you will probably know this better than I, Devin. It's referred to as /X Is that a subreddit or was that a 4chan group?
Yeah, there's
Which was it? I wasn't sure.
It's a
Chan?
It's a Chan.
It's one of the Chans. It's group. Okay, because apparently one of the X in the Chans went guano crazy over this.
Yes.
And started
Accurate.
giving her a lot of attention.
Accurate.
Which seems to have been a problem.
I mean, to a stalking level, like to a really intrusive, very scary level. And it doesn't surprise me that
Just pull the plug.
That this profile was deleted, like under any of these theories, right? And any of these theories, if that amount of attention from a Chan was being directed at it, you would get rid of it. So all of that having been said, we're going to talk about theories in a minute, but first let's take a break.
Why don't we read some posts?
Yeah.
Sal had one goal in life. It was a pretty simple goal, but it was going to take a lot of work to achieve. All he had ever wanted to do was eat plenty of fish every day, and eventually he would be strong enough. The trip home was going to be a long one, and he needed all the strength he could muster to make it upstream. It was all going along swimmingly until he decided to treat himself to a leisurely swim along the shore. That's what derailed him. Everyone out of the water had these amazing covers on their fins that allowed them to stand upright. Once he saw this, Sal knew he had to get some for himself. Sadly for Sal, nobody makes socks for fish. Happily for you, they do make them for people, and if you want to spoil yourself like Sal wanted to spoil himself, you should get some Bombas. Because though they are small, socks are a vital article of clothing. And that's why 4 years ago, two guys set out to make the best socks possible. Bombas offers premier socks equipped with 7 substantial improvements to the ordinary sock, including a blister tab that sets directly where your shoe stitched heel that creates a natural cup around your heel. In fact, Bombas socks are such a game changer that customers overwhelmingly claim that they are the most comfortable socks they have ever worn. If you need new socks, you can't go wrong with Bombas. So go to bombas.com/sideways to get 20% off your first order. You'll love your Bombas socks or your money's back, guaranteed. That's bombas.com/sideways. And remember, they come in quite a few colors, and I'd recommend the salmon.
We're back.
Hi.
How are you guys feeling about those posts?
You read them all? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was great reading. Pulled up my pipe, got in the wingback chair, in front of the fireplace. It was good.
It was good reading.
It was a good, cold, windy, stormy night read.
So, in typical Devin fashion, we have 2 main theories and several sub-theories. So the
Ran away to join the circus. That's a good one.
So the 2 top theories, like the 2 high-level theories, are either this is a real person or this is a fake person. So first we're going to talk about if this is a fake person.
Okay.
I totally can. I think it's entirely possible.
And this is part of where the Markov chain theory comes in. Literally somebody's just like plugging in some stuff to a Markov chain, whatever.
A generator.
Generator, yeah, thank you. And just posting whatever it spits out. Or even that they have, built a little bit of script that has put a Markov chain generator in charge of a Facebook account. One of the problems that I would have with that theory would be the number of other social media or otherwise accounts that Karen has, because she has been at some point active on almost every form of social media, as well as most genealogy sites, as well as the Chans and maybe Reddit, and also LinkedIn, and
a lot of places,
and is posting on this. I think currently maybe even posting on this like subscript thing. I'll see if I can. I don't remember what it's called, but it's something that I ran into in my research.
But she actually had a Reddit login.
I don't know. I can't confirm, since Reddit is such an enigma. There are posts that look a whole lot like Karen style posting.
Okay, so that's a dangerous.
I have no idea. Because it's totally anonymous, right? The way that people tracked most of these is because she uses that same dang picture in everything. So they just did a reverse image search on that picture, and suddenly all of these accounts were popping up, and then you get in there and you're like, oh yeah, this is the same person.
So for people who don't know, reverse image search is I save the photo as Karen headshot1.jpg and upload it everywhere, and then when somebody pulls it from another website, that's one of the main tools that's used to reverse search it.
Well, it doesn't
There's
even
other
have
things
to
that are
be-
involved, but
It doesn't have to be the same name.
right. But I'm
even,
saying,
right?
well, I'm
So,
giving
like, basically-
I'm giving the simplest version because not everybody understands how reverse image search works.
Right. Basically, what you would do if you saw an image and you wanted to reverse image search it, you would go to Google image search, and it would say upload picture from URL, and you would say yep. You would put the URL that picture's in, and it would search for all images that even remotely resemble that.
Today, that is how it works. Back then, it was a lot of file naming.
It was a lot of
because
file
I used to do a lot of image searching that way when I had put up what was I would consider protected content, and that was a way that you could find that people were ripping it because people weren't smart enough to at least change the file name a little bit so you could find it. But the other thing I want to real quick touch on is the whole Markov thing.
Yeah.
There's a big problem with this being a Markov chain.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
That is that a Markov chain is not self-referential. It doesn't refer to itself in a prior post.
Yeah. It also doesn't, for instance, in that post that we were talking about where she's like talking about people she knows or went to school with, it's not going to be that smart. It's not going to be able to pull.
It's not going to skim the
and maybe
information.
that's something that you fed it, but even then, like, it's just too complex and smart for a Markov chain, I believe.
I think you're right. But that doesn't mean that Karen isn't an alias, though.
No, for
it
sure.
also doesn't mean that she isn't a bot of some kind.
Right. So, quickly, one of the things that feeds the theory of, like, Karen being fake is, so I said I had an expert help us, and she kept getting sidetracked. And her name is Christina, and she's also happens to be one of our Facebook mods and, like, overall super fan.
So thank you for everything.
Yeah,
all the things you do.
All
so
of
thank
the
you for
amazing
all of the things.
Literally all of the things.
Totally, we appreciate it.
But she, as a hobbyist genealogist, and so she has all of the, like, super pro accounts and all that stuff. So she helped me kind of dig through this. And on Karen's accounts, on her ancestry accounts and her genie account, she comes from a long line of Nazis.
Cool.
And she claims, I mean, like, high-level Nazis.
High level?
No. But she does say that these Nazi members of her family, are being unfairly persecuted or otherwise. She does also claim to be related at one point or another to pretty much every royal in Europe that's ever existed. And the lineage is just like a mess. But one of the really interesting things...
Admittedly, European lineage in general is a mess.
But this is like, no. Like, no. There's no way that you were related to all of these people. But I will say that I think it's her great-grandmother, that she claims as her great-grandmother is a woman by the name of Karen von
Consow.
Consow.
Yeah.
Who was also known as Karen. Can you pronounce these for me, Joe? Because you
I don't know. Axelina.
Hulda
Göring.
Who was the wife of Hermann
Göring.
Hermann Göring. Yeah.
Who you may recognize that name. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this.
Famous Nazi dude.
He was the leader of the German Nazi Party and the founder of the Gestapo.
Yeah.
And this is a fact that Karen is proud of. Well, okay, I shouldn't say she's not proud of the
talks
Nazi
a
part,
lot
but
about
she
it.
talks a lot about being related to these people. And so that kind of lends itself to a theory of this person being like even a troll or just overall being fake because of like it's the same name. Like she says it's the same name that she has. And she says she's related to a lot of different people, and it'd be really easy to just like pull a bunch of names out of a hat. So there are a couple theories. One is that it would be a troll. One is that maybe this Facebook is actually acting as a number station. And then another is obviously that this is just a very confused reincarnation of Karen.
Yeah.
That's a
Karen,
joke. I'm sorry.
Karen has like come back to haunt Facebook. She's actually dead.
Yeah.
She is the ghost in the machine.
Karen von Kaunz, the wife of Herman.
Consow. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't say German names. I'm so sorry.
Goring,
no,
I think
that's
is actually...
a joke. I'm sorry. I should clarify. That's a joke.
Goring, yeah.
But this could be a troll account. I just am going to dismiss out of hand that it's a troll account because...
Didn't work out that well, did it?
It didn't. And I don't know why you would have as many accounts as this person does, and also why there would be so many, like, genealogy accounts, and also why you would use so many different aliases, and also the story is the same across the board. It's a crazy story that she tells, but her story is the same across the board, and I just don't know. And I know Steve is about to say to me, well, trolls don't always have a reason, dude, but I
wasn't actually going to say that.
But I just think, I don't think it's a troll.
Well, if it's a troll, it's a very disorganized troll. Which is
why ineffective troll.
Yes, that's a better way to say it. Thank you, Joe. Yeah. Because of the fact that the accounts are under different names. I mean, they're very
and
sloppy.
Also, if you are a troll, you don't. As soon as you are gaining interest in your troll, you don't delete the troll.
So not every troll is what we think of as a troll who is wanting to flame people and start a war. Yeah. They just wanna muck with people a little bit.
Or as in somebody who wants to actually a very successful troll in terms of getting people interested in it eventually.
Yeah, this may be a super succul troll actually, because we were talking about it like a bunch of bozos. Yeah.
The only thing I will say is if it were a troll account, it would have interacted with other social media accounts. And there's no instance, except for Jeannie. On Jeannie, she posts on Jack Speinberg's account a lot, who she says is her father.
See, my difficulty with the troll is if it's a troll, to me, it's a very low-level, poorly organized troll, and yet to be able to do some of the things that happened in the Facebook account takes a level of sophistication that those two don't align. To be able to write a script, I'm going to say the posts were done by a script. I'm just going to make that presumption for my example here.
Okay.
It takes a certain level of understanding and sophistication to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And yet you can't keep your account straight, and you're constantly making things and mixing things. Like it's very...
I mean, I guess to elaborate on that, to take it out of the troll theory, it could have been like, hey, here's our really early exploration into AI. Right? We created an artificial intelligence that has this Facebook account. But again, I think somebody would have said, yeah, that was us. Like that was our computer robot learning. Whoops.
Yeah. Maybe.
But I don't,
unless that company tanked.
I mean, even then.
When the Karen's account was in 2011.
It was just for a year. I don't think so. Anyway,
that was after, there's some tech bubbles in there.
Maybe. The next theory for fake is that it would be a number station. So, okay, you guys know what a number station is.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a while since we covered number stations, so I'll just reiterate for maybe new listeners. I don't know. Are we getting new listeners? Who knows?
Oh, according to the numbers, we are.
That's good.
So number station, in its most simple term, it's a station it's like a radio station that is either constantly broadcasting something or maybe not constantly broadcasting something, but that pieces of code would be broadcast over that, so that like if I were a spy for the U.S., for instance, right, radio waves can travel around pretty much around the world depending on time of day, alignment, blah, blah, blah. So I could be in like Russia and I need the U.S. needs to like get to me to give me instructions. And this is like pre-cell phone, pre-internet, blah, blah. So they have this one radio station that's broadcasting maybe white noise the entire time. and then okay, well, at 6 p.m. every night I have to tune into this radio station. All you have to do is have your radio, and then it broadcasts a coded message, and you write down the coded message, and then it's done. It goes back to white noise, and then you decipher the message.
Because
and you have
the
code.
key.
Because you have the key that's predetermined, and then you have your message. You have you
in the simplest form. That's a number station.
Yeah. So this could be a kind of internet number station that Facebook is pretty easy to access. You go to an internet cafe, Facebook's gonna be available, and it also doesn't look suspicious for you to be looking at Facebook. You look up this profile, you say, okay, here's today's thing. You print out the pages.
This is much like what we talked about in Cryptos, where you could literally copy and paste the text and format it according to your styling, and nobody else would get it.
Yeah, and then you print off your pages for 10 cents a pop or whatever, take them with you, burn them when you're done, and, nobody's the wiser. It would also explain why it went dark when it started to gain popularity.
That does, yeah.
Unwanted attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing about this, and I was thinking that too, and there's lots of ways to send signals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, there was no code. There might not have been any actual encrypted code in any of it. But, and again, I'm not so sure about this because it still doesn't explain, like, the one post that had 267 replies.
It wasn't just one post.
Yeah, but
it was frequent.
Yeah, but
like that.
But still, it could be like a thing where, like, say, for example, you're a spy.
Mm-hmm.
And I occasionally leave stuff in a dead drop for you.
Yeah.
Information.
Right.
And you know this. The only way you know this to go check the dead drop is you drive past my house and I put my flower pot out on my porch.
Mm-hmm.
When you see it out there, you know it's time to go check the dead drop.
Right.
Joe, how are they going to know that the flowers in that pot have been dead for 3 years?
Well, I said flower pot. I didn't say flower.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it could be the same thing. It could just be some spy just like checks your page and says, well, if I publish something really long and tedious and stupid, that's not say 3 lines, but say 200 lines.
But even
more
than
to
that,
go check the dead drop.
I mean, maybe it's that, or even it's
that is the simplest flag in the world.
It is the simplest flag in the world,
yeah.
But it could also be even something as like the every 4th post is the coded message, or whatever your number is for the day.
Or just
every
simple
4th comment is the next line, the first line is part of the code. It could be something super sophisticated like that.
Or something, or
that's actually pretty simple.
Or again,
simple in
but
the
taken to a
inception
scale
of it,
that is just I get where you're headed with that.
Yeah, it just seems like it's still not quite, it doesn't quite work because of all the loony behavior.
Yeah.
You'd think you would want to have a sort of normal Facebook page.
Yeah,
right?
You would want to have a normal Facebook page, I think. And you would also, I think, again, the ancestry, the genealogy accounts are what kind of throw this for a loop, unless you were create the illusion of a real person who had some mental illness going on to explain the crazy posts on Facebook. Maybe, I don't know. I think we could speculate about this for a really long time. I think the idea of it being an internet number station is really interesting, but I don't think it's the right answer.
I have one thing that is not in your stuff for what it could be.
In the fake heading?
Under the fake heading.
Okay.
This is a fake section.
Yeah.
It is entirely possible that somebody else had created a bot that was scraping comments or content from another blog or set of profiles and storing it and then pouring it into a comment thread. So let's just say that it goes to I'm not going to name, thecrazywebsite.com. And there's all these comments, and it goes and it looks for Tom's comment, and because they really like what Tom says. He's really intriguing and it's fun, so it scrapes every comment that Tom makes and then just starts pouring them into all of, let's say, the first week of May's comments get poured into one continuous post. Like, it could be as simple as that. Now, why you would do that,
I don't know.
I have not the faintest of ideas.
No, it is hard
but
to say.
That would explain it to me. It in terms of the behavior, because it's something that isn't as one of the hard parts about this is that things are done so rapidly in such volume. So this would be a way to actually take something that's overtime and compress it and make it look strange.
Well, that timing we'll talk about in the real theories. We can talk a little bit about one of the other things that people think that this might be.
Okay.
Really?
So that's all I have for fake. Joe, did you have any additional theories for fake?
No, I think not now. I think not. But
Okay. So you ready for the next theory, which is real?
Oh yeah, my book is out.
Awesome. I know. So there's good reason to believe that Karen's a real person.
Yeah.
She may think so.
Well, no, I do. I think Karen's a real person. I think there are more than just that one picture of her, and they're her, and she wears her hair. This is so weird. I'm sorry. She has like dark brown hair, and she wears it in like 2 braids with like a hat on. Like that's how she wears her hair. Like all of the other pictures of her, she looks like that. But you can tell it's the same person. She's there. She exists, and she's in non-Photoshop damaged pictures. So if she is real, what's going on?
Wow. Yeah.
So there are a couple things here. One theory is that she's a victim of MK Ultra or the CIA or MI5, and in the many things that Karen claims to be connected to, the person that she does say is her father was the director of MI5 for a while.
Oh, really?
And I'm not gonna name names.
Okay,
you can find this information on the internet.
It's not highly pertinent. It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't, because those are publicly available names.
Yeah, and I only say that because sometimes people bristle at us about that. But I mean, if you really cared, you would go find it.
No,
it's not hard.
His name is C.
Yeah.
It's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she does. So, and she says that like that's an alias for like his given name, which is something Waldegrave, which is like blah blah. Anyway, like I said,
6 degrees of separation of Kevin Bacon is what she's going after.
Exactly. Yeah.
By the way, you know my thing about that, right?
I do.
The only thing I like about it is because it involves bacon.
I know.
Yeah.
You're making
Bacon's
the same
good.
leaps of logic as Karen is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Another thing that I've seen. Sorry, do you guys feel like you need to discuss the MK Ultra, MI5, CIA thing?
No, she refers to it once, but I don't know.
She throws a lot of accusations about MI5 and the CIA around.
Yeah.
Karen's not the only person on the internet.
I was gonna say, but all you have to do is look at our group to see that a lot of people,
Karen,
or in my little black book,
your little black book that we're gonna sell when we're done with it.
But as far as the MK Ultra thing too, doesn't Karen? It seems to me that Karen's a little young.
I would agree with
to
that.
have been involved with MK Ultra.
I would agree with that. However, I would say that I have heard a lot of like, my mother was experimented on, from MK Ultra when she didn't know she was pregnant with me.
Oh yeah, right.
Sort of things. But I don't think that this is one of those things.
Yeah.
I think if she is connected to anything, it would be MI5, and I don't think she's connected to MI5.
I doubt it. She's too flaky. But I mean, back in the old days, I mean, she was not flaky enough to be part of MI5. But these days, I think that she's too flaky. Yeah, the thing about the MK Ultra thing too is that if it truly existed, they would have had no trouble at all. If they were doing truly mind control, they would have had no trouble at all making these people forget everything.
I agree.
Yeah. So.
Oh, well, okay. So, but remember that the best way to hide yourself is to put out disinformation, and what better than to release a bunch of your squirrely rejects who spout misinformation while you're doing the real thing.
Yeah, plant all kinds of false information in there. Yeah, you can do that, and just shoot everybody's credibility all to hell, and then next time it comes up, everybody rolls their eyes.
And the one time that there's a grain of truth, everybody associates it with this bag of garbage. So why would I even read into it?
Yeah.
The MK Ultra, have you guys ever heard of the Indian Lake Project?
I have heard of it.
Yeah, but
okay, so there's the Indian Lake Project. It's all about MK Ultra and mind control, and it's put together by this guy John.
He's the guy that went out in the woods and found that mysterious concrete
his grandpa,
structure.
No. His grandpa found a steel box in the woods.
I thought it was his uncle that gave it to him.
Uncle, yeah,
his
not
uncle
grandpa,
gave it to
uncle.
him. Yeah.
But yeah, finds all this stuff that's all associated with MK Ultra and all this stuff, and he releases it over time. But he does something very similar to Karen. If you look at the photos, they have the same age Photoshop treatment to them.
Interesting.
The
Yeah.
same folds, the same wear marks. Like,
yeah, these are old photos of people that were involved in these experiments long ago.
And
they're
they're-
old, and they're grainy, and they're black and white,
and they're children and
antique
adults.
and damaged. But they've been photoshopped, like you say, to look antiqued.
Yes, and the damage is you see the same vertical from left to right
Interesting.
on a lot of them. So that's why it's weird to me. That's why I sort of want to say that she's fake, because in a way, I kind of feel like John is fake. Except
Yeah, I think-
supposedly photos of John have been put out there. I saw a photo that I couldn't verify was real. So I meant to try to bring this up earlier, and then
No, that's okay.
we blew by
Yeah.
it. But it's just this MK Ultra thing is just it's too easy to fabricate.
I agree.
Well, and speaking of John, that guy John in Indian Lake, I think that's just a creative writing project. Either that or his uncle is the biggest D-bag in the world, because his uncle gives him this metal box with all this stuff in it relating to, and then later, as he finds out his uncle felt like what was in that box had ruined his life.
Mhm.
So what's the first thing you do when you ruined your life?
Yeah,
you give the
give
box
it-
to your nephew.
Right, to ruin
Right.
their life.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, that makes total sense.
Yeah,
Now, I mean,
totally.
it totally, to me, it was a creative writing project.
Yeah.
Well, and I wouldn't be opposed to that idea, because the blog went for about 2 or 3 years, and then all of a sudden there was this shift of, here's my Twitter handle. I will be putting all future updates on Twitter.
Well,
and then this is my first Twitter post, and all future comments or updates will be here on Twitter, and that's it.
Yeah. This is actually an interesting segue to the next theory about Karen is real.
Yeah.
And that is that her posts are actually excerpts of her novel. Like she's writing a book about her life.
That's a novel I just don't want to read.
Well, it would be, it would explain this quote unquote genealogy research. Let's just for 1 second put away our let's just suspend our disbelief and say maybe it turns out she is actually related to all of these people, and she actually finds out that she's related to she's from these crazy lineages that have distilled down, and she wants to write a book about it, and so she's trying to is writing about
it could be
her life, about things that she thinks are connected overall. I don't know that there's a great story there, but
Not really, no.
many people, even people I know, have said, "Oh, I'm working on my novel," and you read a couple pages of it, and you're like, "Well, this is utter crap. This is really bad." And so there's nothing to say that her working on a novel has to mean it's good, or even coherent.
Makes any sense.
Right, it doesn't have to be. She
Well,
could think it's this great work of art. Kanye West, we've talked about his book that he came out with, where it was some of the pages were just one letter. He got this book published, and it's just the rantings of a lunatic.
And obviously, Karen read that and thought, "Hey, if he can do it,
I can do it."
Yeah.
But I think there's nothing that says that books have to be intelligible.
No.
So there's that theory that, right, so this would also explain the rapid succession of posts, is that she had written out
And cut and
pages
pasted, yeah.
and then just cut and paste.
But it's a strange place to to archive your notes.
I agree.
I
don't
would
know
say
necessarily
that,
if it's an archive. Sorry. I don't know that it's an archive necessarily as so much as she thinks she's sharing it with the world.
She's getting publicity.
Well, I thought it was more like she makes references to things that only she and people that she know would understand.
Maybe.
It's kind of coded in a sense that
Yeah.
she makes reference to this and that, and it means nothing to you or me, but to her and her family, it does mean something.
Yeah.
It triggers a memory, and so a sentence, a few words, a few
Waldorf
sentences.
salad.
Yeah, tells reminds them of this whole what happened in the summer of 1968.
Yeah.
And that's going to go to my memoirs, of course. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but
That's crazy.
I guess for me, it's kind of and then it also explains why the posts are not kind of organized the way they are, that each set of post and comments would be a chapter.
They're sort of self-contained.
They
are
are.
in a
They're
way.
pretty self-contained.
They don't bleed from. So there's always the.
She very rarely gets stuck on a topic.
Well, but what I was getting at is there's usually a topic and then or a main statement and then comments.
Right. That's what I mean. Is
And
that
then-
that post
And they
then,
don't tend to bleed from one to the other. So the comment on the the topic of Tuesday and all of Tuesday's comments don't then feed what happens on Wednesday's comment or topic and all of its comments.
Right. And the only thing I would say is that like I don't necessarily know why one would like be posting these things for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
You know.
LSD.
Yeah, I mean, drugs
you know, I
are a
mean, it's
thing.
like, listen, we know some good writers out there, and you know, if our friend Mark Adams was on a bender,
Hey, Mark.
I know you don't do that, but if Mark was on a bender and he just started writing,
I bet it would be better than this. I hope.
well,
Yeah.
okay, listen, Mark is much higher caliber than this,
I
but
think
the
so.
point is that you know, somebody who thinks that I can write, and they just start spewing.
And I'm just gonna put a name to this real quick, and that's hypergraphia.
Yeah.
And we're gonna talk more about that in a minute, but just the hypergraphia is basically like a compulsion to write.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be what's going on here.
And it's one of many mental disorders that are attributed to Karen.
Yeah, people do say that she displays hypergraphia. I know you had a couple things that you wanted to talk about before we get to my last real theory, Steve.
The things
or things
that,
you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, no, there's things that I want to talk about
Okay.
because I'm just we need to hash this out because
Yeah.
I'm a bit stumped on
Okay.
them. So she mentions a couple of people. She mentions Donald McLean, who was a real person, though.
Well, I should stop to say that regardless of her allegations that like people are like using these different aliases, almost everybody that she refers to are real people.
Right, but she makes these comments about him.
She
but
says
it's
they're
just-
the same people, but they're...
But he's such a weird throwback. He's the one who's a spy.
Yeah, he was part of the Cambridge spy ring. the
Yeah,
Cambridge
who
Five.
then went? Didn't he go? He moved to Russia. He defected and lived
yeah.
there till some point in his old age. She also talks about, and I'm going to butcher the last name. It's Arthur Alexar. Does
Yeah.
that sound right? Who was an
Alexar,
Estonian poet?
Yeah.
And like her comment, oh, it's good to see that Alexar is back and yada yada. It's like, dude, Alexar has been dead for decades at this
it was
point.
she put quotes around that, right? And I think she was again making one of those like only the way that only Karen does, making a pun.
Mm-hmm.
She does this thing where she just like refers to someone as someone else.
Okay.
So that was
so that's that leap of logic,
right? Or the Raoul leap that she was making. I mean, like she just kind of there's a word for what she was doing. I think it's confligate is the word. Confligate.
I'll
Not
run with that.
complicated. It's like conflate. You mean
Yeah, conflate.
conflate? Yeah.
Yeah, I just added an extra syllable in there. Sorry.
Yeah.
But she conflated people often.
Yeah.
And did that kind of like wordplay
Kind of like
association.
it's an association almost like memory mnemonics.
Yeah,
you know
totally.
what I'm saying?
It totally is. Yeah.
That's a good. Yeah, that's
It's a great way. So that that.
Yeah. So there's one or two other little things that I've seen, which is I never saw this anywhere, but I always wondered, and you hinted at it a little bit earlier, which is you were talking about when you have a slow connection speed and everything loads, but it's super slow. So I have had websites that have done this to me, especially when you're on a crappy computer and it's a crappy internet connection. What if she's not making these comments simultaneously, but in matter of fact, she's in her cabin in the woods on some terrible dial-up at 12 baht, and she's making comments, and then 5 minutes later, she's making another comment, and then making another comment, and her computer's just caching it all, and then when it gets on, it just dumps it all.
I
and
mean-
that would create a chain like that. Not a perfect
would.
answer, but
I like that, huh?
it
Yeah.
suddenly becomes it's a technology problem,
It would.
and not she is a complete. You know, she's not is a jaybird.
Well, I mean, it would, except for that, like the content of those posts is still questionable.
You're right, but this to me, so I always break these things apart. You know that,
I know,
Devin?
but I guess the thing for me is that like that is not like I don't have a problem with the fact that they're posted simultaneously. I think a lot of people fixate on that issue, like posted simultaneously.
I did too.
I think there's like 20 different totally logical reasons that they could be posted simultaneously.
Yeah, the whole
and that still
cut and
doesn't.
paste thing. Yeah,
and it
no big
still
deal.
does not explain the content.
Not at all.
That's being posted. And for me, it's the content of the posts, not the. But I think you got a little fixated.
Yeah, no,
on
I broke it apart. I took content and then the postings and I separated them. That's why I looked at it and said, well, what if this is what's going on?
Which is, that's
I mean,
fair.
it's just like the same thing as where we talked about before, or the idea that I proffered, which is somebody was scraping it from somewhere else and then pouring it in. Okay.
Yeah.
There's somebody else who I found who is a lot like Karen, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's
In
that?
terms of
that posts a lot like Karen.
posts a lot. Well, but I think could be an inspiration for Karen.
Okay.
And that is Francis E. Deck.
Okay.
And if you don't know who Francis E. Deck is, Google him. There's a great log of his work, and it's really interesting. The short version is he was a lawyer. I think it was in the 1940s or 50s. He did some things. He got himself disbarred, and he launched a 20-year letter writing campaign.
Yeah.
Literally typewriter writing. There's actual scans of his letters. There's some punctuation. There are absolutely no carriage returns. It is just a wall of text he's taken the typewriter, he's put the page in it sideways and typed on the edge, the borders of the pages. Like he just makes these crazy screeds where and I'm not using crazy in the derogatory sense here, but he makes these things where he is making outlandish claims, and like he sounds very racist, but really I think he just hated everybody, so he attacks everybody. He attacks everything. Like nothing is sacred to this guy. And he did it for 20 years. So there's a humongous record of his work. And to a degree, the style of Karen's writing, it seems very familiar after I read some of Deck's work. So that's why I wonder if, maybe Karen's real, but maybe she studied him, or maybe somebody else used that as their source.
Yeah.
And it's a person doing this. It's not a bot.
Well, she's just
to
got
me,
the same
fake
mental
is a
disorder,
bot.
Or
really.
maybe she's in the same kind of mental space, and that actually leads into the final theory, which is a big one, and it is that Karen is just severely mentally ill.
Yeah, could be.
A lot of people think that she's schizophrenic. There's a video that let's just get through this real quick.
I know.
There's a video I found while researching this, and it's like called "What Schizophrenia Really Looks Like," and it's a man on the street interview with a guy who has schizophrenia, and here's a transcript. I'll read the reporter, and then Joe, can you be the guy? You don't have to read the whole thing. It's long.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, no, I mean, this guy's like what we would see like a Hollywood portrayal of like this person's going crazy. He delivers these words very coherently. It's just the content again that's so the reporter just says like, "What's your name?" And then this man responds,
My name? Oh, let me tell you my name. I'm confused because we're supposed to believe in the ministry, right? So is the church and state supposed to be separate? I'm confused because I never went to school, right? Is a confused person get a resolution? I don't understand. You see, when you go like that, I'm holding up my hands with my crossed index fingers, right? You have a cross, 2 sticks, right? And that's how I felt when I was in Waterloo. Because when I walked in Waterloo and smiled at people, they treated me like a vampire. They used to cross, and they went like this by not smiling at me in Toronto. Oh, hi, guys. You know me, Steve Spiros, easygoing. Those who know me, I'm a nobody. You understand? And you can't kill a person with no body. So why am I afraid?
So it goes on a little bit.
Yeah.
But you can see it's not particularly coherent.
Not really, not entirely. Of course, I don't know. I mean, schizophrenics, they hear voices and stuff like that. Maybe it's hard to actually get a coherent thought together when you're being bombarded with voices.
And I just want to go ahead and say, I'm just going to pause right now and say that I do not want to get into the game of trying to diagnose a mental illness based on a social media profile.
Good point.
I think that's super dangerous, and also I find it kind of personally offensive that people have been doing this to the point where when people started becoming aware of Karen's profile in 2010, 2011, people were calling the cops and reporting her as being severely mentally ill and trying to get her institutionalized. And regardless of what you think may have been going on for her, I just think that's
stepping in where you are not even remotely allowed to go based on a Facebook profile.
That's what I think.
I think you can go there. I mean, I think it's reasonable enough as long as you're not a professional. If you're out there on the internet as a psychiatrist saying, my professional opinion is this person is schizophrenic. Now that's crossing a big line.
Well, I just think you you don't know that person.
I think I think as being a member of a Chan and saying this smacks of schizophrenia, so I'm going to call the authorities on them. That's absurd because you know what the problem is, and we've come across this before. So I actually stopped and I took the time to look it up to just try and see if I could get a grip on schizophrenia, and I can't. But you know what made me feel better is that even the governing bodies of the mental health world can't get a grip on it because between the DSM-4 and the DSM-5, things have been excluded and definitions have changed. It is such